How we feeling, nerds? We ready to get started? It's a jam-packed day. Got a lot to talk about. Let's do it. Let's do it. Sup, nerds? Oh no, my water bottle was visible. There we go. I don't know what I moved that made the table visible, and I'm too lazy to figure it out, so whatever. That'll be in the corner for all the things I shoot today. Joy. Anyways. Hi, y'all. Ping Discord. That is a good idea. Give me 1 sec to do that. Upload. Sent on Discord. Cool. Almost 50 stream streak, Ronan. God damn. That's impressive. And yes, I heard that Super Maven's making an editor. I have that in my list. We got a lot to cover today. I really want to get these top 7 done today. So like all of these. So we really got to hit the ground running. Oh shit, thanks for stopping by live for the first time. Good stuff. Good to see y'all. Let me get the bag out of my tea quick. Cool. Good stuff. How's the UploadThing logo? That looks good. I look fine. I think we're ready to go. The live itself will not be uploaded, but it will be available on YouTube if you keep the link around. It's unlisted, but it's there if you keep the link. And also the Twitch stream you can always watch too. Cool, making sure my phone is muted. Gotta trigger the manual recording quick. Give me 1 moment. We'll do offset 1350. Cool. Nice. Marker offset 1350. The thing that TRPC helps with is the relationship between the client and the server. The point where you want TRPC is when you have a bunch of like React query calls hitting APIs that you own. At that point, TRPC will make the relationship between the backend and the front end much easier. But if RSC has successfully removed most of your usage of React query, the likelihood that you need it goes down significantly. I actually have a video I've been wanting to do for a bit, but it's a lot of work to prepare for because I need to like sit down and really prep it. It's the data fetching tier list. Really want to do that one. Most of the alternatives to TRPC are focused primarily on other languages. So yeah, but like the alternatives are things like GraphQL and OpenAI or OpenAPI specs. I've not played with the OpenAPI code gen personally, but I have seen it in a handful of code bases. I think it's a really good strat for a lot of people. Oh, is Crutchcorn LinkedIn shit posting now? Oh boy. And yeah, he's been killing it, working on a ton of stuff. Practically doing tan stack, but for Angular at this point. Also, thank you, Filippo, for the raid. Appreciate that a ton. Thanks for stopping by. I would argue that the endpoints you want to expose publicly are fundamentally different from the ones you want internally, and that you should treat them accordingly. How'd I defeat the burnout? Just did more things that I care about. If I get burnt out not because I'm doing too much, but because I'm doing too much of one specific thing. So my way of fighting burnout is to vary the things I'm doing more. Let me thank all the people who have subbed since we started. We got ILM. Good to see you, Yvonne, as always. I owe you a response to your DMs. You sent some really good info, and I have just been too busy with fucking everything lately. So sorry for that. I'll get back to you soon. Thanks again for 6 months of tier 3. We got Denny here, 3 months of tier 2, one of the legendary tier 2s. Appreciate that a ton. We got John with the Prime as well, 7 months in. It's me, KLC, for the 5 month as well. Thank you for that. I will absolutely have fun at TwitchCon, Huddy. Thank you. Trinidad Hype, fantastic name. 4 months into that sub, appreciate it. And Ronan with the 50 stream streak, but still so nuts. Also gifting Crutch Corn, appreciate that a ton. T3 doesn't really have any prescriptions or recommendations for multi-tenant app stuff. It's not going to help you there, but I don't think it'll hurt either. No. I have no stance on this, honestly. It's just like I haven't built any multi-tenant apps really ever. So it's not a thing I have like a strong opinions or even like guidance on. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know how to like make recommendations in that space. Multi-team project with front-end devs. How can you as the back-end dev make their lives easier? I actually really like this question. I almost want to riff that into a video. The best thing you can do is be open API compliant, assuming that the front-end team is fetching from your APIs, and then introduce them if they don't already know about the open API TypeScript generators. They're very, very nice. They generate type-safe fetch calls. Oh, I don't have to start? What the fuck am I doing? Yeah, it'll generate type definitions for all of your open API stuff. And they recently added a React query package. So you can call React query after making a fetch client specific to your API. They even borrowed the syntax we use in Create T3 app, which I love. I'm really happy to see this streamlined. API.useQuery get the endpoint, the parameters that it expects, and it will return the data, the error state, and is pending. And this will make interfacing with your API significantly easier. So if you can streamline the process to get open API stuff right, huge. And also somebody already called out, you have open API at work, but the backend team isn't updating it. Make sure it stays up to date. Apparently Kyoto also does. Is a TS maintainer? You're not just a TS maintainer, to be clear. You're a TanStack. Oh, sorry. TS is in TanStack, not TypeScript. Yeah. TanStack maintainer. Yeah, I can see why you wouldn't like this. Would be easy enough to shim over. I'm sure they're also down for feedback on it, because this is a brand new package. They only shipped this like a month ago. I mean, the best thing you can do with SWR is move off. I have a lot of hot takes about SWR. I think it's... Yeah. Its thing was being the minimal alternative, but it was missing too much stuff to be useful. And now that they're adding more and more of those things and colluding their own namespace, it's rough. Sucks while rendering. We don't have API examples. We have a Python script that Julius made somewhere. I don't know where it is, but this is something I have specifically planned. I kind of just dropped them. Oh shit, thank you, Carlos, for the sub. Let me thank any other subs that I missed, and then we can get started. We got Matlick Official with the tier 1. Thank you for that. Jason with the 6 months of Prime. Appreciate that as well. It wasn't renovation, it was repair, and it's done. I'm not happy with the results, and there's more work that needs to be done, but there's no construction going on right now. And Mark has already left for TwitchCon, so I'm alone at the moment. So I can be as loud as I want. I can go as long as I want. I can't actually go that long. I have to pack after this because I'm flying out tomorrow. But yeah, this I hadn't seen before. Seems relatively new, but not necessarily bad. I'll keep an eye on this. Oh, it's Microsoft too. Interesting. Interesting username. Thank you for the sub, PHPP. Zod Open API and a client with Hano RPC. Good to know. Yeah, there isn't a native TNSEC query binding, which is sad, but that can be shimmed, not too difficult. God damn it, Emily. Yeah, I'll take a look at this at some point too. It's very interesting, but doesn't list a lot of what it really offers. Yeah, we used to rely on the docs for that, but we killed that docs page. So I need to overhaul this. Definitely coming. Yeah, the homepage was like this is ugly and useless, so I made it less ugly and slightly less useless. But I need to overhaul that. Thank you, Furtive Spy, for the Prime and Diffusal. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly for the 7 months, tier 1. Appreciate both. Also just noticed the sub count finally dipped below 1,000 because that huge pile of GIFs expired. I don't care. We're doing fine with the ad spots now, but it was crazy how long we held at over 1,000 subs considering how little I stream. I might have some of the best like sub count to number of streams ratio like ever. No worries, Gabriel. Thanks for the heads up. I am not positive I can actually get a video out of this, but I kind of want to try. Let's go for it. Let's do it. Did not mean to hit that. I'm going to bring chat in for this just to make this spaced out better. No. How do I get the zapper? I don't even have the like Chrome extension button here. Like, where's the button? Oh, I got moved up here because I have the full URL bars. I'm dumb. Okay, clean up. Zap. Perfect. Sorry for the delay phase. We're going to get started now. Message from our CEO, Andy Jassy. Strengthening our culture and teams. Oh boy. As an ex-Amazonian, yeah, technically I worked at Amazon, both as an intern and as a Twitch employee, which is owned by Amazon. I have some thoughts. In-office culture is a thing, and Amazon's culture as a whole is very interesting. And while this retake on this. If you didn't know, I actually did work at Amazon, and not just when I was at Twitch. I was an Amazon intern all the way back in 2015. So I have a lot of thoughts on Amazon's culture, the way they run things, and how the experience is as a person working there. So it's going to be an interesting read. Do you know what else is interesting, though? Today's sponsor. Cool. Let's get to it then. Message from CEO Andy Jassy, strengthening our culture and teams. This is very interesting, especially when you consider like layoff culture and all the stuff that has been going on in the industry as a whole lately. When were the last Amazon layoffs? This is all news about this. Amazon's series of ongoing micro layoffs is puzzling. Oh, God. Please don't open chat automatically, LinkedIn. You know, it's not about the people being let go. Layoffs are terribly disruptive. Is layoffs.fyi updated, maybe? Is Amazon not in the list? Or is this just not searchable? Where are we? Come on. Amazon. Yeah. There's been a bunch of random chunks of layoffs throughout. There was 2022, 2023, a whole bunch. But yeah, this confirms the weirdness of how Amazon is doing layoffs. And I do have thoughts on this because it sucks. The one and done layoff where it's like, okay, we're downsizing, we're cutting this many people, you'll have an email if you're still here by this time. Does that suck? Absolutely. At the very least, you get to like be done with it. It's the whole rip the Band-Aid off thing. The thing that sucks here is that you never know when you're done ripping Band-Aids. You don't know after the layoffs if you're just going to get hit in a few weeks or not, which just destroys the morale of the team. And I've seen this. I've talked to a lot of people who are at Twitch right now, and they got hit with 2 separate waves of layoffs, and then some teams got hit with a separate third one as well. And that just destroys morale because you have these people that survived the first layoff wave with you that you've gotten close with after getting through it, and then it just happens again. And I do think some amount of why this change is happening is as an alternative to doing layoffs. Because you have to give stipends when you lay someone off. You have to give them something. But when you convince them to quit, you don't have to give them anything. Anyways. Hey team, I wanted to send a note on a couple changes that we're making to further strengthen. Hey team, I wanted to send a note on a couple changes we're making to further strengthen our culture and teams. First, for perspective, I feel good about the progress that we're making together. Stores, AWS, and advertising continue to grow on a very large basis. Prime Video is continuing to expand, and new investments in areas like Gen AI, Cooper. What the hell is this? Project Cooper. Global. Oh, they're competing with Starlink. Today I learned. Healthcare, okay. Their healthcare is fine. I'm actually using One Medical right now. It's been good so far. As well as several others, evolving nicely. At the same time we're growing and inventing, we're also continuing to make progress on our cost structure and operating margins, which isn't easy to do. Overall, I like the direction in which we're heading and appreciate the hard work and ingenuity of our teams globally. When I think about my time at Amazon, I never imagined I'd be at the company for 27 years. My plan, which my wife and I agreed to on a bar napkin in 1997, was to be here a few years and then move back to New York City. Part of why I stayed has been the unprecedented growth. He started when they were at $15 million of annual revenue, and now they're going to be over $600 billion. The perpetual hunger to invent, the obsession with making customers' lives easier and better every day, and the associated opportunities these priorities present. This is all fluff, sure, but something I do want to emphasize as an ex-employee is the depth at which the obsession with customers is real. To this day, I don't think I've ever worked somewhere that was so willing to throw everyone and everything under the bus to try and do anything that makes the customer's life slightly better. Amazon has, to a fault, committed to this. And I think it's a huge part of why they've been as successful as they are. We'll probably touch more on the Amazon values going forward, but I want to read through this first. There's a lot of other fun things I want to touch on too, like Emily's thread all about this, but we'll get there. Being so customer focused is an inspiring part of it, but it's also the people that we work with, the way we collaborate and invent when we're at our best, our long-term perspective, the ownership I've always felt at every level I've worked. Apparently he started as L5. So for context on levels at Amazon, when you're a fresh grad software dev out of college like I was, you start at L4. L5 is the role between like junior and senior. It's like you're not fresh, but you're not quite ready to be senior yet. L6 is senior, L7 is principal, L8 is staff, etc. L1 through 3 is reserved for things like drivers, workers in warehouses, stuff like that. I believe interns are technically L4, not positive. But yeah, so starting at L5, so starting literally just above where I was when I started, literally where I was at Amazon about a year in, and climbing all the way to CEO, that is a cool thing. Most CEOs don't climb there from a low-level entry point. They might get hired in as like an exec and then become CEO. But the experience of starting at this low of a level and climbing up is very rare. I believe Satya Nadella was similar. No, he joined as a vice president in Microsoft Central in 2000. So not even Satya. That grind is nuts. Good work for Jassy. He was also the CEO of AWS for a while too. Although after that, I have to call these two out. The speed at which they make decisions and move, Amazon does not move fast anymore. They do not move fast at all. The bureaucracy bit's kind of real. Like they skip over a lot of the stuff that you see at like a Google or a Microsoft. And the focus on like short docs is cool too, but I don't want to spend this whole video just talking about Amazon culture. Speaking of which, our culture is unique and has been one of the most critical parts of our success in our first 29 years. But keeping the culture strong is not a birthright. You have to work at it all the time. When you consider the breadth of our business, their associated growth rates, the innovation required across each of them, or reread on that. You have to work at it all the time. When you consider the breadth of our business, their associated growth rates, the innovation required across each of them, and the number of people we've hired in the last 6 to 8 years to pursue these endeavors, it's pretty unusual, and it will stretch even the strongest of cultures. Strengthening our culture remains a top priority for the S team and me, and I think about it all the time. That's such a weird sentence, the and comma, I think about it all the time. Robot. We want to operate like the world's largest startup. This means having a passion for constantly inventing for customers, strong urgency for most big opportunities. It's a race. High ownership, fast decision-making, scrappiness, and frugality. Deeply connected collaborations. You need to be joined at the hip with your teammates when inventing and solving hard problems, and a shared commitment to each other. This bit here about the world's largest startup, again, I would say this is one of the things I think Amazon does quite well. We're at a point now where tools are too good to have your teams separated based on points in your technical stack. Having your back-end team, your front-end team, your mobile team, your support team, your sales team as these separate groups based on the role rather than the vertical you're solving. Like, why would somebody who's selling to vendors on Amazon be on the same team as somebody selling AWS infrastructure? They're both sales, but if you put them under the same manager, you're stupid. Amazon was one of the earlier companies to go all in on the vertical slices model, where instead of there being a sales team that covers everybody or a back-end team that covers everybody, there were individual small vertical teams for each of the different things Amazon was doing. So rather than Amazon operating as the world's largest so rather than thinking of this as Amazon being the world's largest startup, think of it as a bunch of smaller startups that compose all of Amazon. There's the team focused on AWS as a whole, but then within there's a bunch of smaller teams building all of the individual products for AWS. That strategy works a lot better if you're trying to compete with these other startups and these other companies in the space. And the only way a big company can even stay at the same pace as a startup is if they have smaller teams internally doing things like this. And when I was at Twitch, we did a lot of this too. We had these small vertical slice teams focused on very specific things. Two areas the S team and I have been thinking about the last several months are the following. First, do we have the right org structure to drive the level of ownership and speed that we desire? And two, are we set up to invent, collaborate, and be connected enough to each other and our culture to deliver the absolute best for customers and the business that we can? We think we can be better on both. On the first topic, we've always sought to hire very smart, high judgment, inventive, delivery-focused, and missionary teammates. Also mostly true. One of the interesting, I need to just pull up the Amazon values list. The leadership principles. Here we are. This is public now? Cool. I mentioned before customer obsession. Ownership is a big one too. You don't say like, that's not my job, I'm not doing it. I don't think I ever heard that in my time there. Our right a lot's a fun one. The goal with this one is that we hire people who, if they feel strongly about something, it's more likely than not true, but also learn and be curious right after, which means you're okay with being wrong and learning from it. The part that I am here for, frugality we'll get to. Disagree and commit. This is the one that I was here for. Leaders are obligated to respectfully challenge decisions and, I just realized I'm covering commit, cool. This is the one I was looking for. Have backbone, disagree and commit. This phrase has haunted me now for like almost a decade. I went from loving it to hating it back and forth constantly, settling at an okay spot with it. Leaders are obligated to respectfully challenge decisions when they disagree, even when doing so is uncomfortable or exhausting. Leaders have conviction and are tenacious. They do not compromise for the sake of social cohesion. Once a decision is determined, they commit wholly. This is an interesting one. I think this is both like one of the strengths and weaknesses of Amazon, where like when there's a disagreement on something, they don't recommend how you settle the disagreement. They just say, pick one. So if there's like one person who is the main owner of the project, somebody who's maybe even higher up but doesn't own the project, and they disagree on a way to do the thing, the person who owns it says, sorry, I own it. We're doing it this way. And the other person just kind of says, okay, sure. On one hand, this keeps small disagreements, even medium-sized disagreements, from delaying meaningful progress. But on the other hand, it results in slow, like, piles of resentment building up throughout. And I definitely felt that, not as much at Amazon as I did at Twitch. But the disagree and commit keeps you from getting stuck in the mud at the cost of potential damage in the social cohesion layer, as they say here. So it's interesting. Yeah, the don't go in the middle is a really good point as well. Because if you compromise and just, like if you stop in the middle and compromise, that's not ideal for anyone. You need to just pick one of the options. The solution can be you disagree until you agree that like one thing might be right. It could be that you A/B test it or something like that. But for the most part, you need to just pick one of the options and go all in on it. Amazon's not a big company on things like A/B testing. Back to the article. As we've grown our teams as quickly and substantially as we have in the last many years, we've understandably added a lot of managers. In that process, we've also added more layers than we had before. It's created artifacts that we'd like to change, like pre-meetings for the decision meeting, a longer line of managers feeling like they need to review a topic before it moves forward, owners of initiatives feeling less like they should make recommendations before the decision will be made elsewhere. Reread on that. For example, the triple pre-meeting for the decision meeting, a longer line of managers feeling like they need to review a topic before it moves forward, owners of initiatives feeling less like they should make recommendations because the decision will be made elsewhere, etc. Ooh, this one hurts. The not feeling like you should even say something because you're just going to be ignored because someone else making the decision. Oh God, that hurt me real bad at Twitch. Most decisions we make are two-way doors, and as such, we want more of our teammates feeling like they can move fast without unnecessary processes, meetings, mechanisms, and layers that create overhead and waste valuable time. Look at that, founder mode. So we're asking each S-Team organization to increase the ratio of individual contributors to managers by at least 15% by the end of Q1 2025. This can have benefits and negatives. I was on a team once where when I joined the team, I was one of the 2 employees that the manager managed. By the time I was leaving that team, that manager was in charge of like 25 people. He had more directs than almost anyone else at the company. And it was great. He was wonderful. I learned so much from that manager. But I've had other times where the manager was only managing like 4 people and they were much more hands-on, which was cool because like we could chat more, but it wasn't necessarily beneficial and that person wasn't necessarily spending their time in as valuable of a way. And this is also, to be clear, not every manager needs to have 15% more people. So if you currently have 3 people, now you need to have 3.3 people. That's dumb. They know that. But overall, things need to shift in that direction. So if you're a team with 4 people, maybe you bump to 5. If you're a team with 10 people, maybe you bump to 12. And averaging out overall, see that 15% bump, which I think is fair. It also means managers will be doing 15% less work per person, which hopefully will unblock people more. Having fewer managers will remove layers and flatten organizations more than they are today. If we do this work well, it will increase our teammates' ability to move fast, clarify, and invigorate their sense of ownership, drive decision-making closer to the front lines where it most impacts customers, decrease bureaucracy, and strengthen our organization's ability to make customers' lives better and easier every day. I hate these giant sentences with the like comma, comma, comma with like full sentence points. They're working to complete these goals over the next few months. That means they're laying off more managers. So now managers get to be the ones scared. Oh boy. To be clear, companies need process to run effectively, and process does not equal bureaucracy, but unnecessary and excessive process or rules should be called out and extinguished. I will read these emails and action them accordingly. Apparently, this is because he created a bureaucracy mailbox for examples where there are things that are blocking people from making shit happen. That's kind of cool to have a place people can send their complaints like, hey, I had 3 meetings for this thing that shouldn't have had a meeting. I would have abused that, actually, now that I think about it. That's a cool idea. To address the second issue of being better set up to invent, collaborate, and be connected enough to each other and culture. Yeah, that's a fucking sentence. The second issue is getting better set up. I'm not going to even try to read this. It's a mess. Say we're going to return to being in the office the way that we were before the onset of COVID. Here's the big news. We look back over the last 5 years, we continue to believe the advantages of being together in the office are significant. I've previously explained the benefits, as he did in a post in February of last year. But in summary, we've observed that it's easier for our teammates to learn, model, practice, and strengthen our culture. Collaborating, brainstorming, and inventing are simpler and more effective. Teaching and learning from one another are more seamless, and teams tend to be better connected to one another. If anything, the last 15 months we've been back in the office at least 3 days a week has strengthened our conviction about the benefits. This is also an interesting point, and also where people are going to start getting mad at me. To be clear, I don't think working from home makes you individually less capable of contributing code to solve a specific problem. I do think it means that planning gets more difficult around those things, and you have to have more processes, more communication methods and styles, and more management in order to make sure people are moving in the right direction, because it's a lot harder to know if somebody's going the wrong way if the friction for talking to them about it is as high as a Slack message. And I know that sounds silly, like it's just a Slack message, but that is very different from turning to your side and saying, hey, how's the work going on that? And the casual conversations, like the most value I got out of Twitch, and the reason that this whole channel exists is because I missed having those really fun, deep lunch and dinner conversations about all sorts of random stuff in tech. It helped make sure that we were working on the right things. It helped make sure that the stuff that we were, helped make sure we were working on the right things. It let me level up a whole bunch by talking with people smarter than me about things I didn't understand. It gave me an opportunity to just nerd out about stuff that I lost when COVID hit, and this channel ended up coming out of that. The in-person casual conversations are a huge benefit to the individuals and to the company. And I can see why people, especially business leaders, want that. Because if you want to retain your employees, you want to have your employees get better every year, and you want to be able to justify promoting them, giving them raises, and seeing them make more impact. In person makes seeing that easier, it makes feeding into that easier, and it makes growth significantly easier. So I understand. That said, when growth isn't the focus on an individual level, instead delivery is, being able to lock in at home, just sit down with my laptop and code out a solution to a problem that's well-defined, that is a lot better than being distracted in the office trying to do the same thing. And I can say 100% certainly, the best code I've written was not written in a goddamn office. It was written in my room or on my couch on my laptop or in the shower in my head that I then went and wrote out right after. So there's a balance to be struck here. And I honestly kind of liked the 3-day-a-week thing because it lets me go lock in at home 2 days a week. But I'm very curious to see how this ends up going for them. Yeah, well-defined is key. And if any of you have ever worked with a team, you probably know, you almost certainly know, that well-defined is a rare thing as a software developer. Before the pandemic, not everybody was in the office 5 days a week, every week. If you or your child were sick, if you had some sort of house emergency, if you were on the road seeing customers or parents, if you needed a day or two to finish coding in a more isolated environment, people would work remotely. This was understood, and it will be moving forward as well. Before the pandemic, it was not a given that folks could work remotely 2 days a week, and that will also be true moving forward. Our expectation is that people will be in the office outside of extenuating circumstances, like the ones mentioned above, or if you already have a remote work exception approved through your S-team leader. And here's where it crumbles. Yeah. The problem with this is you're going to churn a lot of your best engineers. To be fair, that might be a specific goal because the engineers who have been around the longest, who are going to be the most insistent on getting to stay at home now they have a taste of it, they also would have the highest severance in separation. And they would also be the ones that look the worst if you lay them off. But if you can get them to quit, you don't have to pay them the severance. And then you can replace them with people who are a lot cheaper because the market's like rates for hiring engineers are a lot lower at the moment. And then skill them up because everybody's in office again. That's a financially good thing to do. It sucks. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to be losing their favorite coworkers. But I get the, like as in an Amazon investor, and okay, I've only bought Amazon stock to replace stock that I sold through transfers because I was an employee. And I'm still holding a good bit of Amazon stock. I see why as a shareholder they would want to do this. But as a person who worked there, this sucks. This sucks hard. I would never have, like at Twitch, even pre-COVID, I was working remote 1 to 2 days a week. I just would call in for my first meeting always. I never showed up for my first meetings if they were before noon. I would call in from bed because I have a degenerate sleep schedule. Show up for the free lunch, have my favorite thing, which is the lunch conversations with my fellow nerds. Go to whatever meetings, try to get some work done on my desk, fail outright, have my free dinner, go skate for like 4 to 6 hours, get home between 10 p.m. and midnight, and then code till 3 in the morning, restart the next day. And in many ways, honestly, I kind of miss that. But this feels like a push away from that, and I have feelings. I'm scared that like the next Theos might not be able to work at an Amazon-like company if it changes this way. They're bringing back the assigned desk arrangements in locations that were previously organized that way, including the U.S. headquarters locations. Okay, did they not do that already? So like if you did go to the office, you didn't have a dedicated desk? I cannot imagine, like sure, cubicles are one thing, but I need a desk that I can leave my things on and they'll be there when I show up the next day. That is chaos. This might make the shift worth it, actually. If the 5 days also means you can have a desk again, that's going to make things significantly less awful. God, I can't even imagine working in an office 3 days a week and not having a dedicated space. God, that sounds terrible. We understand that some of our teammates may have set up their personal lives in such a way that returning to the office consistently 5 days per week will require some adjustments. To help ensure a smooth transition, we're going to make the new exceptions active on January 2nd, 2015. The Global Real Estate and Facilities is working on a plan to accommodate desk arrangement mentioned above. Lame. Want to thank our leaders and support teams in advance for the work. Nonsense, sounding nice outro. I want to read this thread from Emily, though, because this seemed very interesting. Oh, it's not as much as I thought. We'll see this quick. We want to operate like the world's largest startup. So we're going to require everyone to be in an office every day like it's 1958 is a choice. I will say more and more startups are going in the direction of all in person. When we had to do our layoffs at the beginning of 2023, well, honestly, it was end of 2022. When we had to do those, we went from mostly remote to mostly in office. By that, I mean, it was literally just Mark and me, and we lived in the same place. And that was a nice change to be able to like talk to the person who is responsible for everything else with them just there, especially because we live together. It was nice. Mark could hold me accountable a lot more easily. But we also have Julius, who's remote. And the amount of messages in our group chat is just insane. And there is absolutely a future where I want to like move him here because it will absolutely make things faster for us as a startup. And I do see more startups going the in-office direction. So I don't necessarily agree with that comment. We're asking each S-team organization to increase the ratio of individual contributors to managers by at least 15% by the end of Q1. It's a fascinating way of saying a bunch of managers are going to get demotions. I don't think it's necessarily demotions. I think layoffs are more likely, honestly. But also, I know a lot of people who became managers, not because they wanted to manage people, but because it was the only way to keep growing. And if they can transition back to IC, maintaining their current pay, ideally also maintaining their current level, that could be really helpful. That could make a lot of people quite happy. I know people at Twitch that did not want to be managers that were because it was the best growth method for them. If they had the option to not be a manager anymore, I know a lot of people who would take that. So I don't necessarily agree with that point. It is fair to call out that being a manager is wildly different from being an IC. So these people are going to have to prove they still have these skills for IC work. How's that going to play out? Amazon has a really strong PIP culture. If you're not familiar with a PIP, it's a performance improvement plan. It means if you're underperforming and your manager identifies it, they don't just immediately fire you. Immediate firing is reserved for egregious violations of things like breaking rules, causing problems at the office, stuff like that. So when you're put on a performance improvement plan, it says you're not meeting expectations. We need to see improvement over the next month or you get fired. They often come with an option of, or you can quit and we'll give you a 3-month stipend. And then you can have that money as you go find a different job. And you don't have to say you got fired because you technically quit. Oh yeah, IC is individual contributor for those who don't know what it stands for. Should have clarified that before. I do like this point from Aaron here. Managers should keep their individual contributor skills warm, even if not coding every day. This should not be controversial. If you're going to be an engineering manager, you should know how to do engineering. Same as with most other managerial jobs. The accounting manager can still do accounting if needed. I absolutely agree with this point. I talk about this a lot in my coverage of hiring stuff. I go on a long rant in my founder mode video if you're curious to hear more. The TLDR is I think people are too aggressive to hire for positions in roles they don't want to do. Like if you hate doing support or sales and you're a founder of a company, it's almost intuitive to go hire a support person and a salesperson so you can stop worrying about it. That is the wrong method. Good managers deeply understand the work their employees are doing, not just what they're individually working on at that moment, but the field they're working in and the ways to deliver. Good managers are people that the employees can look to for help and guidance in tough situations and feel understood by. And if you haven't coded in 8 years, you do not understand me as an engineer. And if I stop coding, I will be a terrible manager for my team. It's one of the many reasons I try to code as often as I possibly can. I don't think I have too much else on this one. Appreciate Emily for the additional context. Appreciate Andy for writing this. This definitely wasn't an AI article. Interesting one regardless. That's it. Peace, nerds. Cool. Also, FaZe, I'm going to try and do shorter outros again. I not had a chance to watch the Prime DHH interview. No, I'm not using Zen. I'm still on Arc. I'm committed. I'm planning on giving Zen an honest go in the future, but I don't have it in me to do something different at the moment. I kind of want to go straight to the React head drama because I'm thinking a lot about that. Can you link this? Because that is something I should probably cover. I saw this tweet. Cool. That I will probably talk about today. I have to just get out all of these ones. Like from here to here, I have to do today. So I don't have the opportunity to let you guys vote this time. Next week should hopefully, as long as there isn't a bunch of big news when I'm gone, be a little bit easier. Interesting. I'm probably going to get a little miffed on it too. Oh, he's bringing it up forever. Interesting. This will be interesting. I'm going to have a different take on that one, which should be fun. So I feel taking a year to learn current coding techniques would have been lost if you didn't do it. Yeah, you got to stay on top of the coding. Sorry that your startup didn't work out, but yeah, the coding is essential. Don't lose it. I don't have any real thoughts on communication for IT teams. Access and low friction for people outside of the team talking to the team is important. Neil is scary good at coding. Yeah, that does not surprise me. The whole Axiom team is cracked. 6, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nah, we'll get there. But I want to do the React head drama. Let's do this. You know what? I have a different way I want to intro this. Do they not have it in here? I want to find... Okay. This will be the intro. Actually, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna put this in a real code base quick. We'll just use pick thing. That's fine. Cool. I'm gonna remarker this. This is the deduping thing, yes. Cool. Cool. In case you haven't been keeping up with React 19 stuff, one of the cool new features is the inclusion of this title tag as a thing React itself can hoist to your head. Traditionally, if you were to just put a title tag somewhere in the DOM, it wouldn't work as the title for your browser tab. This has to be inside of a head tag, and the head tag has to be separate from your body tag. So that wasn't great. As a result, a lot of things were created, specifically packages like Helmet, which would let you do a capital H head thing. You also have it in Next.js as well. So you could import head from Next and then put things like a title in here and it will hoist them. There are problems with this though. And to solve those problems, specifically around streaming, which we'll get to in a minute, the React team decided to automatically hoist title tags, meta tags, and link tags for you. So these will automatically be moved to the correct place, which is the title bar. Sorry, So these will now automatically move to the correct place, which is the head tag. If you want to learn more about that, it is detailed in the blog, or if you want to learn more about that, it's detailed in the blog post for the React 19 RC, support for document metadata. As they say here, document metadata tags like title, link, and meta are reserved for placement in the head section of the document. The component that decides what metadata is appropriate for the app may be far from the place where you're rendering the head, or the React docs, or React does not render the head at all. This is also very common, where the head tag is rendered by static HTML from some other source. Like if I'm just going to init a VDAP quick to show what I mean. cd content bx create, or pnpm create vt at latest. If you look at the source for most React single page apps, like in this case, this is a standard Vite app. You look at the index.html, the head tag is handled by Vite as an HTML file. The JavaScript renders inside of the body in this root tag. So the JavaScript that you're rendering here doesn't make the head. You can still update it. You can still reach it dynamically from the JavaScript by hand, but by default, Vite doesn't generate a head based on the JavaScript code. It has one that's already pre-baked in the HTML. And this is incredibly, incredibly common. I would argue the vast majority of React apps right now work this way. Yeah. They also call out libraries like React Helmet as a solution, as I mentioned before. NFL, is that? That's hilarious. I had no idea the NFL made React Helmet. What the fuck? What? What? I kind of get it, but like, what? Anyways, React Helmet is a package for letting you call, or React Helmet's a package that lets you update the head tag from your dynamic JavaScript components anywhere in your app. But now, you don't need to use this just to update the head tag. If you throw the title in, React will handle that for you now. But this video isn't about how this works. This video is about drama. So where's the drama? Let me show you. So if we go back here, in this example, we have a title tag in this blog post. But what if I had a separate component? We'll call it comments section. And this returns a div with comments, but it also happens to have a title tag in it that's, I don't know, comments section. If I mount this in here, what happens? What title gets set as the title on this page now? And this is where the drama begins. This tweet from Ryan Carniato sparked it because he found a tweet from May 3rd. The new React 19 meta feature does not dedupe meta tags, unlike React Helmet. For example, if you render multiple title tags, they will all appear in the document head. So if you have app, title, foo, title, then page also has title in it. Both of those titles will now appear in the head tag. Whatever is rendered last is at the bottom, and whatever your browser decides to do with it is what your browser decides to do with it. And as Ryan said here, I'm a bit interested in why more people aren't talking about this. I get deduping can be implemented in user land, and it's complicated and it's a mess. But without the means of dedupe being exposed, I'm not sure how it could play nice with streaming, which I assume is why it exists. There was a lot of drama and a lot of people stepping in. Before we get to all of that, I want to address the bit about streaming, because I've learned over time that most people just don't get how streaming works. If I should do a dedicated video on this, let me know. But to quickly TLDR it, I'm going to use an example from Guillermo. I want to find He made a demo of like DIYing Next with, I think it was Wait Until. Here it is. I think this demo from Guillermo does a great job of showcasing how streaming works. If I open this page up in the browser, the hello loads immediately, and then the world comes in after 1.5 seconds. Have you ever wondered how this works? How the content can update over time like that? Well, if we go to the network tab, we can see. So I'm going to do something a little annoying. I'm going to refresh this, try and grab the response as quickly as possible because it makes it hard to do this in Chrome. Cool. So I just grabbed the first response. And here is what the browser gets immediately from the server. We get this meta tag, we get this H1, we get a bunch of these NBSPs, which I'll explain in a minute. And then we close the H1 tag. But then nothing else. Isn't that invalid HTML? How can you send just this and have the page load? That is how streaming works. It's not that you're sending entirely different pieces of data that are being orchestrated. It's actually quite simple. Streaming HTML is you send the first chunk of the HTML, however much you can send, and then you send down more as it's done. You can almost think of it kind of similar to how like LLMs work, where you are sending piece by piece the results as they're being rendered. But that's inherently slightly complex because if I want to have an element that is not directly below the one that I already rendered, that sucks. This example is so simple because the hello comes first and then the world comes after. And if we look at the code, I think you'll be able to understand how that works. So here we see wait until stream data writable. This is how you send a streamed response. Return your response, content type text HTML. Cool. Stream data. We stream this writer.write call. So this is the first HTML the user gets. Notice this NBSP thing that I mentioned before. That's because some browsers won't start rendering the HTML until they receive a certain amount, a full chunk. So when you put this here, these empty characters, it allows for those browsers, Safari, to handle it properly. So that's what this is here for. This is to make Safari behave. Most real websites will have enough HTML that they'll clear that threshold to have a full chunk. But if you're doing a demo like this, it doesn't, and this fixes that. And then later on, we have this promise. We have a timeout. We are grabbing the JavaScript for the confetti package, just straight from JS Deliver. And then we write the remainder, which is the world bit, and then the script tag after, and we close it. That is how you do streaming. You send some data, you do some stuff, and you send more data. It's really simple. But there's a catch, which is, what if I want to render something that isn't directly below or directly after? You could do CSS hacks, which I'm sure plenty have done. But I guess this is now becoming a dedicated streaming video. Here I was thinking I would be able to avoid doing this, but nope. Okay, I have a project in here. So this next PPR one, because I have one where I buffed a bunch of the times. Yes, this is the one. This is the one. Cool. I built this demo to show how this all worked to Jose from the Elixir side of things, because I thought it'd be useful to him. So this page, I've intentionally buffed out the load times on. And you'll see how long these sections are taking to come in. But how do I update that right here? Let's take a look at the network tab and see. I should probably make it not take 20 seconds, but we're already almost at the limit. You know what? I'm going to do that. We're going to make it not take 20 seconds. We'll make it take 5 seconds for the first one. So refresh, go here, and we see, if we scroll to the bottom here, fuck, I missed the important moment. I have what we need here. Here is the HTML that the server had. Or here's the HTML that the client got. There's a bunch of nonsense in here, and I'm going to skip all of that because what we care about is that second chunk. Okay, here it is. So see this div? The get it by 5 p.m. This is the first thing that is being rendered after the first data was sent. So this div is hidden by default because we don't want to just render it at the bottom of the HTML page. This is the HTML the server sent. But alongside that, a new script tag came in with this $RC. This is how React does what's called out-of-order streaming. This is the code that the React runtime and server-side stuff is creating for you in order to find the place that this div actually belongs and then swap it there. And that's also what the S0 is for. That is to say, this is the 0th streamed thing, you know, index 0, all of that shit. And that is how things get swapped. Apparently, Gabriel, who was supposed to not be here, out of order streaming from scratch. This is a really good article that I'm saving for if I ever do a dedicated streaming video. Order streaming. Thank you for that. To quickly TLDR using this article, we write the HTML, and then we write more HTML with this script tag to update the page content. But that's the key, is we put the div at the bottom, and then we write this custom JavaScript to go in and put it where it actually belongs. If you want more details, annoy me in the comments. I'll do a more dedicated video about that in the future. And FaZe, trim that down to like less than a minute and a half if you can. I am trying incredibly hard to not turn this into a streaming video. It's tempting. It's a thing I've wanted to trick people into listening to for a while. So to go back where we were, this is not where I was. I have the link in my notes. Let me grab it again. So to go back here, we can read through all the details from both outside of the React team, from people like Remix, as well as from inside the React team with people like Sophie. And there's some interesting info. Because some meta tags can have multiple instances and others just take the last one rendered and it's fine. This is also an important detail. With title, it feels weird to have multiple, but with meta or with link, having multiple is kind of the design goal. And again, the reason that this matters for sure, okay, go back to when I first cut here, reset from when I finished up the streaming thing to here. So let's go back to the drama. What does title have to do with streaming? Well, if one of the components that's being streamed in, because it's blocked on data, like, I don't know, you're fetching data from for example, if you're fetching some data from a database and that database's data is used to update the title, this is important because I need to be able to stream the title when I get it. Ideally, that would be part of the initial cache so it has the SEO benefits. But if I can stream that down, that's huge. But if I stream down multiple, that sucks. I have to highlight this realization Igor just had. Wait, the hoists. Can I just put CSS there per component? Yeah. Yeah, this is really cool stuff. So the issue here is if you're using these and you don't know what order the elements are going to be streamed in at, you're kind of screwed because there's no deterministic way to figure out which title is going to be applied last and then become the actual title, so to speak. And as Ryan said, this is the correct behavior for some things, but Ryan's Solid Ryan versus Remix Ryan. We'll call them Remix Ryan and Solid Ryan going forward. I guess what I'm picturing here is a scenario where this is not known at the route level, thinking with React's core perspective, and new information is discovered later after the first flush. Hoisting makes this too late. Sure, you can put it in context and change the value after, but you already streamed it. However, if the framework exposed a deduping mechanism, it could continue to update the head as it's streamed intelligently. I'm not suggesting implicit deduping is necessary, but some way of being able to determine the right operation, like append and replace. Thinking of a scenario where we want to be able to update the tags in the head after it's been flushed, but before the framework is loaded, similar to how we do it with suspense. So what he's saying here is like, let's say we're looking at Twitch, which, by the way, I'm currently live. Hopefully that didn't cause echo. When you go to Twitch, the stream has to have a title, Theo-Twitch. Notice that. Actually, you can see it here. Did you see the initial title's lowercase Theo? Because it's just using the URL, and some Go server is generating the title tag there. And the initial one that you get back from the HTML is just your username, which is lowercase. But my display name has the capital T in it. So when the page finishes loading and then the JavaScript comes in and takes over, it updates the title with its new correct information. It also includes the one for my notifications. Let's say that Twitch is actually doing this correctly and they were getting this data from database on request. Maybe the default title could be loading or Twitch. And then as the title tag gets streamed in, you wouldn't even need to run JavaScript. You could just update this immediately. Well, you have to run some JavaScript for the out of order bits, but React itself would be able to update the title for you or use the hacks that I was showing here with like the RC swaps to not even have to load React, just loading like 15 lines of JavaScript in order to update the title. Those are all things React could theoretically do, but it is not doing here. And there are real use cases for that that I would have benefited from greatly at Twitch. And the thing he's calling out here with hydration is that like you can do this fine the way I just showed you Twitch is doing it, which is you wait for all of React and all of your JavaScript to load before you start swapping those things around. But it'd be nice if you could let these shorthands that are embedded do that for you. So you don't have to wait for all of React for the title at the top of your page to be correct. I want to read the messages from the rest of the team because there was some good stuff and there was some messy stuff too. This is Sophie. If you don't know Sophie, she's absolute legend. One of the best communicators and most talented people in the React ecosystem. She's incredible. Anyways, React could dedupe, but it's not obvious which one should win. Maybe if there was one deepest one, maybe if there was one that was deepest, but what if there are two at equal depths that are competing? Definitely don't want it to depend on which resolve first, but preferring based on sibling order is also weird. They could even put a custom prop or something, but at that point, like, it should be a library. No disagreement there. It may be how every head library seems to work, but it is less than perfect, and it makes any sort of deduping potentially flawed. So that's why I think this feature is confusing for me. I don't get why it exists. I imagine I would use Remix's head management if I pick it up. Same with Next. The decision belongs in the router. Why would React ship it? Would either use this under the hood? Also, Sophie had a follow-up here that was useful. This is a hint that letting any component authoritatively render a title is not quite the right pattern, and you should only do it in components that know they're a singleton per window. And so that ties into routing, and you probably want a framework to handle it. This is interesting, and this is a theme that we'll be seeing more and more of with React Drama, where the fact that React isn't a framework, it is a library, but you need a framework to actually use it. Some of these primitives now feel weird because in like a small example like we saw at the beginning, just using the title tag in React is probably a great solution. But if you can't guarantee other people aren't using it other places, it's really hard to figure out what's going on. And at that point, you should use the one built into your framework, be it Remix, Next, React Router, whatever else. Or just use React Helmet. The NFL knows how to write good code, I guess. I had more follow-ups that I saved. Let me open these. Benton, I bet money that the reason is framework should just handle it, and you shouldn't be using React without a framework, silly, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, Ricky. I don't know what Tanner's original tweet here was, but Ricky replied. I should start with Ricky's reply before I get into the drama. For context, Tanner is unhappy, specifically because he is currently working on a new router, and it's one of the most complex routers and frameworks in the React ecosystem. And it relies on a lot of behaviors in React working specific ways. And this is going to make his life harder implementing things. What he doesn't have to own is shifting in front of him, and I understand why he would be frustrated. We'll get to that in a second. Thanks to Ricky Henlon, Josh, Sophie Bitts, and Ryan for answering my questions. I think I got my answer. Generally speaking, deduping is broken, which he agrees, so we should just author in a way that avoids the need at all. Generally speaking, deduping is broken, so we should just author in a way that avoids the need, and all metadata should be resolved before the first flush. Both of these are reasonable constraints. I agree. Metadata management is difficult. We know that if you've looked at how Next.js does it. The metadata tag is a weird thing, to say the least. If I open up this code base and go to the root layout, export const metadata, manually typed as metadata. This is where you put your metadata in Next. It's weird. At least it's route level, but it is weird. So, yeah, I sympathize there. Metadata is one of those things that's hard. I put it up there with caching and naming things. But the fact that this tag works so weird is indeed weird. But here is what Tanner had to say. Is there any official explanation or documentation for this reason? It should also now be equally obvious that a scattered Twitter thread on the subject won't suffice, especially with the just don't hold it wrong comments from the community peppered throughout. I'll be honest, deduping was an attribute of the feature that I, and I think many others, assumed would be included, so I was truly surprised to see this. A more actionable question. Does the following mean that I actually shouldn't get rid of the metadata management APIs of TanStack Router? Part of my ecstatic excitement was the potential of giving devs the ability to use these new features directly and removing the need for my abstraction. Ricky replied saying that he has docs on what the behavior is, but not what the behavior isn't. Did they update that to have the warning? The pitfall. I want to see on GitHub when that change occurred. I want to find the react.dev GitHub. Is it just built into the React repo now? I feel like it was on a different branch at some point, at least. If anybody happens to know, oh shit, React.js, React.dev. Cool. Didn't know that there was a whole separate React.js GitHub that React itself isn't in. That's a fun learning. React's Facebook/React, but the React site is React.js/React. Okay, so this change didn't just happen. At least it was called out here. Yeah. Interesting. What did replies here say? For TanStack, you can decide if you want to expose a meta tag API that avoids the pitfall or let users handle it. For example, Remix has a meta API, but you can also just render and route components. I also think that dedupe's the wrong term here because duplicate title tags isn't the concern, right? It's about choosing different title tags in the tree and trying to pick the right one based on rendering order of depth. Trust me, I really would love to be able to invent all of the control. Trust me, I'd really love to be able to invert all of the control to the user and get rid of my abstraction. Of course, they'll always have the option regardless since I can't disable it. I still don't fundamentally agree with the decision to not do any deduping of the title and meta. While most browsers won't choke on multiple tags, the fact that React devs will easily be able to produce HTML outputs that's automatically considered bad practice by just about every search engine, crawler, or SEO tool on the market is not a great outcome. Also worth noting that Tanner has a ton of experience with SEO. He's working at an SEO startup for a while. Interesting wager here. I wager we'll quickly see an uptick of SEO teams auditing their React devs on this topic. Not unlikely. It's easy to push the responsibility down to the developer and say, you just need to be aware of title and meta tags, which is what non-framework React devs have already been dealing with. It's not a great experience. It was easy enough to render multiple title tags without React, but with React now specifically handling these native tags, I expected more out of the feature. Clearly, great care was put into similar control over CSS and style precedents, which IMO has a lot of overlap on the topic of deduping the title and meta. Assuming the same level of care would be put into the title and meta system is no stretch. And if React 19 is now able to look back on the head during rendering and make changes based on deeply rendered elements in the tree, then I don't understand the pushback. From my view, this would be a great opportunity for React to lift the tide for not just every framework, but all React devs, regardless if they use a framework at all. As far as I know, there's no way to get in the middle of this API today without writing stream or string transformations and immediately risking hydration mismatches on the client. This is also an important call-out. If you're changing how React is streaming things into the browser, it's really likely that React won't recognize the HTML content and will start getting angry. Regardless if any framework keeps a title or meta abstraction or not, React users will eventually be educated about these new built-in features and want to use them, resulting in a regression in expectations for most frameworks that manage them. Like I said, I wanted to recommend developers use this API because it's one less abstraction or less thing to learn, and it has a wonderful developer experience. But I also don't want to have to explain to them yet another rule they need to be aware of to use React. There's an interesting back and forth here of them breaking down like the fact that there is no ideal for how this would work. And I don't know how you would quickly solve this problem. There is no trivial just do things. Apparently they're adding a you may still want a metadata library section. I don't know if this is already added or not. I'm assuming not. Oh, that's here. Did this just get merged in? No. Old as well. Interesting. Oh, is this the React 19? This is the same thing I was just reading. Yeah. Makes sense. I'm happy that they did. I said this earlier. Okay, cut this whole section and redo this part with the metadata section. This is in the same release candidate notes that we were just reading. They do call out that you might still want a metadata library. But it's interesting that, once again, if you're not super tuned in, it's relatively easy to use React wrong here. It's much less bad than screwing up with a use effect, but it's still bad enough that I understand the pushback. I like the summary from Josh. For lots of projects, we expect a metadata library will still provide a ton of value. React is solving the base case of streaming compatibility. Totally fine to use as is in some cases, but router integration is probably what most folks want, and this is what these new capabilities support. Very good call out. And I will use that to wrap up. I think the issue here is that these new APIs aren't necessary. I think the issue here is that these changes in React don't make it super clear who they're for. Is this a thing that we expect the average React dev to use and consume? Or is this a thing that's there for framework authors to iterate on and build features around? It is unclear with a lot of these features which is for which. And you'd probably expect that a title tag in a component now being supported by React is a thing meant for the end developer, not for the framework author. So yeah, it's hard to know. And they also probably don't know going forward, to be fair, they probably don't know either when they release these features. They just know that there's demand for it amongst the authors. And if that turns out to be demand for users too, cool. If not, cool. But that's where a lot of the weirdness in this one came from. That said, I think it's a relatively tame drama. And with that, we'll have a relatively tame ending. Peace, nerds. I also have to film a ad transfer, which I forgot to do earlier. So let's do that. I had this open, right? How do I want to transition to this one? I want to dive into the code. Or I have one. Cool. Think you can do it only cam. I want to have this up still. Oh yeah, you can in post do it too. Yeah, that's fair. So if you want to adjust this so it's the same place it was during the intro, cool. And you have the cam file to swap things out as well. Before we dive into the code, let's quickly hear from our sponsor. Cool. And you have that now too. Have fun coding in bed, man. Drop these sources. Say these are the important ones. Oh, this is Gal? No shit. That makes this even more fun. And also, Gabriel, I saw you mention that... so, quick thing, Gabriel. Sponsor spots have to be first 2 minutes. That just needs to be on me to find the way to sneak it in. Appreciate you for putting in the effort. If you catch one that I missed, definitely call it out, but that should be my problem. Gal is Galstar, Schlez, Schniz. He has a bunch of handles. He made FNM. He's one of the big functional programming guys at Vercel, and he's a good friend. I love him so much. I vaguely recognize your name, Procker. If you can clue me in on why I'd recognize you, I appreciate it. Yeah, Gal's the shit. You didn't realize it's the guy who made FNM. That's great. Oh man, I know this feeling too well. I'm happy to have moved off of Ubiquity, honestly. I doubt DHH would, but Levels.io was so close to doing it. I might be able to get him in the future. Is FNM on the Vercel org? I don't think it is. I think it's just on his. Yeah, it's just on his. Schniz FNM. Don't doubt me. Don't doubt me on my Schlez lore. I know this. I'm a huge fan of this particular dude. No worries. Yeah, he's like one of those rare people that genuinely likes and tries to push TypeScript and functional programming as far as he can, but also writes a lot of Rust code. Because like FNM is in Rust, but he didn't write it because he likes Rust. He wrote it because he likes JavaScript and wants it to be easier. No, I chat with Levels a bunch, don't worry. But yeah, if DHH did actually reach out and was down to do my normal rates, I'm not being particularly discriminatory with who I do ads from, and it would actually be really funny. So I would be very down. Yes, it's great. I don't think about FNM at all. I just put an NVMRC in the file and I move on with my life, and it's incredible. Kind of want to do free JavaScript. Then we'll do the dumb things people said about UploadThing. Then we'll do TanStack. The truth about serverless is going to be a spicy one. Going to be fun. Let's go straight to it. Let me thank subs quick, and then we'll do that. I missed a bunch. Good thing I decided to do this now. Thank you, Furtive Spy, for the 5 months. Diffuse. Oh, I got you both already. Our God, the 15 months. Legend. Thank you so much for over a year of support. We got O'Leary here 5 months in. Satya was still demoing Excel 5 months into Microsoft. Fair. Hilarious. We got Ian as well. I know I mentioned this before, but I had a really close friend in high school named Ian Mitchell, and I always get a little thrown when I see your username, but always good to see you, man. 9 months in, and you're testing something. I'm scared. We got Aiden here with the 8 months. Appreciate that. Julian, 20 months in. Jesus Christ. Crazy to think he has been around so long. Jacob hitting the 2 years with Prime, which means he hit the button every time. I know it's not you because you reply to my stuff on Twitter, and I know that's not the Ian from high school. I get it. I'm also LTT pilled. I want to have a slightly higher bar for the joke. Like, it has to be more dad joke or more actually good. The like lower effort ones I'm not as in love with. 3 years if I hadn't skipped a few the first year. Okay, fair. We got Matt Hart Dev as well with the 19 months, and Corson with the Prime. Thank you all for the support. Close that guy. Close this guy. Definitely close that. Let's do free JavaScript. Oh, the fake macOS portfolio. Oh shit, yeah, that was really good. Thank you again. The UploadThing Lighthouse score probably isn't great right now because of all the animations things on the homepage. I'll check it out in the future, but it was not great the last time I checked, so I stopped checking. Dear Oracle, it's time to free JavaScript. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is going to be a fun one. I think a lot of people might be missing some history here. I would hope most people watching this channel know that Java and JavaScript are different things, but in case you didn't, brief history lesson. Way back in the day, the idea of a language that you could run on multiple machines without having to build a custom compiler for it was kind of crazy and foreign. As a result, we had really complex tool chains for compiling our software to different places. Java was invented by the wonderful big business Oracle in order to make it easier for developers to ship their solutions all over the place. The big innovation with Java was the runtime. Rather than it being a traditional compiler where it takes your code and then spits out assembly, the only thing that they would compile was Java itself, as in the runtime for it. And then you would hand your Java code to that runtime, and as long as the runtime is imported to different places, you can just run the Java code. And that magical feeling of, oh, I can just write this simple syntax and the code runs on everything ever. We all know the famous Java runs on 3 billion machines line. That was what made Java special. When browsers started coming along, actually, okay, the Sun Microsystems point is important. I might just, yeah, we're going to redo this whole part. Before we go any further, you know, I'm just going to redo the whole thing. Let's restart from the top. Oracle, it's time to free JavaScript. Oh boy, who doesn't love Oracle? This is going to be fun. I would hope most of y'all at this point know the difference between Java and JavaScript, but in case you don't, we'll do a real brief history lesson. Java was one of the first languages to have a runtime, so you didn't have to compile the code to different assembly for every machine. Instead, you would write the code, and as long as the devices you were targeting had Java ported to it, it could just run your code. Java was created by Sun Microsystems to make it easier to distribute your code as a developer, and it caught on huge, like 3 billion devices huge. It caught on so hard that when the Java wave was so strong that when new languages are being created, like, I don't know, maybe you want to have a dynamic programming language in your browser for some reason, the best way to build hype around it was to hook into the hype that Java already had. And that is why JavaScript was created and named the way it was, because it was universal and it wasn't compiled, similar to how Java worked. But when it came to the syntax, the way you're writing, the behaviors, and the goals, Java and JavaScript don't really have almost anything in common. And that resulted in a lot of confusion and frustration. But do you know what won't result in confusion and frustration? Today's sponsor. Cool. Anyways, it's been a long time since JavaScript was built and named. And since then, things have been weird. Sun got acquired by Oracle, and Oracle is very well known for things. Let me find the... I have the original of this saved somewhere. This is a classic meme of how all these different tech companies are structured internally. Where you have Amazon, which is very top down. Facebook, which everyone interacts with everyone. Apple, where it's a small groups coming out of the center. And we have the fun ones. Microsoft, where everyone's holding each other hostage. And Oracle, which has an engineering team and then a much bigger legal team. And this was consistently a problem because Oracle, when they acquired Sun, was now the owner of the Java trademark. And here is where the drama starts. I don't know how much context this letter gives, so I'm just going to read it with y'all and add in details wherever I have to in order to make this easy to understand. I'm also going to zap this button quick just so it's out of the way. Look at that free space. Cool. Dear Oracle, you've long ago abandoned the JavaScript trademark, and it's causing widespread unwarranted confusion and disruption. Worth noting that Oracle and Sun did actually own the JavaScript trademark, not just the Java trademark. JavaScript is the world's most popular programming language, powering websites everywhere. Is this just HTML denial? Is HTML not a programming language? Let me know in the comments. Free engagement. Yet, few of the millions who program in it realize that JavaScript is a trademark that you, Oracle, control. The disconnect is glaring. JavaScript's become a general-purpose term used by countless individuals and companies, independent of any Oracle product. Oracle's hold on the JavaScript trademark clearly fits the legal definition of trademark abandonment. A previous blog post addresses this issue, requesting that you, Oracle, release the trademark. Unsurprisingly, the request was met with silence. It is therefore time to take active steps in order to bring the JavaScript trademark into the public domain where it belongs. I was going to call out trademark abandonment, so I'm happy they brought it up. I might have some disagreements on how they're using it here, but it'll be interesting. It is also of note that despite owning the JavaScript trademark, Oracle doesn't ship JavaScript products. It's not a trademark that they've ever actually used. So it's always been kind of weird that they owned it. Trademark abandonment. Title 15 of the U.S. Code, Section 1127, states the following. A mark shall be deemed to be abandoned if either of the following occurs. 1, when its use has been discontinued with intent not to resume such use. Intent not to resume may be inferred from circumstances. Non-use for 3 consecutive years shall be prima facie evidence of abandonment. Use of a mark means the bona fide use of such mark made in the ordinary course of trade and not made merely to reserve a right in a mark. And point 2, when any course of conduct of the owner, including acts of omission as well as commission, cause the mark to become the generic name for the goods or services on or in connection with which it is used or otherwise to lose its significance as a mark. Purchaser motivation shall not be a test for determining abandonment under this paragraph. If you want a good example of what this actually happening looks like, it's not a PC. I want to find the there's an old IBM it's not a PC unless ad, if I recall. Am I insane? Oh, it's not Nintendo. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, chat. If you want a fun real-world example of what these trademark things look like, here's a classic ad from 1990. There's no such thing as a Nintendo. For the Gen Zs and even some of the millennials in the audience, this might make no sense. What's a Nintendo? I have a Nintendo Switch. You might have a 3DS. But why would anyone call anything a Nintendo? Well, when the NES came out, it was often just referred to as a Nintendo. And then other consoles started to come out. Specifically, when they started coming out in the US, it became more common to refer to all of them as Nintendos. And Nintendo was scared of losing their trademark because if a term becomes the generally accepted generic term for something, your trademark no longer matters if the colloquial use of the term is to describe a specific thing. And in the case of Nintendo, if that had become the new noun for a game console, Nintendo wouldn't have a trademark that they could enforce. So they went as far as literally running ads saying that there's no such thing as a Nintendo to call out that you should call their system the Nintendo Entertainment System. There's Nintendo Game Software. Also, notice all the trademark, copyright, and TMs in this. This ad exclusively exists as their attempt to protect their trademark. There's Nintendo Entertainment System, there's Nintendo Game Software, and there's the Nintendo Power Magazine, but there's no such thing as a Nintendo. You see, Nintendo is an adjective, not a noun. It's a registered trademark that identifies the high-quality products marketed and licensed by Nintendo of America Incorporated. So please use our trademark carefully, and never use it generically to describe all video game products. We thank you, and Mario thanks you. You wouldn't want to make Mario sad, right? Right? Apparently, escalator used to be a trademark. That's a hilarious one to lose. And Google is kind of struggling here as well, because people use Google to describe everything they do to find information online. Kleenex has held strong somehow. But yeah, Nintendo had a real copyright scare, which is why they fought that way. So that's an important detail. If Oracle was to come out and say there's no such thing as JavaScript, there is the JavaScript standard, but you can't just use our term for everything. That'd be one thing. But they're not doing shit. They've done nothing to prove their hold of the trademark. And in the case of JavaScript, both criteria apply for this bit here. Cool. I'm going to come back to the trademark thing in a bit, but I want to finish this article first. Netscape, Sun, and Oracle. The JS trademark is currently held by Oracle America Incorporated. How did this come to be? In '95, Netscape partnered with Sun Microsystems to create interactive websites. Brandon Ike famously spent only 10 days creating the first version of JavaScript, a dynamic programming language with a rough syntactic lineage from Sun's Java language. As a result of the partnership, Sun held the JavaScript trademark. In 2009, Oracle acquired Sun Microsystems and the JavaScript trademark as a result. The trademark is simply a relic of the acquisition. Neither Sun nor Oracle have ever built a product using the mark. Legal staff, year after year, have renewed the trademark without question. It's likely that only a few within Oracle even know that they possess the JavaScript trademark. And even if they do, they likely don't understand the frustration that it causes within the developer community. Use it or lose it. Oracle has abandoned the JS trademark through non-use. Oracle has never seriously offered a product called JavaScript. Oracle's never seriously offered a product called JavaScript. In the 90s and early 2000s, Netscape Navigator, which supported JavaScript as a browser feature, was a key player. However, Netscape's usage and influence faded by 2003, and the browser saw its final release in 2008. They were still releasing Netscape in 2008? What? JavaScript, meanwhile, evolved into a widely used independent programming language, embedded in multiple browsers, entirely separate from Oracle. The most recent specimen, filed with US Patent Office in 2019, refers to Node.js, which is a project created by Ryan Dahl, the author of this letter, in Oracle's JavaScript extension toolkit. But Node is not an Oracle product, and Jet is merely a set of JavaScript libraries for Oracle services, particularly Oracle Cloud. There are millions of JavaScript libraries. Jet is not special. Yeah, but legally speaking, they can make an argument, sadly. Oh, this is a fun call out. Oracle's not even a member of the OpenJS Foundation, the body that the Node project lives under now, nor does Oracle have any involvement whatsoever in the development of Node.js. Wait, but what about the website? Because OpenJS Foundation is a little more Node-focused. Well, the web standard isn't called JavaScript. It's called ECMAScript. And if we wanted to get out of all of this, we could just start calling it ECMAScript. But who's going to fucking do that? Like, that's one of those terms where if I hear somebody use it, I question if I'm like being interrogated or if this is like some legal representative that I'm talking to. Like, no one says ECMAScript. Oracle also offers GraalVM, which is a JVM that can execute JavaScript, among other languages. But GraalVM is far from a canonical JavaScript implementation. Engines like V8, JSC, and SpiderMonkey hold that role. GraalVM's product page doesn't even mention JavaScript. You must dig into the docs to find that it supports it. Oracle's use of JavaScript in GraalVM and Jet does not reflect genuine usage of their trademark. These weak connections do not satisfy the requirement for a consistent real-world use in trade. A generic term. A mark can also be considered abandoned if it becomes a generic term. In '96, Netscape announced a meeting of the ECMA International Standards Organization to standardize the JavaScript programming language. Sun, now Oracle, refused to give up the JS mark for this use, though, so it's decided that the language would be called ECMAScript instead. Microsoft happily offered up JScript, but no one else wanted that. Microsoft's bad at coming up with names? Nah, couldn't be. Brendan Eich, who created JavaScript and was a co-signatory of this letter, wrote in 2006 that ECMAScript was always an unwanted trade name that sounded like a skin disease. Oh, Brendan. ECMA International formed TC39, a technical steering committee, which publishes ECMA 262, the specification for JavaScript. This committee includes participants from all major browsers, like Google's Chrome, Apple's Safari, and Mozilla's Firefox, as well as representatives from the server-side JavaScript runtimes like Node and Deno, both of which, by the way, were created by the same person, Ryan Dahl, who wrote this. Oracle's ownership of the JS trademark only causes confusion. The term JavaScript is used freely by millions of developers, companies, and organizations around the world, with no interference from Oracle. Oracle has done nothing to assert its right over the JavaScript name, likely because they do not believe their claim to the mark would hold up in court. Unlike typical trademark holders who protect their trademarks by extracting licensing fees or enforcing usage restrictions, Oracle's allowed the JavaScript name to be used by anyone. This inaction further supports the argument that the trademark has lost its significance and has become generic. Programmers working with JS have formed innumerable community organizations. These organizations, like the standards bodies, have been forced to painstakingly avoid the name of the programming language that they are built around. For example, JSConf. Sadly, does this have any, it's just the JSConf. I was curious if they had a link going down in it. Sadly, without risking a legal trademark challenge against Oracle, there can be no JavaScript conference, nor a JavaScript specification. The world's most popular programming language cannot even have a conference in its name. Technically it can, but Oracle has to run it. You saying you guys don't want to go to the Oracle-powered JavaScript conference? Come on. It's a great opportunity. There's a vast misalignment between the trademark's ownership and its widespread generic usage. Free the mark. By law, a trademark is abandoned if it is either not used or becomes a generic term. Both apply to JavaScript. It is time for the USPTO to end the JavaScript trademark and recognize it as a generic name for the world's most popular programming language, which has multiple implementations across the industry. Oracle, you likely have no real business interest in the mark. It's renewed simply because legal staff are obligated to renew all trademarks regardless of their relevance or use. We urge you to release the trademark into the public domain. However, asking nicely has been tried before, and it was met with silence. If you do not act, we will challenge your ownership by filing a petition for cancellation with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. I'm curious about the tried before. Oh, Ryan posting on Tiny Clouds just about 2 years ago, calling out basically the exact same thing. So do you, the readers of this letter. If you agree with us, you're encouraged to sign the open letter below. There was a big sign-in button that I hid so I could fit the article better. I'm probably going to sign. We'll get to my pushback in just a second. Want to finish this up first. If you want to sign as an organization with a minimum 25 employees, you can email companies@javascript.tm. In addition, we're seeking pro bono assistance from lawyers with experience in trademark law to help file a petition for trademark cancellation with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. It is likely that simply asking nicely will not get a response from Oracle. A legal challenge must be made. Reach out to lawyers@javascript.tm if you can help. That is quite a list of cosigns. I think I'm down. I'm going to sign. They can put me here if they want to after. But I am going to offer a tiny, tiny bit of pushback. And that pushback is in the trademark abandonment section. The thing that we did not really talk about here is Java. The trademark that Oracle is concerned about is not JavaScript. They don't care about JavaScript, as has been laid out clearly here. But they do care about Java. And if JavaScript was to become a public domain name, that could put Java on shaky ground. And we've already seen this happen. Remember Oracle versus Google? This was an insane case that I was really tuned into and ready for the spicy take that everyone's gonna fucking hate. I already see the flame comments happening. I kind of side with Oracle on this one. Slightly. Ever so slightly. To summarize this case, Google has an operating system called Android. Do I want to leave it here? No, I'll full screen for this one. To summarize this case to the best of my ability, Google owns an operating system called Android. They acquired it from a small team working on it on the side. It was an open source mobile operating system that Google hastily acquired because they were desperate to catch up with iOS. An interesting implementation detail of Android is that it was built to run on existing phones. As in, you would open up the Android app on your BlackBerry and then go to the Android store to install mini apps inside of your Android app inside of your other phone. In order to do that, they need a language that worked on many devices. Do you know what worked on a lot of devices? Java, which is why to this day, Android is largely written in Java. Java is not a good language. To be very, very clear, Java is not a good language for operating systems, like aggressively so. But in order to make sure all existing Android code and apps continued working, they had to keep supporting it. And to this day, some of the most insane innovation in the Java world has come in the desperate attempt to make Android a usable device and platform. And to this day, most of the biggest innovation in the Java world came from Google's desperate attempts to make Java work for operating systems. And it kind of succeeded. Android is mostly usable now, but they had to do a lot of stuff to make that happen, a lot of which is detailed in here. The important thing to know is that Java and the JVM, as they were originally designed, those were not going to work for Android. If you've ever used an Android phone that didn't update, which if you're using an Android phone, it does a lot of random updates, you might have seen the screen at the start that says optimizing apps, where it goes through all your apps one by one. If you wonder what that is doing, it's looking at the Java code for those apps, and it is doing a thing called, if you ever wonder what that did, what it's doing, or if you ever wondered what that step is doing, it's going through all of the apps, taking the Java code, and pre-compiling out the bytecode. So the thing that the runtime would normally do, which is take in the Java, JavaScript, Python, whatever other code, and then on the fly figure out what things to do on your computer with it. They pre-compile that step so they know the actual bytecode is going to be run. So when you open the app, it doesn't have to spin up a Java virtual machine, load all the code into it, start figuring out what that's supposed to do, attach it to the bytecode, and then finally do what you're trying. It can just launch the bytecode like other things. Google had to rewrite almost all of Java to do this. And that is where the issue is. While Java as a language is fair use, Java was not an open standard for others to re-implement. And Google's decision to, from scratch, rewrite the entirety of Java in order to try and make Android viable was a mess. And that is why Oracle sued, because effectively Google had just created a new language that was their language and their IP, just a different way to run it, that could significantly impact Oracle's business if they were to start selling it, or even just releasing it free and open source so that you could use that instead of the things you would buy from Oracle. And honestly, I can sympathize with Oracle here. The idea of someone else using your openness with your language's use as an opportunity to undercut you is terrifying. And they sought $8.8 billion in damages. This case was a mess. It went on for a while. The decisions flipped back and forth for years. In a 6-2 majority, the court ruled that Google's use of the Java API was within the bounds of fair use, which reversed the previous federal court appeals decision this reversed the previous decision because previously Java and Oracle won pretty hard. But after a lot of appeals, ultimately Google won, saying that using the API is fair use, and that the original opinion was that APIs may be copyrightable, which is what they pushed back on here. This was a huge case that has fundamentally changed our understanding of what can and can't be copywritten in software design. Yeah. But the important detail here is that the patent and trademark that Oracle has over Java is not on the strongest ground right now. This decision put their ownership of the Java standard at some amount of risk. And I can see why they would be terrified. So if we view JavaScript's trademark not just as this thing that they own for the sake of it, even though they don't use it, but rather as them hedging their bets, trying to maintain their ownership of the Java trademark, it might make a little more sense why they're holding that trademark. Because if JavaScript becomes an open standard, if JavaScript becomes public domain, what if I made like, I did like, what if I made an IDE that's like Java code for JavaScript developers? And I claim that I'm using the JavaScript trademark, not the Java trademark. That is blurry. And there's a real risk of a term like JavaScript going public domain, diluting the trademark of Java itself. This is a problem that companies like Nintendo care a lot about. It's why they're so hesitant to let people use things like the Pokemon term for other stuff. Nintendo owns Pokemon, and they also own a lot of things in the Pokemon world. Like they own stuff, they obviously distribute a bunch of different Pokemon games. But now imagine something like Pokemon Showdown, which is a web app that's open source for simulating the battle system from Pokemon. Nintendo could absolutely go after them for violating their trademark, but they don't because there's clearly some type of silent agreement between them. But if they were to ever start making money on Pokemon Showdown, Nintendo almost is obligated to squash that because the act of doing that is diluting the universal understanding that Pokemon as a trademark is a thing owned by Nintendo. If other people can use the term Pokemon to describe things and it's not illegal, the term Pokemon no longer has as clear of an owner, and the courts see it accordingly. And the same arguments being used here, specifically this bit here, when any course of conduct of the owner, including acts of omission as well as commission, cause the mark to become the generic name for the goods or services on or in connection with which it was used, or otherwise to lose its significance as a mark. Do you know what would suggest that Oracle is trying to make Java a generic name? Making JavaScript publicly available as a term. I would make the argument that this second point, while already true for JavaScript, if JavaScript was to become public domain, you could then use this point against Java, which is what they are scared of almost certainly. I can't say absolutely certainly because, like, I don't work at Oracle. I haven't worked at Oracle. I'll quote one of my favorite Cantrell quotes. The lawnmower, stop anthropomizing Oracle. Stop anthropomizing Larry Ellison. The Oracle has no feelings. I need to find that quote, actually. It's so good. This is one of my favorite talks ever.
So then, of course,
I get my headphones on. I have to drop this quote in here. It's too good. Here it is, 3828.
do not fall into the trap of anthropomorphizing Larry Ellison. Because if you... You need to think of Larry Ellison the way you think of a lawnmower. You don't anthropomorphize your lawnmower. Lawnmower just does, like, mows the lawn. Like, you stick your hand in there, it'll chop it off. The end. You don't think like, oh, the lawnmower hates me. Lawnmower doesn't give a shit about you. Lawnmower can't hate you. Lawnmower, you don't anthropomorphize the lawnmower. Don't fall into that trap at Oracle. So, and in particular, with open source, oh, they wanted to kill open source. Like, no, the lawnmower doesn't care about open source. The lawnmower doesn't think about open source. The lawnmower can't care about open source. The lawnmower can't have empathy.
I think about that quote at least once a week, but it's an important point to consider. The issue here has nothing to do with JavaScript. It just has to do with the first 4 characters of JavaScript. Oracle's goal here is to make sure they don't fully lose their trademark of Java. And I could see why they would be desperately holding on to JS in the interim. That said, there is a way for us to win still. If the cost and brand risk of them maintaining ownership of JavaScript becomes higher than the potential risk of the impact of this being public domain on the Java trademark, that could force their hand. And if this becomes a big enough issue, if we talk about this often enough, and we push this hard enough, and there is a general understanding that Java is a trademark and language that Oracle owns, and the only way you can use the term Java outside of Oracle in your own context is if the word script comes directly afterwards. If we can find a way to push that knowledge and concept and ideally put it down in fucking writing, then maybe we can finally see JavaScript become a public term. It's going to be a fun battle, though. That's all I got. Peace, nerds. Cool. That's a good one. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. Editor's note. When I first cover, let's figure out where. Let's sneak this in. We'll sneak it into this section. When I'm reading this paragraph, find a good place to cut. I'm sure you can find one. Quick thing on the term JavaScript being used freely. There is risk here. People have in the past gotten hit with legal notices from Oracle America because they had things like Rust for JS devs. This course got threatened by Oracle because it had JavaScript in its name. And every once in a while, Oracle America will actually send you legal notices saying that you will stop violating their trademark. So it's not like they aren't kind of enforcing it. It's also funny that Chris called out, it's going to be frustrating once the Rust Foundation comes at you as well. Rust for JS devs, double whammy. But yeah, like they are being assholes about this trademark. It's not just they're holding it and not enforcing it. They do kind of enforce it. So I don't agree with they have done nothing to assert their right over the JS name. They've tried. They've absolutely tried. Also, fun fact, me having JavaScript in the title of this video might be enough for them to come after me. Hope they won't, but they could. And that's the reason why this movement's important. Because we don't own it? It's like saying, like, I could get free ice cream if somebody lights my neighbor's house on fire. Well, why do I care about my neighbor's house? Because it's not fucking mine. Like, we can't just go around torching other people's shit. They own it. And if we don't recognize their desire around the thing that they own, there is no conversation to be had. They own it. They win. The way that we fix this is coming to a mutual understanding so that the things that they own, the things that they care about, stay aligned, and the things that we care about come out. We don't win by destroying all of Oracle Oracle will win. It's a lawnmower. But if we can find a way for the lawnmower to do its thing, because again, as you said, we don't care about Java. So we shouldn't care if they maintain their trademark for Java. In fact, we should probably want them to be able to, because if they can, it's more likely they'll release the JavaScript trademark. But the risk that Oracle has to one of their most important trademarks is very real. Somebody asked about OpenJDK, which is an important detail. Note that it's called OpenJDK. They don't use the term Java anywhere unless it is a direct reference to the Java platform, to the best of their ability. They also have a partnership with Java where the OpenJDK binaries are made available on the official java.net site, which is owned by Oracle. So they have an agreement. That's why this can continue to exist. Actually, Oracle is the full owner of this now. So yeah, and this is one more addition. Okay, chat's triggered me. I have to call out two things. First is, why should we care about opening the Java trademark for questioning? Because they own it, and they also own JavaScript. We can't just say, oh, we don't like it, so let's ruin everything for them. They're a multi-billion-dollar company. They will win. We don't want to put them in a position where it's us versus them. We don't want to take away everything that Oracle owns just because we don't like them, because it won't go that way. We will lose. We will absolutely lose. The way to win here is to find a way for them to preserve the things that they care about, which is the Java trademark, while at the same time carving out a way for us to have the JavaScript trademark be public domain. And believe me, I do not like Oracle. I'm not trying to be an Oracle defender. That's not my goal. I'm trying to lay out a realistic path to getting what we all want, which is the Java trademark, or trying to lay out a realistic path for us to get what we all want, which is for the JavaScript trademark to be publicly available and public domain. We don't get there by ruining Oracle's life. We get there by presenting an alternative path, which is what this letter is trying to do. Nowhere in this letter are they trying to challenge the Java trademark, and that was a good choice on their part. I did see one other question I wanted to reference, which is, what about OpenJDK? If you're already familiar, or editor's note, the last part, sneak that in when I was just talking about the, I find someplace to sneak the last part. This one put in right after I talk about the Google thing. I did see people curious why OpenJDK, which is an open source set of tooling and runtimes for Java, didn't have the same issues that were had alongside what Google was doing reimplementing Java. There's a couple reasons, but there's one really big one. Oracle owns and operates OpenJDK. It's that simple. OpenJDK is able to exist because Oracle owns it. I don't know the full history, but at the very least, from day one, it had some amount of blessing from Oracle directly. That is why OpenJDK could exist. They own both because they can. And OpenJDK doesn't include all the trade secrets that the private Java thing does. UploadThing's coming, don't worry. Let me hop over here, see if I can get some good dumb comments here. The I want to be the next Dropbox one is really good. I think I know how I want to open this one. Cool. Cool. Dumb UploadThing stuff. I've edited a lot of the UploadThing videos. I'm not going to be editing this one. I'm way too busy. So phase, I'll give you the usual notes. For this one, either blur their username in ProPic or replace them in post with like some indie hacker, some JS dev or something. But like, I don't want to flame this individual person. But the intro should absolutely be this tweet full screen. You don't need security before you have 100 or more paying users, except for some special businesses. Devs, once again, thinking that they save time by doing a useless thing faster. I'll be honest, I expected some amount of pushback with what we built with UploadThing. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that we did everything perfectly. But I certainly did not expect the pushback to be as straight up dumb as a lot of it is. Normally, my haters are smart. I'm kind of disappointed. I have seen some pretty thoughtful, absurdly detailed, weird ways of hating on me in the past. But basically, all of the things I've seen trying to crap on what we built with UploadThing have been brain dead, would be putting it lightly. Some of these things are like reasons I would never hire a person. And I want to go through some of the highlights here, some of the best of the stupid things people have been saying about UploadThing. But first, a word from today's sponsor, me. Well, UploadThing. I'm not going to put sponsors on UploadThing videos. Technically, UploadThing pays me, but that's because it's my company. I'm actually probably going to lower my salary from ping/UploadThing yet again because we're making the money from the ads and whatnot. But obviously, I'm biased. I built UploadThing. It's part of my company. No other sponsors will be on this video. But I want to dive in because there's some fun stuff here. And honestly, one of the coolest things I've learned throughout all of this is how much free marketing you get from the nonsense hate. This tweet got 60K likes, and this video is probably going to get 60K or more views, which, cool. Thank you all the haters for the free marketing, because that's the only value you're bringing, saying stupid shit like this. Also, phase, don't go as aggressively trying to hide the usernames when we're showing the actual responses here. I'll do a quick call out if I think you should hide a name, but yeah, this one I don't mind. Did I say 60K likes? Cool. I'll retake that just in case. I've learned pretty quickly that these dumb takes are phenomenal free marketing. This one got 60K views. I'm sure this video will get 60K views or more as well. Some of them done even better, and we'll get to those in just a moment. Cool. Let's open all of my favorites. Do I want to read the whole thread for this one? Was there other gems in here? He will print money by selling this to developers because it's a cool tool, but devs won't make money by adding... I have this slightly too zoomed in. He will print money by selling this to developers because it's a cool tool, but devs won't make money by adding it to their apps because customers don't care about a slightly better upload button. There's a lot of other things in UploadThing that you should care about, like the fact that it basically makes it impossible to do your uploads in an insecure way. We handle all the weird edge cases with S3. We have some of the best components in the industry to actually trigger the file uploads, full TypeScript support end-to-end, way easier to understand pricing, and so much more. Like, we didn't build UploadThing because we can print money with it. We built UploadThing because I was annoyed it didn't exist. And I promise you, we're not printing money on it. We're doing okay, but it's not even at the point where it can cover the 2 devs working on it full time. So yeah, we're getting there, but we're not there yet. As Christian called out, thank you for the defense here. It's not just that. We We must also consider the security holes that exist in many S3 implementations, which is what he replied with this beautiful banger. You don't need security before you have 100 or more paying users. This one was funny because this is a person who I don't normally agree with, but they said you should absolutely have things be secure. He replied, you store pictures of credit cards on S3? No. But yeah, thankfully most people came in here and roasted it for being as dumb as it was. But this isn't even the only dumb take we got. This one frustrated me. Tony's historically been fine and fun to interact with, so this was kind of out of nowhere. He quote tweeted our release, the 5 times faster release, the one that is absolutely blowing up on YouTube right now. 64K plays in 12 hours is insane for me. Like, it's one of my best performing videos ever. So clearly people do care about this, but sure. It's also worth noting that my customers are developers. So if I make a thing that developers care about, that means they're more likely to use my product, which even outside of the fact that obviously I want them to use my products, it makes us more money and it makes our business more successful, with my ultimate goal of making file uploads and management safer, easier, and more reliable on the web, tricking developers into thinking about my product more is a great thing. So if my goal is to get more end users uploading through UploadThing, this is still a really strong strategy. That said, users absolutely care. I had a fucking 3-month back and forth with Frame.io because I was one of the early consumers of the V4 Frame beta. If you're not familiar with Frame, they're going to get some free promo here. It is like code review for video. So if I go to my Frame account here quick, here are all of the videos that FaZe has been working on. And I can dive in here, leave comments. The team can give feedback as well. And it's meant for high quality, full quality asset transfers all over the internet. It is built for streamlining the video pipelines that content creators like myself, big businesses doing like Hollywood production and whatnot, need to manage the stuff. We're often transferring massive files through this, like just insanely large files. Like I'll do 500 gigabytes through this in a day regularly. At some point, some change was made where I could no longer upload to Frame at faster than 200 megabits per second, which is insanely slow when I have a 2 gig connection here. And I was frustrated and annoyed. Even downloads were going that slow, which was insane because I have 2 to 3 gigabit down and I was downloading at like 30 megabytes per second. It was horrifyingly slow considering what I'm paying for and the fact that the service is meant to be really fast and reliable for professionals. I probably sent 100 emails, worked with a dozen support people and case managers at Frame, eventually learned that there was an engineer there who was a fan of my videos. Shout out to that engineer if you happen to be watching. Don't want to out you, but I know you, man. Thank you for the work. They eventually spun up a Slack thread internally about it that supposedly had over 300 messages in it. At which point, they identified a regression in the desktop app for downloading. And when they found that and fixed it, immediately saturating my 2 gig line again. So yes, as an end user, I cared enough about my upload and download speeds to spend a month of my time going back and forth constantly just to make my upload and download speeds better. And this isn't me as a dev. The fact that I'm a dev means I knew it could be fixed, but my willingness to go all in on that came from me as a customer wanting those speeds to be better. And in an ideal world, Frame would be absolutely able to use UploadThing. And in fact, if they had used UploadThing, they never would have had these problems. And that's the goal of building it the way that we're building it. Quick intermission, because Blazingly Slow Dev just dropped 100 bomb. Absolutely insane. Thank you so much for the support, man. That's 710 subs lifetime in the channel. That's almost as many as I have right now. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much for the support. Also, a good point on the security thing here. Even considering that the clients are not devs, if said clients really don't care about security, isn't it a good thing that the devs do care about it for them? Yeah. You should be able to trust developers to make things relatively secure. Oh, shit. This I will pull up momentarily. I think I made my point with Frame. I personally very much expect my uploads and downloads to be fast. I'm spending a lot of money on my local network for them to be fast. I want what I pay for. And yes, your upload and download speeds are a thing that users care about. It might not be on the list of features that they're signing up for, but it is absolutely a thing they notice, especially if it gets worse or it's not using their network the way they would expect. And if you have two services that do the same thing, like I almost moved from Frame to Dropbox because Dropbox would saturate my connection and Frame wouldn't. And Dropbox is cheaper. I'm paying $15 a month for my whole team for Dropbox. I'm paying $15 a month per person in Frame. They were about to throw away $60 a year because they didn't have fast enough speeds. So yeah, customers care. I'm not saying every customer cares all of the time. I'm not saying the difference between a 2-second and a half-second upload of a profile picture is like an end-all be-all thing. I'm saying that there are absolutely people who care about these things, and I know that because I'm one of them. Yeah. Thankfully, this one was very good free marketing. 1.3K likes and 150K views. Which is funny because his got 300 likes with 90K views. So yeah, very convenient. And as I called out, our customers are developers. Their customers care about the improvements that we're making. Don't worry, we'll continue fighting to optimize uploading further than anyone has ever before. Thank you for caring. And good old Antonio calling out why he did it. He got free views for it. Another dumb take. See, he's automatically right because instead of answering with, yeah, I spoke with customers and they confirmed this matters to them, you just defended it from a dev's perspective again. I talked to a lot of customers. Resumability was a common ask. I personally am a customer too, as UploadThing was built for my specific needs. The joy I felt with the faster uploads was real. You can see it in all of the PickThing demos. I built something that makes myself and my customers happy. It helps them build great solutions for their customers too. Just insane to accuse me of all people of not talking to their customers. I did 3 calls with customers yesterday. I care probably too much, but also I am the customer. And that's the thing this reply misses that is so hilarious to me. I answered as a customer because I am a customer of UploadThing. I have like 20 apps deployed using it and I will continue to use it. If someone else had built UploadThing, I would be a huge advocate for it, but no one did. That's why we made it. So yes, I didn't list the specific things I had heard in customer meetings because I am a customer. So I can assert that this is true because I know it is true. Thank you, chat, for confirming that I'm not fucking insane. Customers care, and especially when said customers and consumers are devs. I pay for 1 gig internet. I definitely want my services to reflect that. Otherwise, I would just save the money. Totally agree. Here's a fun one. You guys suck at making fun of Theo. Here's how it's done. Kind of sad that you didn't make it as a skateboarder. Now we all have to suffer through your inability to code. How many of those PRs were actually yours, Theo? Good roast. This account has some pretty good roasts, by the way. Might be worth following. Things by Ping at ping.gg. Here's another good one. Ben Holmes did a fun showcase of how insanely fast and good PickThing is at removing backgrounds. The image he used isn't super challenging because of the bokeh, which makes it easier for most AI and algorithms to figure out what the foreground and background are. I also realized I did the layout here terribly, so I need to fix the layout because I very much was assuming 16 by 9. Once it's uploaded, background's removed flawlessly. So, yeah, cool showcase, cool highlight. Picked up ping.gg if you're curious. Stop being so nice about PickThing. Theo actually made this one. He's going to start thinking he's a good dev if we're not careful. Yeah. Why am I the only person who can write good Theo burns? Don't feed his ego, Jamin. He already thinks he's so clever for his naming thing. This is actually a really funny one. Jamin said, can I have a transparent PNG for this? I could use Theo's pick thing. Can't remember what it's called. I literally wrote this not knowing. I hate this makes me like your stupid naming scheme, Theo. Winner. CJE in chat. I could remove the background better in Affinity in 45 minutes. Yep. Here's a good one from Greg, an old friend and an investor. How about all the successful tech CEOs are pushing hard for return to office. Ping doesn't even have an office. What are you doing? Can you add a ChatGPT integration that doesn't help anybody and loses money so that we can market on AI? No comment. I might have had to say that we're sneaking in a AI integration for things so that we could get a bigger grant from Amazon. That would be absurd if I did that. Totally not real. Anyways. The video I just posted, we stopped using serverless. The results are insane. A lot of people had a lot of things to say about this video that didn't watch the video. They only saw the title. And they went a little in on said title, which was funny for me. This one in particular stood out. This one I would prefer to have blurred phase if possible. Forcing myself to say this even though I don't want to, but T3.GG is an unreliable model for developers and engineers. First, he advocates edge computing, then went against. Then he advocated for serverless. Now he has moved off from it. Principles and truth must be timeless. I'm going to do a fun thing. Chat, can you describe in 2 sentences or less how my perspective on edge and serverless have changed? What have I said before that I have since walked back? Looking at your earlier videos, there actually is some perspective change, mostly in the room that I'm filming. Yeah, a little bit less of a Lambda fanboy, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, my perspective on Edge was very simple. I didn't like Edge locations for running your code because most code running on servers needs to access data that is centralized in some form. So if you have a database that's US West 2, and you're running workers or Cloudflare Edge Compute or Vercel Edge Functions or whatever all over the world, it is not better than if you had just had that code running right next to your database, because now it has to do a longer distance traveled there. I spent a lot of time diagramming this out, like a lot of time diagramming this out. So the only thing that is being mentioned there isn't the video, it's the title. And I'm sure that this won't come up with a bunch of things from the other Theo on YouTube. Cool, it isn't. It's funny. I had a video 9 months ago, why am I moving off of Edge? As well as 4 months ago, Vercel gave up on Edge. And also, before then, I'm done with serverless, star. And this is the one where I start pushing Edge. But I specified, I'm sure I can find it pretty quickly in here. Oh, there's the perspective change. God, my mustache was so awful initially. I'm going to mute it because I don't feel like hearing myself. And I'm sure you guys are tired of it, obviously, because you're watching my video. The demo I do here, I have the server, and I have the server doing multiple back and forth. We'll say the first one is checking off. The second one is getting some data about like a blog post. The third one's getting comments. But it's doing these 3 back and forths with the database. So if I have the server really close to the database, the distance traveled there is much smaller. But if I move it at all, like I went closer to the user, the overall distance being traveled on the network has gone up exponentially. I have been calling this out since I started, to the point where I got crap because I was pushing for the term edge runtime to be separated from edge compute. Because the reason I liked edge was never that it is running right next to the computer that you're trying to load the page from. The thing I liked about edge, actually, we'll ask chat again. What did I like about edge? What was the reason that I was pushing for edge, and specifically the edge runtime? There was one simple, specific thing. Look at that. Chat immediately. No cold starts. When you spin up a Lambda on serverless, time has to be spent spinning up a node instance. And that time spent spinning up node is a real penalty to getting a response to your user. Minimum 150 milliseconds is fair. And when you're using things like Prisma and making native database connections, it can get a lot worse, which means in some cases, users have to wait up to 2 to 3 seconds to get a response from the website, even if the thing that your server is doing only takes 100 to 300 milliseconds. All of the other things that it has to do to spin it up were problematic. Edge runtimes are much more limited because they're not a full node instance. If you have packages that are doing things like hitting file system, if you have packages that are doing things like making a native database connection, you cannot use those on edge. On one hand, this sucks because it means that you can't use a lot of the tools and technologies you might be used to. But on the other hand, it's actually a pretty strong benefit because when you do things this way, you're able to lower the cold start time down a ton. If I load a new JavaScript file into my browser, I don't have to wait for the browser to start up. It just runs it because it's already running the JavaScript VM. And that's how edge runtimes work. They have JS VMs already running, and you're just launching a JavaScript file inside of that VM, which is a huge difference. It means you can't call things from Node. It means you can't call file system. You can't do a lot of that stuff. It also means you can't make a native database connection. You have to do it over HTTP and things you can do through fetch. But now we could reduce that start time down to almost nothing, which is why Cloudflare workers are able to respond much faster than Lambda can in those scenarios. That said, the workers are both less capable because they don't have those native functionalities, and they're slower at actually doing the work because they are lower provisions. Oh shit, Lana just raided with 263 people. Thank you so much, Lana, for the raid. Appreciate you a ton. I hope you guys are feeling good about the recent Unity news. I know that was particularly rough for you and your crew, and was really happy to see they walk things back. Also, hope that your game's coming out soon. I've been really excited for that one. It looks fucking incredible. So yeah, for those who don't know me, I'm Theo. I film YouTube videos live talking about software dev stuff. I have a whole list of things I'm going to cover at any given time. We're doing a fun one right now, which is I have a product UploadThing, which is meant to make file uploads easier for full stack developers. And we put out a huge release that I was excited about. And for the most part, people were really positive, but there were some fucking dumb comments. So I'm just making a video roasting the dumbest ones. Hope you guys had a good stream. Good to see y'all here. Pump that the Unity drummer's over and you're feeling good as a result. Can't wait to see the game. I'm going back to filming. Background removal tool is pick.thing, pick.ping.gd. One good question about the cold start thing is, doesn't Lambda make more sense when you have a lot of users so the Lambdas don't die? Someone's always going to have to hit a cold start. If you have 1,000 users and those 1,000 users are keeping a bunch of Lambdas alive, but 1,001st user comes in when all those other 1,000 Lambdas are currently taken, that 1,001st one has to have a new Lambda spun up. It is admittedly, for really big apps, less than 5% of invocations, but that 5% sucks. And if you can avoid it entirely, it's worth doing. But the reality is that these edge compute solutions do have some gotchas, the ones that I just listed. And while I am willing to eat shit and push through them, and there's also a lot of work going on, like this was linked here, Cloudflare is working really hard to get as much node compatibility as possible in their Cloudflare workers using polyfills and native code to add as much of those behaviors as possible, it's still not real Node. And there's a lot of reasons why people want real Node, be it they want their native database connections, they want to take advantage of the higher performance you can do on bigger boxes, they want to use like async local storage and a bunch of the cool like backgrounding stuff you can do there. There's a lot of stuff. Even just you want to write C in native code. Cloudflare can't do that for you. So do I have to go back to, do I have to define edge runtime again? I've done this so many times. I'll do it again. Editor's note, put this earlier. Like when I first start saying edge runtime a whole bunch. Where is my, I made a diagram for this. Oh, here it is. Cool. The infra people should surrender edge to the web people. You'll already have an alternative term for edge locations, global. Here's a diagram I made because I was annoyed about people not getting what these things mean. Terms for JavaScript server locations and runtimes. Edge location is global. Not edge location is regional. Not edge runtime is node. Edge runtime, we just call it edge runtime. I know from a lot of Cloudflare employees that they call the actual thing that runs the JavaScript code you use on Cloudflare the edge runtime. The formal name for their implementation is workerd, but the name of the concept of the JavaScript runtime that they are using for these specific characteristics of having fast cold starts and being distributable, that is called the edge runtime. We even have an ex-Cloudflare employee in chat that is modded confirming, yes, edge runtime is a term that is used to describe the JavaScript runtimes built to work well on edge. It doesn't mean it's not an edge runtime if you take it out of the edge. The same way that if you take a car seat out of a car, it's still a car seat. If I put a car seat in my living room, it's just a car seat in a living room. If I put an edge runtime in a regional location, it's still the edge runtime, it's just running in one region. And people are saying, so it means Cloudflare workers. There are other edge runtimes. There's even one that is being worked on at AWS right now. I have a whole video about it, so check that out. Forgot what it's called. I think it's LLRT. Yeah, the low latency runtime is almost certainly what I think it was called. Cool. Thank you, chat. LLRT. Check out my video on that. I was the only person who covered that for like 2 months. It was kind of nuts. Other people are making runtimes with these characteristics that are fair to refer to as edge runtimes. There's also Winter.js. Somebody just brought up in chat. There are plenty of these. But the term edge runtime refers to JavaScript runtimes built with the goal of being runnable on the edge due to their performance characteristics and traits. So when I'm referring to edge runtime, I'm referring to this box. So no, my stance on edge hasn't changed. I wasn't misleading people, pointing them at edge. In fact, this video does a great job of showing why edge location is not good. I even reference a data throughput test where you can choose whether or not this is running on edge functions, and you can see the performance characteristics and how they change based on the number of queries that you're doing. And if you don't have these things located well, you're screwed. It's bad. So check out this video, because this is the video where I pushed everyone to the edge. I think it'll showcase just how silly that argument is. We just get another raid. Oh shit. Thank you so much, Faye, for the raid. I also just realized I forgot to shout out Lana Lux. Once this shout out is done and the timer's done, if somebody can shout her out, Lana's great. One of the best game devs on Twitch. One of the few that actually is always doing game dev whenever I go to her streams and is deep in the weeds of building a real game. She's great. But so is Faye. What were you up to today? Making a virtual PCI device and driver. Okay, we're in the furthest opposite world today. Show this out on stream. We'll get there in a bit. Yeah. And yeah, this is, for those who don't know me, I'm a full stack JavaScript dev. This will be a little bit of whiplash because we're deep in the weeds of JavaScript stuff. I'm currently covering all the dumb things people said about a recent product release that we did. because it's fun and free marketing. So yeah, I film YouTube videos live. Most of my stream is just me filming videos, not me doing actual work. So if you're here to watch code, I'm sorry, I don't do that. But if you're here to hang out, talk shit about web technologies and watch somebody film videos and give me feedback as I'm doing it, it's a fun place to hang. Thank you all for showing up, and thank you, Faye, for the raid. Appreciate it a ton. Do I ever do code? Not much on stream, no. I code a lot off stream. I'm going to go code a whole bunch after. I'm actually working on a thing. I'm trying to put O1 Mini and O1 Preview through all of Advent of Code, and I'm obsessively documenting it and how it goes for a video, which I guess isn't code, but I am going to write a script to automate it because it's so fucking annoying to do that work right now. But yeah, I don't like build big things live for 4 hours straight anymore. The /dev/regex guy. Oh shit. I am not in the lore. Well, thank you again for the raid. Appreciate it a ton. Hope you had a good stream. Back to filming. We'll get the Wall of Love thing. Don't worry, Phil. We'll get there. I need to finish roasting this edge take thing. Oh. I also had this banger. Edge is a location, not a runtime, is a tired take. The wired version is edge runtime's a fine name until someone comes up with something better. And almost nobody did. So yeah, I'm going to keep using the term. Serverless runtime is a name I would be okay with. Have some issues with it, but it would have been an improvement for sure. What was I just ranting on? I don't have any AI stuff for my editors. They just edit. There's no AI involved in my content pipeline right now. I think we have now reasonably established that I never advocated for edge computing. Ever once. Never, ever, ever. I have never said we should do our compute on the edge. Ever. And if somebody could find a quote of me saying otherwise, I would love to see it, because I have explicitly advocated against edge computing from day zero. I'm like the anti-edge guy to the point where I got into shit with the edge advocates that have slowly come around since. So no, I am notoriously anti-edge. And now, the serverless bit. Then I advocated for serverless, and now I've moved off from it. I'm sorry. Am I against edge? Sorry. Am I against serverless? Can anybody in chat honestly say that I've ever done a thing that even vaguely came off as anti-serverless? Yes, Theo hates serverless. I am like the serverless advocate. I've acknowledged its limitations. And it's obviously kind of funny that like right after I broke up with Vercel, we stopped using serverless for one of our main endpoints. But I am very pro serverless. I come off as a serverless fanboy. Damn right, because I am. I'm a huge fan of serverless. I have a whole video I'm doing soon that I have titled, oh, it's here. I'm actually going to try and film it today. The truth about serverless. And I have a bunch of things I want to talk about here because I love serverless. I am more than down to acknowledge its trade-offs and failures. But it is so good. And funny enough, the cost scales to 0 for 0 users. This is part of it, but not the way you think. Make sure you check out that serverless video if you want to hear more, because the truth about serverless might surprise you. But again, to be very, very clear, of the 30 or so apps I have deployed right now, and the 5+ that I'm working on right now, all of them are serverless. Every app I build is built using serverless technology for most, if not all, of the infrastructure. There is one single exception for one single infrastructure problem, which is the ingesting of large numbers of files from large numbers of people. where a server makes more sense. And the reason that we built servers for UploadThing is so that you don't have to for your serverless application. The benefit of database platforms like PlanetScale, Terso, and Neon, the benefit of upload support services like UploadThing, the benefit of queuing and Redis services created by companies like Upstash, the benefits of all of these things are that they enable you as a serverless developer to not have to spin up a server to do this one small thing on the side. And that is the point. I am running servers with UploadThing so you don't have to. And more importantly, so I don't have to on any of the apps that I build. PickThing does not have a server. Ping does not have a server. MarkerThing not only does not have a server, MarkerThing doesn't have a database. It's just using the Twitch API for everything and Clerk for the authentication. It's great. The code is so beautifully simple. When you build serverless, it lets you significantly reduce the amount of complexity in your architecture and in the code paths being hit. Not even for the serverless part, but for the stateless part. And one more important detail with serverless is if you do decide you need a server in the future, you can run your serverless code on a server. So it's not like you're locked in, but if you run code in a server and you don't build it in a stateless way, and you then decide that it'd be better to have it on serverless, you're rewriting that code. So yeah, the point I'm trying to make here is that I am almost to a fault a serverless advocate. I will defend it more than I probably should. And me, for a complex infrastructure problem, for a service that we are building to make it easier for serverless devs to do things, that isn't me coming out against serverless. That is me tripling down and doing things I and my team don't want to do in order to allow more developers to stay on serverless for more of their work. The reason we moved to servers has nothing to do with cold start times. It's the ability to have a long-running server if an upload takes longer than the 45 to 90 seconds it takes for a Lambda to die. And I shouldn't have to spin up one Lambda for every single file upload. If I have one user uploading 15 things and they spin up 15 concurrent connections, I shouldn't have to spin up 15 Lambdas to resolve all of those, and then have one of them take 93 seconds so it fails. It makes no sense to ingest on Lambda. And even if it did, having one compute unit spinning up per upload that is now holding and costing money and time for one user doing one upload versus one server, which we have one server per region right now because that's all we've needed, and it's getting it like 10% CPU utilization doing millions of files of upload. So like, obviously better. And it makes so much more sense in the specific use case because this use case is IO bound. We're still running JavaScript on that server. It's still built with a Fastify server and endpoint. But it can have all of these IO bound concurrent things going at once. The only valid point, and this is Eli Talpa calling it out here, the video title implies that serverless is bad and slow. Correct. Because by implying that, I can get more people to watch the video and learn the reality of the situation. The harsh reality is if I don't make a video titled this way, someone else will. And that person probably actually believes it. It will probably make a piece of content that is actually misleading people. Instead, I can take those viewers, I can guide them to an actual research, or I can guide them to an actual resource that has the truth in it with my bias of liking serverless. But to go back to this tweet, nothing has changed. I am still advocating for edge runtimes. I think partial pre-rendering has helped a lot with not needing it for a lot of use cases. And I didn't move off of serverless. We added a new piece of infrastructure that is a new specific thing so that I can maintain my serverless building on all of my other applications. The alternative to UploadThing existing is every other dev building apps with serverless infrastructure would have to spin up a similar server themselves to do it right. And I don't want Next.js devs deploying on Netlify, Vercel, Cloudflare, wherever else. I don't want them to feel like they have to spin up a server to do this right. So we do it for them. And partial pre-rendering is the term I just said to chat. Partial pre-rendering is a really cool pattern. I have a couple videos on it, so check those out. Principles in truth must be timeless is the kind of thing that closed-minded people who don't want to grow say. Absolutely agree. And I love being wrong. I absolutely love being wrong. I love learning and getting to grow, which is why I'm sad that people call me out for being wrong and changing my mind on things that I was right about and haven't changed my mind on. Why should they have to pay me for that, though? Because I have a team of 3 people working around the clock to make a reliable service. Why should they have to pay an engineer to build it for them? Because doing things that are hard costs money. The alternative to UploadThing isn't use S3 directly. The alternative to UploadThing is hire 1 to 3 people to build this for you internally full time. And knowing how long it took for us to build it, that's not viable for most companies. That's not what you meant? Then tell me what you meant, because that's very much seems like what you meant. Like, I cannot see another interpretation of what you said there. I'll sit and wait. I'm curious. You have my attention. I'll quickly thank the people I missed subs from. Thank you, Ambient1 for the Prime. Thank you, G Sporto for the 9 months. 17 total. Fucking legend out here. Goddamn. And again, blazingly slow with the 100 gifts. Insanity. Not even just making a mistake. Having my opinions on things change. Like, I want to go with like a really good example of one. I was initially really wrong about Tailwind. I wasn't a public figure at the time, but I fucking hated Tailwind for the first like 3 or so months I knew about it and avoided it at all costs. I was building my own component library that I was hoping to open source with styled components. And then I actually tried Tailwind. I was like, wait, this is good. No clarification. He might still be typing it. We'll assume he's still typing it. Oh, here it is. I don't mean literally paying engineers. I mean serverless requiring you to launch 15 servers to handle those uploads. We should improve serverless to handle those scenarios. Okay. That is not at all what I understood from your previous message. So you think that we should improve... So what do you think that improvement would look like? Because first you have to understand serverless doesn't mean no servers. Serverless means servers with very specific expectations and implementation details. The issue here, the reason that we have servers is because, or the reason that we shouldn't have done this with serverless, even if theoretically you could hold the serverless instance open indefinitely, so the user could upload on the same Lambda for 2 hours straight and it'd be fine. You would still have 1 per person, which sucks. Because now per upload, I am running some amount of compute, and you could easily destroy our bills by just having 5 Raspberry Pis with throttled internet connections, very slowly uploading a 500 megabyte file. And each of them is holding a provisioned Lambda instance open that whole time. Could we theoretically rethink the entirety of how Lambda and serverless works in order to make it so one Lambda can handle requests concurrently, in order to hold those connections for longer, in order to not bill based on the time the server is running for? Maybe. But this is a rare case. And to be fully frank, it's the first time I've run into one that isn't WebSocket related since I moved all in on serverless. Similar to like functional programming, which, by the way, watch that serverless video coming up. We're going to be touching a lot on functional programming through it. Stateless architecture is beautiful and is really, really cool. And it lets you solve things in simpler, more scalable ways. And the rare times we have these edge cases, the solution isn't patch serverless so that it works more like non-serverless solutions. The solution is to use a server for those things. You can spin it up yourself. You can pay us to use ours. But if you have a problem with serverless, the solution isn't fix serverless. It's spin up a server. Like one example, serverless can't do databases. You cannot have a truly serverless database because the data has to go somewhere. So the serverless database providers, what they are doing is hosting the servers for you so you can connect them in a serverless environment. There's also the wild shit that Fly is doing with Elixir and Flame. That stuff is really cool, but doesn't necessarily fit with the stuff that we're talking about here, because those Flame instances, those aren't taking a request in of their own. The only way to get into and out of a Flame instance is through calling it on your backend directly. Yeah, scale to zero is really cool for reasons beyond small side projects and things. And again, whole video about that coming out soon. Do I have to react to that one? I saw Prime did in the video bombed, but I kind of want to still. Because I fucking love Jose so much. Do it? I'll do that soon then. Cool. Thanks, I'll check it out. That is so good. That is so good. Good one, Nate. Anyways. I think we've adequately addressed that one. Okay, so once again, my mistake for titling something without giving the full context of what we're doing. In the future, I'll be sure to title this accordingly. While I still like serverless deployments for most things, we decided that in the specific case of managing large numbers of files being uploaded server side, having a long-running server instance can be beneficial. But this does not change my stance on serverless as a whole. In the future, I'll be sure to title my videos accordingly. Yeah. If I was to change my titles based on what people told me to do, all of my titles would look like this. I did ask the commenters to drop the dumbest things that they have to say about UploadThing in the replies, so you have a few more fun ones to go through. Typical case of things developers care about, but the customers don't. That was what started all of this. Would rather use the much more stable and simpler Amazon S3. And does speed even matter? The user should be fine waiting a few more seconds. I mean, just self-host it. Why do you even call yourself a programmer when you need another service for file uploads? Just build your own infrastructure. It's too expensive. Careful not to step in the bullshit. Reducing JS size is not insignificant because not everyone who downloads the JS also uploads a file. I don't know if he's trying to say this one dumb, but there was a common misconception. There was two misconceptions with the change that we made with the new UploadThing stuff. And I'll use this comment from JT Webman as an opportunity to riff those. The first is, doesn't this double your bandwidth costs? Because now we have to eat the bandwidth going into the UploadThing server, and then we have to eat additional bandwidth going out to S3. Once you're inside of a specific AWS account and region, you no longer have to pay bills. You no longer get billed on the bandwidth being used between things. So going from one S3 bucket to another, you get billed on invocations, but you don't get billed on the actual data throughput being transferred. Going from an EC2 instance or an ECS instance in our case, over to S3, you don't get billed for that either. You get billed for the events, but you get billed for the event pre-sign post or direct upload like what we're doing. But since it's already in that environment, you don't get billed. And for them, it's way cheaper because it's running inside of the same network and inside of the same warehouse. So I understand why they wouldn't charge for it. But it's important to know that detail. And that's why I have to call out what JT Webman said here, which is instead of pre-sign calls or calling in the end on complete, could we not just run the ingest code on your own server and they can just upload? Sure. But now you need a long-running server with really complex behaviors encoded in it. Like the code base for that ingest server is insane. I can barely follow it, and I've been reviewing it from day one. It's one of the most complex things that I've had under my ownership ever. You don't want to own that yourself, trust me. It will block other things going on that endpoint. So if you're using the same server for, I don't know, authenticating users or loading pages and for uploading files, that's a lot of throughput that you don't want to be dealing with there. It also means, as I mentioned a whole bunch just now, you can't run it on serverless. So if you want a simple stateless serverless application and deployment, and your state lives in your database in an UploadThing or S3 or wherever else, you cannot ingest the files on your server. You cannot do it. So if you compromise on literally all of those things, and you have a team of 4 people to manage it for you, sure, you don't need UploadThing. But if you're a normal human or even a normal business that doesn't want to waste your time paying a bunch of engineers to go do this the right way or deal with the liability of them doing it wrong, because they will a few times, that's why UploadThing exists. That's why we built this stuff. Because every company, like realistically speaking, every major company that does more than like 100 gigs of data transfers in and out of their buckets that are user-facing, they all either should be using UploadThing or have built their own equivalent of the stuff that we just released. Because doing it any other way is insecure, inflexible, expensive as fuck, and dangerous. Don't do things other ways. And if you don't want to spend the months writing the code that we wrote, I have a solution for you. Anyways, why not just get rid of pre-signed URLs and use something else for auth? How hard can uploading really be? I want to be the next Dropbox. This is going to be too expensive. Better roll my own. This is a good question. How do we do auth for lots of small pictures? I have been thinking about this. This has been the top of my to-do list for like a month, like figuring out the right solution for that. So Brennan, thank you for asking about this. More coming soon. I want to contextualize the Dropbox comment because it was one of the funniest things ever. My YC app, Dropbox, throw away your USB drive, posted on April 4th, 2007. This was the announcement for Dropbox, which I would guess some of you guys have heard of before. Let me resize this so you can actually read it. This is one of the funniest comments of all time. I think about this probably more than I should. I have a few qualms with this. One, for a Linux user, you can already build such a system yourself quite trivially by getting an FTP account, mounting it locally with curl FTPS, and then using SVN or CVS on the mounted file system. For Windows or Mac, this FTP account could be accessed through built-in software. Point two, doesn't actually replace a USB drive. Most people I know email files to themselves or host them somewhere online to be able to perform presentations, but they still carry a USB drive in case there are connectivity problems. This does not solve the connectivity issue. Three, it does not... I have to riff on two for a second, actually. We're going to do a quick poll. Do you still carry a USB drive? Yes, sometimes. LMAO, no. And then point three, it does not seem very viral or income generating. I know this is premature at this point, but without charging users for the service, is it reasonable to expect you to make money off of this? I mean, they do charge. I don't know if they did with the initial launch. What do they say here? There's some unannounced viral parts I didn't get to show there. It'll be a freemium model up to X gigs free, tiered plans above that. Yeah. Overwhelmingly, no, and sometimes. You carry the drive with Linux ISOs. I'm assuming that's, is it Ventoy, the one that lets you do multiple off of one drive? Yeah, Ventoy. I love Ventoy. It fucking never works with Windows installs, but other than that. Don't take investment tips from that guy. For real. I think he has since like walked back his stance on it. If I recall, this person's like cool. I don't include that in the video. We don't need to riff on that. But yeah, I would not take investment tips from that guy. What else do we have to roast here? I counted. You posted 5 videos about serverless in the last year. Only one states that you're a big fan of it. And even there, you said it's been negative. Took you long enough. Random lazy YouTube comment. There's a lot of those here. If you actually look at the comments, too many. The web dev world is slowly reverting. Soon we literally use 0 NPM packages in just vanilla JS, and our product shipped 10 times faster. The average API response is 0.0001 milliseconds. Not possible, but yeah. This one's actually funny. Rule number 2 when you make an app. Make it slow so that when you remove the slow logic in the code, you can brag about how fast it became. That's a fair dig. That was a good one. You know what? I don't think any of these others are worth riffing on anymore. Wait until he figures out how quick and simple FTP is. I have real users. Sorry. I can't believe, like, literally recreating the Dropbox comment. Like, I thought it was Mimi to bring up the Dropbox comment. No, people are unironically making it in my replies. So, yeah. I guess we're the next Dropbox. If you're curious about UploadThing, go check us out, uploadthing.com. And until next time, wait, fuck, I had one more thing to do. I'm going to do the outro, but then I'm going to go look at the nice words. No, fuck it, we're not doing the outro yet. Skip that. Sorry for the fake out. I hate Figma putting all of this shit in my UI. Is there a hotkey to hide the sidebar? Command slash is not doing it for me. Let me just sign back in. Command slash is a search thing. Oh, it's command other slash? No, that's for my 1Password. Command shift that slash worked. Cool. They not have like a preview mode? Why do they not have a fucking preview mode? Anyways. Developers love us. Just look at some of these comments. Thank you to UI UX Phil for working on this new mock for the homepage. This is great. Dude, who in the world would ever use UploadThing? What the fuck is even that? I'll face reveal if you stop. Honestly, dude, this is worse than I thought, staying with S3. That's why we stopped sponsoring your channel. Yo, the Primogen, look at this shit. Go back to skateboarding, boy. Hey, that one was me. This really took you 6 months. WTF did you guys do the whole time? I would normally say, like, this is so out of character for Matt, but Matt's been getting spicy recently. God damn it, Phil. I saw that live edit. Josh tried UploadThing. Josh cried. Did you really just copy S3 and call it any better? New S3 just dropped. It's even worse than S3 itself. Good job, tech bros. Thanks for the trolling. Appreciate it. This is Phil. Either hire him or follow him on Twitter. Appreciate the roast. Nice soy jack. Didn't even use the Theo jack. Come on. We have a whole like custom soy jack made for this. He didn't even use it. SMH. Fair points. I do want to clarify quick, though, and I probably should have done this in the intro. The vast majority of the feedback that we got with this launch was so positive and kind. And I might go refilm the intro on this one. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for the kind words, and thank you for the free marketing from the haters. Appreciate you all a ton, and until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That's the outro. Let's go get that new intro. It was based on this one. Cool. Re-record this part. You already know the rules for phase. You don't... God damn it, Blazingly. Did you just drop another gift bomb as I'm getting started on the re-record of the intro? Appreciate it a ton, man. It's 810 total. Sad you lost the 710. Still legendary. Thank you so much for the support. Nonsense. If there's something you specifically want me to talk about today, let me know and we'll get that prioritized. That's insane. Thank you so much. We're almost at 1,000 subs again. We were like in the early 700s before. Actual legend. Thank you so much for the support. Nothing in particular. Well, let me know if that changes. And if there's anything in the list here they're particularly excited about, I can try to get that rushed up. Just let us know. A bunch of people got subs from that. Anyways, let me go re-record this intro. You can't do new subs from India? I got you. I'll do this so I don't accidentally dox my payment info. Gifted a sub on my own channel. There you go. I should have done a tier 3. I thought about that too late. Sorry. I'll up you to a tier 3 the next time you need one. Anyways. Re-recording the intro now, finally. You don't need security before you have 100 or more paying users, except for some special businesses. Devs, once again, thinking that they save time by doing a useless thing faster. This is going to be a fun one. To be very clear, the UploadThing launch went great, and the vast, vast majority of the feedback we got has been beyond positive. People who were already using UploadThing, hyped to see how much faster it is. People who weren't using it before, hyped to see how easy it was to set up. And people who have no interest in using it, paying their respect for how hard we worked to build something as great as we did. I couldn't be more proud of what we shipped with the V7 launch. Maybe I'd be a little more proud if I wrote more of the code, but the team absolutely killed it with this launch. I'm so proud of where we're at with UploadThing. And it seems like the haters are struggling a bit. Normally, my haters are actually kind of smart. I have been historically quite surprised about... I've honestly been kind of surprised historically that my haters have been as deep in the weeds of the details of things as they have been. They often are citing me incorrectly or spouting nonsense as a result of their logic, but I've seen the logic there. They know a lot of stuff, and generally speaking, my biggest haters are not dumb, which is why it's been unbelievable to watch all of their brains fall out as they try to find a way to dig on UploadThing and what we really... Which is why it's been fun to watch their brains fall out as they try to find ways to dig on what we just released. They're struggling, and their struggle is our profit. So I'd like to shout out all my haters for the free marketing as we go through diving into all of these dumb takes and why they are dumb. Know that I don't normally do this, and know that this doesn't mean I'm not hyped about the positivity. But if I keep sharing the nice things people say, no one notices. But every time I share the negative ones, it does well. So without further ado, no sponsor today, just UploadThing. Give us a shot. Let's dig into some dumb takes. Cool. Better intro. If you want the pay-per-use, we dropped the email in the Discord. If you email support@ping.gg, we can get that enabled for you. And then you'll see what the pay-per-use pricing looks like. We're going to release that soon-ish. Mark and I are both traveling a whole bunch over the next 2 weeks, so it's delayed until we figure that out. But it's available. You just have to email us. Give us the email address that your UploadThing account is set up with, so that we can activate the flag for you, but we can get that turned on for people. Just, yeah. Interesting graph. I don't fully agree. There are points here that make sense, but the missing piece is the variability of traffic, which we'll talk about when I do the serverless video later. Great question, Dark Slap. Right now, it sucks. What I would recommend right now is using other services like Vercel's image optimization, Cloudflare's image optimization, or Cloudinary is pretty good too for doing the image transforms. But in the future, we'll handle that. But in the future, we have things coming. I built a bunch of custom stuff for PicThing, and we do want to do that. This is actually a good point. I should find that Semver comment. That would actually be a funny one to include. Thank you for calling that out. Yeah, image.engineering. I don't think you typed that wrong. I think that Twitch doesn't know how to handle TLDs that are that long, which is really funny. Cool, let me, one more for UT haters. Cool. Sneak this in when I'm doing all of the YouTube comments. I'm sure you can find a natural place for it. Bro had 7 major versions in a year. Yeah, we follow Zemver. 7 breaking changes in a year? Still insane. Yeah. Because anytime we do something that might break someone's existing implementation, we bump a major. If AWS did the same thing, they'd be on like the thousands. Big companies hide the fact that they're doing this by having you put the date of the version of the SDK you want. They no longer version their SDKs. They require you to specify the date at which you read the docs for the specific expectations that your code has. So, no, this is actually normal. Sorry, we're following Semver rules. If you have issues with semantic versioning, cool, take it up with semantic versioning. I think it's good that when we do things that might break for some of our users, that we do major version bumps. In this one, the only thing that broke for the vast majority of users is they had to change the environment variable because we're using a token now instead of the ID and or secret key that we were doing before, as I discussed in the UploadThing v7 video. Yeah, this is annoying. It is like people look at version numbers like they actually mean something, and what they mean is that if you were on the last one and the new one comes out, you should probably read the docs to see what changed. Also, a good comment from chat. If 7 major feature updates in a year seems insane to you, you're working with the wrong companies. Wait, .env change? No code mod? Impossible to migrate. Yeah, we didn't write a giant code mod to theoretically transform all of your code. And a code mod couldn't even do and a code mod couldn't even handle the environment variable thing. So yeah, we suck. We're fucking over all our users. It's like looking at number of commits or lines of code. Yes, that's a great comparison. It's a meaningless number. Yeah, it's significantly better than the alternative, which is tons of packages shipping breaking changes on patch versions, which happens all the time. Cool. That's the extra. Thank you for the reminder of that one. No, haters is people who said really stupid shit. Like, us caring about upload speed means that we don't understand what users need, or the really good one, which was you don't need security before you have 100 or more paying users. So, yeah, if you think that's people critiquing the technical decisions, cool. It's not people critiquing the technical decisions. False dichotomy? What the fuck are you talking about, Francis? This will be fun. Just got linked this from my team. If you're going to be in Berlin or are down to be December 13th and 16th, CJE's giving a talk. CJE's fucking legend from the community. Chris kills it. This will be fun. He's had to optimize Axiom recently, which is not a fun task. It is a very complex tool for going through all of your logs and analytics and everything between. And getting the UI performant with millions of pieces of data flowing through it is not easy. And no, they didn't move to Solid.js. So definitely a talk worth seeing. If you're interested and you're able to go, I'll drop this link in the chats quick. There we go, Francis. Thank you for understanding. I do use Axiom. We rely on it heavily. It's phenomenal. Oh, yeah. I think you're talking about a different one. I didn't put that in this video. I didn't feel like finding it. But there was somebody who thought that they saw an actual security concern in how UploadThing worked because we had an old docs page that we didn't update properly and tried owning us publicly for it instead of privately disclosing it when it was literally just a documentation failure. But if it was a real bug, that would have been bad. Yeah, we ingest so much that like we get warnings for it. It's nuts. Because we just ingest fucking everything. We don't care because it handles everything. Cool. Since I was just ranting about this, nobody responsibly discloses if they can get a free dunk on me. Come on. It's actually one of the things that I'm concerned about now is I am popular enough that if there are security issues, on one hand, I have a bunch of awesome people, like I just saw Eva was in here earlier, who will find it really early and aggressively and let me know privately. But on the other hand, there's assholes who want to get the free dunk on me. And those assholes are going to take every opportunity they can get. Oh shit, you're already in San Diego, Leo? Good stuff. Flying out tomorrow. See you there, bright and early. Leo, did I already send you the invite to the party, by the way? No? Okay, I'm DMing you that now so I don't forget. Fuck, what's your handle on Twitter again? Oh yeah, the shirts too. Oleo P47, that was what I was missing, the P. Thank you. Yeah, I will check for the shirts literally first thing after stream. I have it. It's number 2 on my to-do list. I mentioned what was number 1 earlier. Cool. Link sent for that. TY. R2 be better than upload or for UploadThing than S3? Kind of. It'd be slightly cheaper in some cases, but we're still pricing out the gap and the differences between the things. Bring your own bucket is like the focus of what we built, though. It's like make it easy to swap out the bucket so we can try things like using a different bucket and see what the pricing characteristics look like. The reality is that R2's pricing is so obnoxiously obfuscated that it's hard to know for sure how much cheaper or more expensive it would or could be. So I can't say definitively either way. An ingest server is the server that ingests the file. So when a user is doing the upload, it's the server the file goes to as it gets passed through to the bucket. Cool. Truth about serverless time. Yes, we've been trying to support enterprise more realistically for a while now. And yes. Thank you, Alejo. Don't share the link. Cool. You built this? I've used this page before. No shit. Oh, good. I'm already following you. I was going to say, like, you just earned a follow so fast. I don't even remember what I followed you for, but yeah, you're just one of those people that builds useful things. Good shit. I love this. You found out that Cloudflare does not have a pricing page that includes pricing for all their stuff. And then you went and built one for them. That's fucking huge. A+. If you're having any issues with jobs, clip this and send it to potential employers. You are clearly capable of identifying places to add value and then doing it. It's great. Being so simple, or just being simple and clear about pricing is the best differentiator. Almost all of the others are so obfuscated. Not to mention it was so easy to set up. Yeah. That was an important point for us. I will be honest. The way that it is priced could potentially fuck us if you're abusing it. And there is a future where you have to add additional pricing verticals if you have certain characteristics, like you're only using 50 gigs of storage, but you're doing thousands of terabytes of bandwidth every month. That we would have to handle in our pricing. It's like right now, our pricing does not one-to-one match our cost verticals. And I want to make sure we don't put ourselves out of business because some customer abuses things. So in the future, we will likely have to make changes, specifically like in the unlimited tier, where certain levels of traffic get hit with additional bills. But we are still early in figuring all of that out. And the goal will always be transparency and simplicity in understanding the pricing. Like that was, I totally agree. Like every other service made it way too hard to know how much it actually fucking costs. And we will be fighting hard to stay the understandable solution. Need a Theo come back for this. I already have a video on my second channel about Pal World and Nintendo. This is absolute bullshit. Nintendo's too aggressive with their bullshit suits, and I hope they fight it. I hope they made enough money and that they're sitting on enough of it to fight this and win, because they should absolutely be able to fight this and win. It's a bullshit suit. The nice thing about performance work is you learn like 10 things once, and then the solution is basically always one of those. Yeah. The thing that sucks about it, though, is testing those 10 different solutions to figure out which one is or isn't working, and then getting gaslit by all the fucking performance monitoring tools in Chrome into thinking it's better when it's not. Hell. The AC went off again. I fucking hate Nest. Give me one sec. Gonna make Mark set me up on the Nest app in the near future. Anyways, truth about serverless time. I feel gaslit by Chrome and React Dev tools at least once a week. Good numbers. Truth about serverless time. I might have to Excalibur this. Also going to add in compose shout out, so I don't forget that, because I will otherwise. Dark mode, so you look mad at me. Cool. You know what? I want to plan a bit more for this one. Making a video titled The Truth About Serverless. What are some core points I should reference? Nothing I wouldn't have said otherwise. Don't know what I was expecting. I do not have to. They don't do concurrent viewership counts on Twitter. They claimed they were. I proved to them they weren't. They went and finally checked the code and agreed with me finally. But yeah, generally speaking, any metric that can't go down isn't a real metric. I say that a lot. It's important. So if the number never goes down, it's not measuring concurrent anything. Anyways, truth about serverless. It's no secret that I'm a pretty big fan of serverless deployments. It's no secret that I'm a pretty big fan of serverless. Even if I just put out a video about why we're moving off of it, that doesn't mean I'm moving all my things off. In fact, that was a new service that we built for UploadThing. Generally speaking, everything I build is still built around serverless paradigms. But I haven't taken the time recently to break down why and to really showcase the truth of serverless. I've also not been able to do it without a certain sponsor behind me. Not that they ever had meaningful influence over the things I said about serverless, but I'm hoping that we can have a bit more of a trustworthy conversation about it, because there's a lot of things that people do and don't understand about building serverless applications. There's also some fun little secrets that I think people have missed about what makes serverless applications and the serverless mindset for building really, really great for most software developers. That doesn't mean we don't have a sponsor today, though, so let's quickly hear from them. Cool. Let's get to it. And no, we don't support the S3 API. We're literally explicitly not another S3 alternative. Like, if you want something that's S3 compatible but has a weirder billing structure, you got plenty of options for that, trust me. Ew, what is that font? There we go. Much better. Oh, actually, that reminded me. I need to check something on Studio before I forget. I was going to see how this one did with my thumbnail options. Interesting. I did not think that one would win. But it's closer than I would have thought as well. Good knowledge. I forgot to remove edited by FaZe because he's literally edited every single video for a while now. But I actually edited that one. It's been nice doing more editing. I missed it. Anyways, the truth about serverless. This is going to be a complex topic. Before we go too far in, and believe me, we're going to go deep. So if you're a person who knows serverless well, but doesn't necessarily understand every detail of what's good and bad about it, stick around. But we need to do a very brief top-level overview of what serverless is. Obviously, serverless doesn't mean no servers. What it means is you're no longer provisioning servers for your application and for your code. If you were building things the traditional, LAMP stack way, which is the cool thing when I was a kid, LAMP stack stood for Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. And when you were building with LAMP stack, you would run all four of those things on the same server. You'd have a server that was running Linux. It had Apache as the top level of orchestrating the HTTP requests. You had PHP, which would actually do the work of generating the pages. And you'd have MySQL, which was the database things would connect to get the data, write it, read. You know what a database does, hopefully. Then we had the mean stack, which was Mongo, Express, Angular, and Node. And from that point, the idea of everything running on one server started to fade due to a specific company called AWS. So the way things used to work is you would have a box. So we'll call this the old way. And in the old way, you'd have this box. We'll say this is just running Linux. You would have a top level in this box that was something like Apache. Then you would have another layer on the same server that was PHP. And then one last layer on the same server, which was MySQL. To rethink how I drew this here, let's make these all different elements inside. We'll make this Apache. And I'm just going to redo this whole thing. As I was describing with the LAMP stack, think of this box as one server, and it would run Apache, PHP, and MySQL all here. And if you wanted to swap out the PHP code, you would do that by FTPing in and replacing the files that this PHP code was calling. Because PHP is interpreted, you can just swap the PHP files out for different PHP files on the fly, and you're fine. But then something interesting happened. Well, two things. The tech we were building with changed slightly. We would still maybe use Apache, but usually we wouldn't even bother. So the mean stack would be Mongo, Express, and Node. You would still have Angular in here. But the Angular code wasn't running on this server. The Angular code was a script tag that was part of the HTML that Express would resolve with. And then you would load that script tag probably from something like S3 to actually do the Angular side or the React side if you did MERN stack locally on your device. But something quickly started to happen here, which was that the tooling to swap out the code for the JavaScript stuff was complex enough that just FTPing in and swapping it was not super reliable. On top of that, getting Mongo to behave was annoying. So a combination of this and this little company you guys might have heard of called AWS. I know they're a small startup, but they did something interesting. They broke this up. So instead of it being one server that has all these things in it, they have one server that's just the Express and Node code, and then a separate server that is just the Mongo code. And this enabled a lot of cool things. It meant making changes to this didn't ever risk the integrity of your database. It meant you could have multiple of these in multiple different places. If you needed more boxes to handle more traffic, you can just run more of them. And if they're all connected to the same database, it's fine. And slowly we started doing this with other databases. It wasn't just Mongo even early on, but the idea of a database platform being servers that are separately running from your application code was at a point in time a kind of new concept. The idea of connecting to a database on a different box somewhere else as the main way of dealing with database reads and writes on your API was weird. People were not used to that at the time. Eventually, this went so far that we started having microservices where we have different Express Node code bases entirely running on different boxes, all using some database as the source of truth. A large inspiration for why we did this was the ability to swap out the code running on these boxes. So if this was running Go code, if this was running Python code or something else, and the ability to swap it without restarting, so to speak, wasn't there, like it is in PHP. The only way to properly swap out this code would be to spin up a new server with the new code, start routing traffic to that, kill the traffic on the old one, and then kill this box. And this type of setup, in order to swap what was inside of the box that users were hitting, got more and more complex. On top of that, more and more of the state that we used to keep inside of this box, like we would here with MySQL, started moving out. So instead of this being stateful and this server that we had running having a bunch of data that would be lost if the server shut down, we started making it so at any point you could just kill the server and you wouldn't lose anything. But at that point, how much are we benefiting from having a long-running server in the first place? And what happens if we have a huge traffic spike and we need more provisioning than this server has in it? Boy, do we have a solution. Everyone's favorite. Kubernetes. Kubernetes was created to make it way easier to manage all of these different servers, how many of them there are, what code they're all running. Auto-scaling groups with EC2 was also a big part. Good call out from Ryan. I didn't know you knew the infra side this well. Good shit. Yeah, EC2 was another path there, and then eventually ECS and EKS all built around these Kubernetes primitives. The goal was all the same, though. Make it so you don't think as much about what specific code specific servers are running. Instead, you configure the ability to spin up a server, and then you can just spin them up and kill them whenever. As long as your database is separate, who cares? Because if you have one server or 100 servers, if they're all connecting to the database, fine. Doesn't really matter how many servers you have. I've learned to just assume Ryan knows everything is usually accurate. Yes, but one of the highest honors I've ever had was helping a thing click in Ryan's head. It is magical to take someone who does know everything like he does and actually help them understand a thing they happen to not have an understanding of because they haven't done it. It's humbling. But yeah, Ryan, a big part of why he knows so much is he takes the time to learn it, and he talks to the people who he knows know better and is very willing to learn and be wrong. But yes, it feels like he just knows everything. Anyways, enough of me explaining why Ryan Carniato is one of the smartest people in tech. Back to another smart thing in tech, Kubernetes. I hope bringing up Kubernetes and even typing that word out gave y'all a bit of trauma, because one of the specific things I have tried to push with my brand and my channel is taking these things that work for very specific types of workloads in large companies and making sure the average developer knows they shouldn't touch them. Things like 100% code coverage, things like Kubernetes might make sense at specific large companies, but for the majority of medium to small size companies, or even medium to small size teams at big companies, they make a lot less sense. Do you know who else realized this? AWS. I think we have now contextualized how we got here. First, we had everything in one box. Then we had the separation of our application code and our database layer so that we could swap this out without losing our data. Then we realized we could actually run multiple of these at once, all connecting to the same database, and it didn't really matter, which made it way easier to scale. It made something like Node viable. I should probably point out that Node's concurrency model, despite being great for IO-bound things, was not as good for heavy work, so the ability to spin up multiple servers was very, very useful for Node specifically. But to leave these here, something started to become obvious at AWS. Why do we have to think about how many of these servers we're running? And why are we running them all of the time? Let's set up a theoretical scenario. I'm going to make a quick little diagram here. Let's say this is number of users. And then the bottom we'll just say is time. Now let's say when our company started, number of users was relatively small. And we could comfortably fit it on just one server. Awesome. Let's build some thresholds out here. Let's say this line is the point at which one server can no longer handle the traffic. This would be 2 servers. This would be 3. This would be 4. For a long time, we can get away with this. But where things start to get messy, I need to switch the line type. Cool. But things don't start to get messy until you cross a threshold for the first time. And now we need 2 servers. Let's say we only get those traffic spikes that need that at very specific times. Like, I don't know, Black Friday caused our traffic to spike up a whole bunch. Now, we're doing too much traffic to justify having this one server here. So we need 2. We could set up an auto scaler to detect when the traffic gets to a certain threshold. So that usually looks like is you pick a threshold, we'll say here, and when we see that traffic, number of users, whatever metrics we're tracking, get to a specific point, then we spin up another server. So if we go past that point, we have enough servers to handle the traffic. This also means you have to write your code in a way that can handle running in multiple places and makes no assumptions about multiple users being connected to the same box. But if you make all of those assumptions and you build this in a stateless way, and you build in these thresholds to detect when something should scale up and down, you can handle this. The issue is how long it takes for that to spin up. I'm going to copy paste this because I want to have some more fun examples. Let's say instead of a slow ramp up because it's Black Friday, let's say instead the ramp up is because Theo mentioned you on Twitter or pushed you in a video. Let's say the ramp up looks like that instead. So it happens almost immediately, where in seconds, we go from a small number of users to 3x or more. We pass this threshold, so we spin up the next server, but do we have even the capacity to notice that we needed 2 servers, not 1? The servers take time to spin up, and you need to have enough servers to even know how much traffic is coming in. So if we broke our threshold, we don't know how hard we broke that threshold necessarily. So how many servers do we spin up gets complex. And as a result, what I would see many companies do, and to this day, many still do, I was guilty of this myself at Amazon, we would just provision up to our theoretical peak. So instead of running 1 server or 2 servers, we would just always run 3. Because the alternative is some users get an error page or get a hanging connection because there was no server to actually resolve their request because the server that we had was overburdened and under-provisioned. This stuff sucks. I want to be real clear about that. Doing this shit is not fun. If you're the type of person that finds this fun, cool, awesome, you're going to take a lot of my money in the process, but this sucks. And it's funny, somebody said, just don't use JS in chat because a lot of other languages make this even worse. Rails blocks on I/O. So if you're doing a database check for one user, the next user can't even start their request yet. At least with JavaScript, I/O won't block the other things going on. When I'm waiting for the database to do something, I can process other requests at the same time. You can build this yourself in other languages. Like you can build this type of concurrent model for handling non-blocking I/O separate from your requests in languages like Go. Maybe you can do it in Rust, but at this point, I hope you all know how miserable it is to do concurrency and parallelism in Rust. Even the Rust community seems to have mostly acknowledged this. They've written some awesome content on how hard it is to do parallel and multi-threading stuff correctly in these other languages. But non-blocking I/O is a difficult problem, and no, Rails has not solved it. Rails has a cool thing called rack, where you can spin up multiple threads on one box, but each of those threads can be blocked by I/O. That's just a fact. So believe it or not, JavaScript is actually a pretty good language for running in environments like this. When you consider the balance of the code being much easier to work in and digest, because you're not writing heavily async code. The only code base I've ever seen that is truly fully threaded and is readable was also written in Elixir because Elixir was built for these things. But yeah, Rust is, if you think Rust is beautiful, you haven't written enough concurrent and async Rust, because that code, you lose a lot of the beauty really quickly. Anyways, if we wanted to make this solution work great, there's a few things we would need to do. So here are like the bullet points of how to make this great. And this, again, I'm talking about the load balancing solution. So the things we'd have to do to make load balancing work well are make it so servers can spin up fast. Because if I have to handle a traffic spike, I need to be prepared to, because if I have to handle a traffic spike, I don't want to wait 2 minutes for a server to spin up. I need that ASAP. So cold start times and the time it takes to spin up a server is much more important. We also have to make sure that we can detect the amount of traffic more trivially. Make traffic patterns easier to track. And of course, we need to make the code stateless. So, of course, Amazon worked hard to do all of these things. They went out of their way to make the spinning up of a new server as fast as possible, to make it easier to use other tools to actually detect what traffic levels look like. So not having a server capable of handling the traffic doesn't prevent you from knowing how much traffic you're getting, and encouraging us to move our state off of our serverless into things like their database products, their fun new serverless database solutions, stuff like that. But in order to make a load balance solution work well, these things went from stuff that no one ever thought about to high priorities. I promise you, up until recently, nobody in the PHP world was thinking about how long it takes for your PHP code to initialize or to spin up a box from scratch and get PHP running on it. These weren't things people thought about because they ran PHP on a fixed number of servers that were always there. So they didn't think about how long it takes to start up because they don't start it up. They started up 17 years ago and haven't touched it since. So these aren't things that most of these devs thought about. But in order to handle these types of traffic patterns and these behaviors, AWS had to think about these things. And I think those who are tuned in enough are going to see what happened here. They accidentally invented serverless. Serverless happened naturally when the efforts were put in to do all of these things so that load balanced services could spin up faster. Because if you need to go from one server to 2 servers to 3 servers, you need to be able to handle the fact that there's different state on those different servers. You need to handle the fact that these need to spin up almost immediately. You need a way to know how much traffic is there so you know how many servers to spin up. So the obvious question that led here is, what if it was automatic? This is why serverless exists. The process of automating load balancing almost naturally comes to the conclusion of rebuilding Lambda. And the reason serverless works this way is because it's where you naturally end up when you try to optimize these problems. So to actually explain what serverless is, because again, there's a server, is we've abstracted a bit further. So if we go back here to the distributed mean stack example, where we have servers 1, 2, and 3, and all of these servers are running Express and Node, and then we have our Mongo database. I'm going to move this separately because I want to separate these into a clear set of things. So I want to resize that. Give me 1 second. So sorry, phase. Thankfully, you're good at turning my nonsense in Excalibur into watchable content. None of that's what I'm trying to do. I really wish I could turn off that stupid sidebar in macOS. I hate it so much. I'm so scared for the next macOS update too. I really need to do it because I want the phone mirroring, but I hate everything else. Okay. A different way to think, or a quick way to diagram things differently from what I was showing before, is if we set this up as stateful on one side and stateless on the other. because this code needs to be able to run and die and handle all of those cases. So we have to offload the state over here. The state could be in Mongo. The state could be in Redis. The state could be in a lot of different places. But when these servers need state, they have to get it from somewhere else instead, because we need to be able to kill this server at any time or spin up another next to it and not lose track of your user's information and stuff like that. And when you separate things this way, the next step almost becomes obvious. I'm going to quickly change this to be your Express code. Make this a bit bigger so it's clearer. Because this server is running your Express code and Node, which is what the server, or which is what the code is being executed on. So in order for this all to work, have it smaller. So now if it turns out you need more traffic, you have to spin up a whole nother one of these boxes. And these boxes are running Linux, so we have to wait for Linux to boot. So now I have an empty box with just Linux. Then once that's booted, we spin up Node. We have to load in Node, all of its dependencies, everything else. It's Julia or Gabriel, we're doing the Truth About Serverless video. And then we load in your Express code. And now the server, once it's processed that code, JITted it, launched it, and got it running, now, after however many seconds, if not minutes, that all took. Oh, and by the way, you have to form a database connection too. Notice to connect to your database in order to be able to do things. Once all of that work is done, now this server can start responding to requests. What if we moved the Express code, though? What if all of these servers were already running, but without your code in them? You could do this yourself. As I showed before, you can just spin up a server for all the different things that you might be doing and all of the concurrency that you might hit, all the user counts you might reach. You can spin up the right number of servers for that. But it'd be hella expensive. But if you're Amazon size, spinning up that many servers and just keeping them around isn't as big of a deal. Especially if you are dealing with the traffic of like half of the web. Because if one website is spiking in traffic, that means other websites aren't. So if you have all of these servers that are already running, and you're able to temporarily share these with people so that effectively it's a different layer of the same abstraction, where when you're renting a server through EC2, they're not going to a server rack, plugging in a new box that they just bought for you and assigning it to you. They already have a bunch of these machines spun up, ready to go. They're just giving you a virtual layer in one of them. So what they've done since, and what serverless actually is they've abstracted it one step higher. Now, they're not just running a server waiting for your code to come take over and run it indefinitely. Now they have all of these servers idling, waiting for a payload. The payload could be a Docker image, but generally they don't recommend that. They recommend using their images so that you can use their pre-provisioned servers. Because now when a user makes a request, all they have to do is move your code in, handle the request, and then move it out. That's what serverless enables. It's not that there aren't servers, it's that you don't own them the same way. In the previous model, all of these boxes are things you could see in your AWS database. You had a server that was my server 1, my server 2, my server 3. These were yours, and they stayed around until you told them to go away. What serverless means isn't there are no more servers. It means the part of what you own no longer includes the actual servers, because the server is only running when a request is being made. So it could be an event triggered through SQS, or like you uploaded a file on S3, which triggered a Lambda. There's a lot of different reasons that one of these things might spin up. But by default, they are not there. And your code is just sitting in S3, waiting for one of these servers to receive a request, so that it can load in that code and start to execute. Now we're starting to get the good questions. Does serverless mean the dependencies get installed for every call? Effectively, yes. Oh shit, AJ's here. Good stuff. Please correct me if I say anything stupid. I'm trying to do a very dumbed down explanation of how these things work. But if I say something that's like outright egregiously incorrect, you know what you're talking about. Please correct me. Doing great so far. Awesome. That's like the serverless God says I'm doing great. Cool. We're doing good so far, boys. This is actually a really good question. Does serverless mean the dependencies get installed for every call? For now, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to describe it, and then I'll show you how it's not fully true. But for starts, yes. If I have a service that has a low number of requests, let's say 1 a minute or so, the request comes in, AWS sees the request and says, oh, this request is to this URL, which means it needs this code to run. Amazon will then, for you, go grab your code from S3 or wherever it's stored, drop it in one of their Lambdas, and execute it for you. That means that any dependencies, any native things you needed, any database connections you have to create. Retake horn sound? I did not hear a horn sound. That might have been on your end. Did anybody else hear a horn? Well. No one else said there was a horn, so I think that was on your end. Cool. Gaslighting me. Goddamn. Cool. So, no worries at all. I prefer to know than not. So to be very clear, not only do you have to spin up all the dependencies from your code base, so any NPM or any node modules you have, any complex stuff there, not only does that all have to get included, you also have to form any additional connections. So if Express is using an ORM in your JavaScript code, that then has to form a connection to your database, to Redis, to whatever else. And the forming of those connections can take time because, again, back in the old serverful days where everything was on the same box, they didn't care how long it took for PHP to connect to MySQL because it was already connected. Who cares? Suddenly, we have to care a lot more because that is now a blocking thing that keeps your code from executing. So if it was a 5-second connection time that you only ever had once, in serverless, all of a sudden, it's happening hundreds, if not thousands of times a day, depending on the services that you're building. This also meant that things like balancing how you connect it to your database mattered more. Because like a default Postgres deployment on Heroku had a maximum number of connections of 10. 10 connections could be made because, again, they were assuming you had 1 to 10 servers that were always connected. But if I have 15 users, I might have 15 connections. And now the old way we connected to databases started falling apart. And that's why we started seeing things like PG Bouncer, PG Pooler, and all of these tools to abstract and build a way to hold connections so they could be shared across different deployments. But as I mentioned before, we were building all of these things anyways in order to make server-backed load balancing work as well. Because it would really suck if the 11th server shows up and all of a sudden your database can't be connected to because it had a limit of 10 connections. We had to solve these problems. But as we went further and further with those solutions, we made this way more viable. And now the term serverless database, despite sounding kind of dumb because it is kind of dumb, what it actually means is the server that your database is running on is prepared to handle an absurd number of parallel connections. Because if you have 1,500 users, you might have 1,500 connections to your database, even if you're not reading and writing too much data from it. So this just sounds terrible, right? Like, why would we do this? Well, there's one piece that makes it way less bad than it sounds. When this code responds, this box doesn't immediately die. It sticks around for a little bit. It holds the connection that you made. And if another request comes in fast enough, it will handle that for you. Which means you don't have to pay the cost of moving this code over. You don't have to pay the cost of jitting the code, getting it running. You don't have to pay the cost of connecting to your database and all those things. It's already been paid. It just sticks around for the next request. And if you have enough users and enough relative traffic, the number of times you're eating cold starts goes down quite a bit. But if you have a traffic spike, if you have a traffic decline and then it goes back to normal, or you just have like an event where a lot of people are saturating the existing Lambdas and then one person makes an additional request past your current provisioning, you will eat a cold start. So we needed to reduce the cost of those as much as we could. And we have. The cost of spinning up your database connections, the cost of instantiating that Java code, or the cost of instantiating that JavaScript code, the cost of a lot of these things has gone down significantly. And now you can run things serverless and get surprisingly great performance if architected correctly. But here's where, now that we have broken all of this down, I think we're finally ready to get to the thing I actually want to talk about for this video, which isn't how serverless works or even how we got here. It's the title up here, The Truth About Serverless. I want to talk about the truth. We talk about the facts that we've just established. First, serverless requires fast startup times. 2, serverless scales to 0 well. 3, serverless requires stateless design of your application code. And 4, serverless costs more money than running a server for the same amount of time. That's a cool call out from AJ. Pretty true too. AWS won't say it publicly, but I wrote a blog post with code which proves that they're doing some predictive auto-scaling. Pretty neat. I call it proactive initialization. That's really cool. Not sure what this is specifically in reference to. I'd love more context, Emily. Cost of managed versus unmanaged. The 80% of cold starts were pre-warmed, but your mileage may vary. Interesting. So even cold starts might be pre-warmed because Amazon is trying to detect those things. Very interesting. I did see this earlier, Lynn. I don't think I'm going to do a video on it, but it's very interesting. Yeah. Anything here that is egregious, AJ, I think this is a fair set of points to call out. I'm going to do a little thing up here. Fun potential tangents that I'm successfully avoiding. We'll see how long I'm able to successfully avoid these for. One is how Cloudflare uses V8 to avoid cold starts. One is Vercel caching bytecode. One is HTTP connection methods for databases. There's a lot of these things I want to touch on, but we have more to talk about. All good so far, according to AJ. Awesome. Love the blessing. Appreciate that a ton. I'll be sure, if you can link your Twitter so I can upsell that too, that'd be really helpful. I can't just open Twitter and search things nowadays. I might get banned from Twitch if I do. Cool. So it is relatively agreed upon that these are things that you have to understand and deal with if you're building in a serverless mindset. Speaking of building in a serverless mindset, AJ has been helping us out a ton throughout this. If I say anything and he disagrees and it's about AWS or serverless anything, I am wrong, he is right, listen to him. Great stuff. Also streams on Twitch benchmarking a lot of these different things. So if you're curious to see what this actually looks like to do, AJ's a really fun follow. And I have absolutely used his threads, his content, and his streams to keep up on these things. I can't believe I wasn't following him. That was pathetic on my part. Good shit. Anyways, I want to riff on these things because I have a real spicy take. And the spicy take is the thing that I'm actually filming this for. The requirements. I'm just going to tell you what, and I'll say it. Here's my spicy take. The requirements to build in a serverless manner make you write better software. And here's where we get spicy. The secret piece that I'm going to try and convince you guys throughout. Serverless is the biggest win. I'm going to type it first. Serverless is the biggest win for functional programming, quite possibly of all time. Functional programming is the concept that you build a pipeline of code and functions, and when given an input, it will always generate the same output. Pure functions, functional programming, are not the most popular thing in the world. I'm not going to sit here and pretend everyone's writing everything functionally. I typoed there. Good call. Functional programming isn't just a thing that we talk about because we're evil and we hate OO or whatever. It makes reasoning about your application logic comically simpler. When something goes wrong in a functional programming code base, it is way easier to figure out at what point things went wrong. Because especially if you're like a testing person, it's much easier to test the expected inputs and outputs of any given piece of functionality in your code base if they're pure functions that when given a specific output will render a specific output. Or it's way easier to figure this stuff out when you have bugs and you're testing things. Retake on that whole bit. This is one of those points where I think I and the functional programming world, this is one of those few places where I think I and the unit testing and testing world get along quite well. Because if your functions are written in a pure way, where the same input will always generate the same output, it is really easy to test. It is really easy to debug. It is really easy to reason about. And some of the most complex code bases that I have worked in were made significantly simpler by using patterns like this. Like, it was easier to read our insane concurrent pipelines for dealing with video ingest for the content team I was on at Twitch, because it was written in Elixir with good primitives, than it is to read and reason about, I don't know, a WebSocket server written in Rust. If your code has clearer inputs and outputs, and those pieces, the functions, can be composed in a way that is logical, your software will be better and easier to maintain. I have a few pieces of content where I talk about this. There's a classic video. One of my favorite tech videos ever. I want to find the original. Yeah, it was this Brian Will video. I have a video on my channel of me reacting to it. Object-oriented programming is bad. Is so good. It's such a good video. It got me into coding YouTube for real when I was younger. And I probably would not be a YouTuber if it wasn't for this and it wasn't for Brian. Unbelievable piece of content. I would argue this is like a must-watch for all developers. Not even because OO is terrible, just to give you the perspective of how we got there and why other methodologies of programming are good. So, as I was saying with serverless, one of the fun things of building serverlessly is that your state has to be separated. You have to have your state somewhere else. And when you're executing a serverless function, let's say I have an API that you hit to get your user profile data. So you're hitting this API, you have a cookie on your headers that I'm using to know who you are, and then I'm fetching data from database to give you your profile. The server cannot contain the cookie, that comes from the request. It is passed to it, and it cannot contain the database because that's running somewhere else. So when you write this code and this pipe, so to speak, is being hit, it gets two inputs. The first input is the request. The second input is the database connection, so to speak. And through those two pieces, we are now able, actually, technically speaking, the only input on the top level function is the request. So this function takes the request. It sees that this request is for the get user profile endpoint. So it grabs the database connection and it passes the request and the database connection to another function. That function checks the request to figure out who this user is. Once it has authenticated you and knows you're you, it then makes a call to the database to get the user's profile info, and then it sends that down to the user. None of that state lives on that server. It doesn't matter if we have one server doing that, 100 servers doing it, or 100,000 servers doing it. As long as the database can handle the concurrent connections, you're good. But if that state is distributed all over the place, or it's attached to random objects, you need to update the server and you don't know what's going to happen to that connection, all of those things, it gets chaotic quick. And most of the hardest problems I've had to debug in software have come from the fact that state is being put in the wrong places. I'm going to drop one more hot take. This is also where the HTMX folks and I agree. The fewer places your state lives, the better. And ideally, your state doesn't live in places it doesn't have to, like business logic, like client-side logic. If you can move all of the state from your servers away from the client and all the client gets is HTML, it makes reasoning about the client and its relationship with the server significantly easier. If you can move all of the state out of your client, or if you can move all the state out of your server-side logic and endpoints and have the logic and the complexity of the code be there, and the state is something that it's pulling in externally or receiving through a request, reasoning through what happens when and how becomes significantly easier. It's so cool. And as a functional programming nerd, it has gotten me excited about building servers and backend code again, because the actual code I'm writing is so simple. And all the other things we used to have to think about, like, how is this deploying? What's the deploy script? How many servers do I have? What is the size of the server? How many virtual CPUs? How much RAM do I have? All those things. I had to start worrying about that again recently because I'm spinning up some Laravel stuff on the side. I forgot how annoying it is to play the guessing game to make sure you've provisioned things correctly. It is not fun. And it's just another one of those things that's taking up room in your head. Like, where does this state live? Or how many cores do I have on the server? Or how many requests can this handle? All of these things are things that have been wasting time in my brain. And when you are forced to not be able to have those things, I actually find that the code I'm writing and the amount of my brain that I'm using is simpler. It's easier to reason about these things. I have been very surprised that these requirements aren't flaws. They aren't things I have to worry about constantly. These are things that make my code better. There are obviously times where I can't do these things. Like if I have to have state, like for the ingest server for UploadThing, it needs to know the current set of chunks it has and where they're going. And that is ephemeral state, but it has to live on the server. We are putting some of it in Redis so that if a server dies immediately, like we can recover. But the nature of how it's holding connections is such that it should be on a server. So it is. But if you can build this way, I would go as far as say you probably should, because it makes reasoning about these things comically simpler. But I have to riff on two additional pieces here. I'm going to reorder these quickly, just to make it clearer, like what we focused on. I think the first chunk of what we talked about helps explain why the requirement for fast startup times makes sense and why it's actually good, because it makes everything from load balancing to serverless better. I think I did a good job here with point 2, which is serverless requires stateless design of your application code. Just described why not only is that reasonable, but it's actually kind of good and can make your code significantly better and easier to reason about. But now I have to riff on these next two. Scale to 0, and it costs too much. Let's have a conversation about scale to 0. This is a thing I've actually changed my mind on a little bit. I'm going to tell this story of how I came to these conclusions by not talking about serverless. We're going to talk about databases. Talk about two companies. PlanetScale and Terso. These two companies might seem pretty similar on the outside. They're both serverless database providers that are trying to make it easier for full stack devs to deploy things and have their database work. But there are some key differences. Obviously, PlanetScale is MySQL plus Vitesse. It is focused on massive throughput. It's a bit smaller. On massive amounts of data. But the most important thing is it requires servers to run. And that means it's expensive for them to run. And I still love PlanetScale. We're still using it for UploadThing, and I cannot imagine building UploadThing without it. Terso is quite a bit different. It's SQLite. Technically, it's libSQL because they forked SQLite because getting changes merged into SQLite is fucking impossible. But I honestly see libSQL becoming the standard long term. It's in a really good state. I don't want to prescribe their focus. Go to their homepage quick. Say it was simple to adopt is definitely a thing that they push. Simple to adopt multi-tenant. Multi-tenant in this case means that you can spin up different databases for different customers. Because realistically speaking, are you ever trying to join data from different users' tables? Like if I have two customers with UploadThing that are uploading files to different places in different regions, what is the likelihood I have to fire a query that is joining those two different customers? It's effectively 0. And if you can separate like different orgs, different customers, different applications to different full-on databases, it can make managing those databases way easier. And Terso's really focused on doing things like that. Where with PlanetScale, they're using Vitesse to shard. So you have one massive database that is broken up based on different keys in the database. So maybe they have different like groups of data in the database sharded based on the user ID they're attached to. Pretty cool, but very different approaches to similar problems. They are both trying to be serverless friendly databases though. One more detail on Terso's side. Data stored in S3. Since it's based on SQLite, and as you hopefully know, SQLite is just storing to a file by default. Terso just stores those files in S3 or some random object store. And if your database isn't getting a lot of traffic, and then a user goes to your service, and now that database has to be hit, similar to what we were describing before with serverless, they have a bunch of servers ready to handle SQLite requests. They just pull in your S3, or they just pull your database from S3, resolve the request, see if more come through for a bit, and if they don't, they just put it back in S3, and then it comes out again when the requests are being made. That means insanely cheap to run. Since PlanetScale has a server or multiple for each of their databases, it doesn't matter how many users you have. Each one requires multiple servers. And that's expensive. And that's why PlanetScale ultimately had to kill their free tier. Whereas Terso is one of the most generous free tiers I've ever seen in my life. The free tier gives you 500 databases, 9 gigs of total storage, 1 billion row reads, and unlimited embedded replicas. That's insane for a free tier. But when you understand the pricing model, it makes a lot more sense, because their pricing isn't based on how many databases you have costing them significantly more money because they're all running servers. It's based on the fact that they're just storing that data in S3. This is also why when I'm working on smaller projects now and the requirements for raw amounts of data are lower than something like UploadThing with millions, if not tens of millions of files, Terso's a really good choice. And that's why I use Terso for PickThing. Yes, I'm actually shipping Terso in production now, and it's been a pretty good experience overall. So why am I bringing all of this up? Scale to 0. Something that has been painful for me to accept. Actually, let me go to planet scale. This is the planet scale pricing page. One of the things that I really like about planet scale is their concept of branches. A branch is a copy of your database's schema that has none of the data. It's just the same schema. So you can use that in dev, in staging, whatever, to make changes to the database's schema, like add new rows, add new tables, delete things, create new indexes, whatever. And once that has been reviewed and people agree on it, you can then do what's called a deploy request, similar to a pull request on GitHub, to request that these schema changes get added to the production schema. But those development branches have to run actual servers, because again, PlanetScale is running real MySQL Vitess servers, which means each of these branches costs them pretty close to the same amount of money that the actual database costs them, which is why they have to bill hourly based on those branches. Previously, you'd pay for a fixed number of branches, but that got miserable quick. Like our bills for just branches were pretty rough, especially when we tried to automate the creation of staging environment stuff. It got bad. So they changed the billing to be based on hours of usage. So a month, say it's 30 days, 24 hours, 720 hours in the month. As I say, that's to number the hours of the month. So you can, built into their main tier, have 2 branches open the whole month. But if you need a third branch, you have a third developer working on things, you have to pay money for that. If you don't remember to sleep these or kill an old one when you're done with it, you have to pay for that. And it's not that they're just nickel and diming you to squeeze every penny out. It actually costs the money. I'm not sitting here trying to demonize PlanetScale. It's the thing that we're using for a reason. It's a phenomenal service and it's worth every cent. But these types of features cost them a lot of money to run. And the reason they built this feature is to streamline the process of deploying your changes so that it feels more similar to what we're used to with tools like GitHub and Vercel and all of these other awesome things in the ecosystem. Terso gives 0 fucks. I don't even think they mention branching in here. Yeah. Branching isn't like how many, it's just yes. There is no concept of branch hours or number of branches or any of these things, because again, it doesn't cost them money. It's funny to look at to see yes, where on PlanetScale it's like complex math you have to do. Here it's just yes. Yeah. So this is where my brain started to flip, because previously, especially after chatting with PlanetScale and Sam there, I still fucking love Sam. We would talk some shit on Scale to 0. Because the people who push really hard for Scale to 0 as like a reason to adopt a service, they're doing that because they have no users. And they want their service with 0 users to cost $0. And they want their service that theoretically might have thousands of users someday to cost a reasonable amount of money. But
But when the traffic goes down, they don't want to pay anything. And when you're like me, I don't even want to see how many GitHub repos I have right now. Can you even see on GitHub, like trivially, how many repos you have? 192. So I have 192 projects, and I actually go through and delete them pretty regularly. So that's a lot. And if I have all of those different projects, very few of them are getting actual traffic. And if I'm paying for a $5 VPS for each of those, that's not a cheap monthly bill. And now imagine each of those has multiple pull requests that have preview environments. If each of those has, let's say, average 5 open PRs, all of which have a preview environment, and they all have a $5 a month server for each of those, which is generous because theoretically the production version probably needs more. 192 times 5 pull requests times $5. Let's realize my face covering this. That's $4,800 a month for just my GitHub repos. And then I was starting to play with Terso more and thinking more about their cost model and realized the magic of scale to zero has nothing to do with having 0 users on your production environments. Scale to zero doesn't matter for production. And that is what has flipped my brain. Realizing that this isn't a feature that allows for you people with 0 users to have a good time. Like, yes, it does that. Cool. The benefit of scale to zero is you don't have to worry about things in your development environment, your staging environment, and all the other things costing you money when they have no users. If you're running a $3,000 a month gigantic server to handle insane amounts of traffic, and you're working on things in dev, you either run it on a smaller server, so you're no longer replicating the actual production environment, or you're doubling your costs for every single instance of a developer environment. And I've seen companies doing crazy stuff to make that viable. Now to showcase the company I said I wouldn't talk about too much. This is my personal Vercel account. Notice that it is hobby tier. I am not paying on my personal Vercel account because I don't need to. The things that get enough traffic are on my business account. But for my personal, hobby tier is fine. But what I care about here has very little to do with the number of apps I have, which, by the way, I have a lot of apps deployed. I have to hit the show more button. Show more again. Yeah, I have a lot of apps deployed on a free tier, and it's fine. But even more fun, if I go to something that had branches on it, this will actually be a fine one, T3 Astro. You go to deployments. These are all the deployments for different pull requests that I did 2+ years ago. Ready for the real magic? I just clicked the link for a deploy from 2 years ago and it worked fine, almost immediately. It's not that this might have had no users. It objectively had no users. Nobody is checking a preview build of my application from 2 years ago. This type of workflow is only viable in serverless environments. And it's the secret win that scale to zero actually provides. If the cost of your service having 0 users is that close to 0, you can now do things that you would never otherwise be able to do. We saw the branching model on PlanetScale. It's cool they got it working, but it takes so long to spin up a branch, and it costs you money unless you manually sleep it, and it costs you money anyways because as we spun up. With something like Terso, just go spin up more databases. Who cares? Spinning up a new one is you just click a button and it's there immediately because it's just making a new SQLite file. You don't have to worry about those things. And that enables workflows, ideas, and things that just aren't possible otherwise. You cannot have a preview environment experience this good without something like serverless, because you can't leave this code running. You can't leave all of these pull requests on my personal site, on my free tier Vercel account. You can't have these hundreds of previews up and ready to go where I can click any of these links and it will immediately resolve the page still. This is my old version of my website. That is so cool. It's awesome. And up until recently, Vercel would just indefinitely keep all of these deployments available forever. Now there's an option where they'll automatically kill them in 60 days, but I don't care. Why should I? All it's doing is grabbing the right code from S3 that it's been sitting on for years now. And it's not like the code is big. It's like a few megabytes of bullshit. But it can pull those into the Lambda, spin it up immediately. And it costs them effectively nothing. So if I have an outage and I'm trying to figure out when the thing broke, I can just scroll through, or I can hit filter, production. Here's every production deployment I've ever had on my personal site. I haven't done one for over a year. I need to write more blog posts, clearly. And these are available. So if I have a bug and I'm curious, when did it break? Click. Does it work here? Oh, cool, it works here. I guess it was an older one. This is not possible with servers unless you massively over-provision, build your own workflow for dynamically loading in and out code, dealing with the fact that, how do I word this point? Dealing with the latency necessary there. Like, I've seen people spin up things like this with stuff like Fly.io. It's going to be 5 to 10 seconds minimum when you click the link till it finishes spinning up the server and actually shows you the content, which makes emergencies suck. Also, if I want to switch to the old version, here's how I do it. Click. I can't instant rollback because it's been so long. Oh, sorry, hobby customers can't instant rollback. But if I was on a paid account, one click, all traffic is going to the old version. But the traffic isn't being redirected. What's actually happening is when a user shows up, it just resolves different code instead. That's magical. And these types of workflows are only possible because the production environment, who cares about the scale of this one? But all of these other environments, every single old production environment I've ever had, these are all currently benefiting from scaling to zero. Because if they didn't scale to zero, they would have to be terminated. They couldn't stay there. Oh, AJ's back. This is totally true. Scale to zero is useful if your product is seasonal or even just active a bit during the day and then not. But for production services which are interacting with other automated services, scale to zero is kind of pointless. You can save money using provisioned mode for Lambda, but it's still expensive compared to even Fargate. Yeah, I agree. And honestly, building things in a way where serverless is all of the stuff going on in the developer world. When you're writing the code, you're working on things in development, whatever else. Awesome. You use serverless for all that. And then if you want to min-max the cost verticals for the actual deployed version, make the production version Fargate. That is a totally fine, acceptable path. I would actually find that pretty cool. Because again, serverless and stateless code can be run just fine in a server. Code that's expecting a server full runtime is both harder to debug and can't just be thrown into a serverless environment and be expected to work. I like Coolify a lot. I've been chatting with the Coolify dev a bit more now too, but I want to be very clear. Coolify helps streamline a lot of these things and is one of the few ways to replicate these workflows in a server. Nobody has this without serverless. You can't just have every single instance ever deployed of your application with a one-click swap over. That doesn't happen otherwise. I should probably clarify what Coolify is for those who don't know. Coolify is self-hosting with superpowers. It's either you pay them to use their cloud or you self-host because it's all open source and you deploy Coolify. Actually, let's see if I can find my my Coolify dashboard. Cool. Just for proof that I'm actually using Coolify, I'll dark mode so y'all don't get too mad at me. Here's Coolify. You can connect the GitHub project, configure things, and get it running as many Docker images in an existing server. So Coolify runs on a dedicated VPS, and then you spin up little Docker images for different things. So here I have my Laravel deployment and I have my Postgres. So these are separate Docker images that talk to each other. So I'm able to replicate the stateless workflow here some amount. But these still need to be provisioned. Thankfully, with PHP, you can kind of just hot swap the code and it doesn't give a shit. So you can get a little closer with PHP. But other languages have startup times and expectations. You can't just hot swap those. And as Coolify is, and trust me, it's pretty cool, it does not come close to the power of one-click redeploys, instantaneously redeploying, having every single GitHub PR get a preview environment link that is there forever. So if I go and I look at an old PR and I want to see how it works, I can click the link and it fucking works. No one else does these things this way. Or no other method, I should say. Doing this with servers isn't really possible unless you're spending a ton of money. And as Yash just said in chat, I know someone whose company racks up $100,000 a year in bills on their QA and dev environments. I have personally racked up more than that at Amazon and Twitch. It's not even that hard to do. Yeah. You can still redeploy. It does take build time, but it's also partially cached. PR is pull request. Cool. AJ gave me a fantastic transition point here to go from point 3 to point 4. I hope I have properly established here that the benefit of scale to zero isn't that if you have 0 users, things are cool. It's that you can have an infinite number of deployments and not think about it. Because who cares? It's just data sitting in S3 and it gets loaded when you make the request. When you start building in this way, you get to do you just get superpowers that you wouldn't otherwise have that are magical. It's similar to, point at my favorite functional-based thing, React, the magic of, oh, I can just reuse that component. It's like, oh, shit. That fundamentally changes how I build software. And that's how I felt when I was doing this. I just didn't realize that scale to zero is the reason that these things can work and are so cool. Like I intuitively knew it, and if you asked me, I would have figured it out, but it was using Terso that made it click for me. The reason Terso can be so generous with things like branching, the number of databases and all of that, is because the databases are stored in S3, and they just have a server running SQLite, pulling from S3, reading or writing or whatever, and then updating S3 accordingly. It's so cool. And it's basically the exact same model as how Lambda works, and how Vercel works, and how Netlify works, and arguably how Cloudflare works. And it is so hard for me to not go down the Cloudflare V8 tangent. Please, in the comments, tell me you want to hear this so I can justify filming this video, because I don't think people care. But if you can convince me, I would love to film this. It'd be very fun for me. But now, we need to talk about the final point here. Serverless costs more money than running a server for the same amount of time. If you were to price out how expensive it is to run a $5 VPS and look at how much compute you got, it's like, oh, that's $5 a month, and I get all of this compute. Whereas doing things serverless is no longer billed on how many servers you have. It's now billed on gigabyte hours of execution, which is the amount of time that and gigabyte hours are a measurement of how many gigs of RAM are being used in. Explaining gigabyte hours is really hard. AJ, how do you do it? How do you break down GBH in a way for laymen to understand? Because it's fucking stupid metric. Gabriel, it's like gigabytes per second, but for hours. God damn it. I haven't had a question hurt me this deeply in a long time. This might make me do an additional tangent. Doesn't cloud less than serverless. God damn it. Okay, I have one more tangent that has come to mind. This one I might actually do while recording this. For tiers of abstraction, bare metal, EC2, ECS, Lambda. That'll be an annoying one. Hey, just writing a blog. He also probably is doing his job and having a life. I'll do my best to incorrectly describe gigabyte hours. It's effective, you know. I don't want to mislead any more than I already am going to with this video. Cool. This is actually basically how I was going to describe it. A function allocated 1 gigabyte that runs for 1 second is considered to have consumed 1 gigabyte second. So if you have a Lambda that has 1 gig of RAM and it runs for 1 second, you just ran 1 gigabyte second. This is annoying because the amount of CPUs and other things that exist in that are additional cost vectors. But the gigabyte second metric is how most of your serverless billing is being measured. So if I have allocated my service to require 4 gigs of RAM, I'll do the math here. So let's say I've configured my service to use 4 gigabytes of RAM on a Lambda. It gets 100 requests per hour, and each request takes 1 second. Then every hour, I'd be using 400 gigabyte seconds. Take the number of seconds per request times the number of requests times the number of gigabytes. And when you combine all those numbers together, that's your usage. So let's bump this. Let's do 1,000 requests per hour. Maintain the 1 second request time. This would equal out to 4,000 GBS or gigabytes per hour. You do 30 times 24 times 4,000. Sorry, that's I did that wrong. What am I doing wrong in the math here? No, it was 4,000 GBS per hour. That's what I did wrong. Cool. So every hour we're using 4,000 gigabyte seconds. Don't know why my brain farted there. GB times S to be clear. Thank you for correcting that, chat. And that would be 2,880,000 GBS per month. So let's go look at the pricing here. We're going to literally skip everything else. We'll look at the 4 gig. Why is it showing prices per 1 millisecond? That is so annoying. So here's the 4 gigs of RAM. We'll times this by 1,000 so that we have actual seconds. Here's the gigabyte per second cost. So if we go back here, 4 gigabyte servers GBS cost equals that tiny number. So if we grab the 2,880,000 and we multiply it by this number, that would cost you $192 a month. So the total cost here $192. And when you look at that, you think about it. Ow. Especially when you compare to an equivalent VPS. EC2 pricing. If we look at an EC2 instance, I wish they would stop showing the hourly rate. We'll grab a T4G medium times 60 times 24 times, that can't be right. Oh, that's hourly rate, duh. For an equivalent 4 gig of RAM server running for that whole month, it'd be $24 a month. So if you would just run a server that whole time instead, it would have been hilariously cheaper. It's not the $5 a month VPS. Clearly, there's been some inflation. But for $25 a month, you could just run this server and not pay that absurd amount of money. But there's a lot of catches here that I want to bring in. First one is here. 1,000 requests per hour. There are very, very few services that have a flat level of requests like this. If there are, they're like cron jobs or ingest things pulling off of a queue, stuff like that. In reality, most services have traffic that looks a lot like this, where the amount of traffic goes up and down constantly. And depending on how heavy those spikes are for you, the cost of spinning up enough servers to run during those peaks, quite possibly very high. And the cost that matters isn't if we have an exact fixed rate of traffic, what's cheaper, servers or serverless? The question is, how big is the gap between your lows and your highs in your traffic? Because this gap sucks to deal with. The space between these points is the magic of serverless. We don't have to care how high or how low our traffic is at any given time. Our costs will scale based on it. And if we have priced out our service so that the amount of money a given user's request costs us is a reasonable amount, then we can just kind of turn our brains off. Because the painful reality when you're not building this way is if you're, let's say this is the 4 gigabyte server that costs $25 a month. If you are here and that is your peak, you're paying the 24 a month. The moment you go there, you just doubled your costs. And the gap from here to here, having a 2x in your cost sucks. And if you're ever going to worry about these things and your auto scaling is too slow and you end up losing traffic as a result of a user having a page timeout because the server didn't respond fast enough or spin up a new server fast enough, those costs can get bad. Both the loss of the customer cost, but also the over provisioning. So if we go back and we rethink, and I lost track of where we were. So we go back to this breakdown. And we look at the 1,000 requests per hour, assuming each one takes 1 second. Did I calculate that right, actually? Oh. Turns out I did a lot of my math really bad here. Don't know why nobody corrected me. It's only 720,000 gigabyte seconds. So if you're leaving a rude comment right now because of how big that cost was, I hope you double checked my math before doing that, because otherwise you would look really foolish. Cool. All of a sudden, this starts to look more reasonable, because the actual cost here will be $48. Remember that VPS we just looked at? Where was that? I lost track of it. You guys got the idea though. It was about $24 a month for the 4 GB server. Handling all of this traffic through Lambdas would be twice the price. Is that horrible and terrifying? Meh. But again, go back to my chart. The moment you cross this threshold, either a user has to wait for the new server to spin up, or you decided to over provision, so you're just paying for the 2 servers instead anyways. But now let's play with the way that these numbers are distributed. Because I said 1,000 requests per second. That is 720,000 requests over the month. We could say that those are happening in even amount throughout the day. But let's change it a little bit. Let's say, for our theoretical alternative, we only get 500 requests per day. We'll do the math. So 29 days, 500 requests. That's 14,500 requests for 29 days of the year. Then one day, or I'll say 1 hour, sees a huge spike. And we'll say that spike is the gap there. So it was 720,000 minus 1450. So we'll say that this spike, I'll even go lower. We'll say to 600,000 requests. So 1 hour on one day gets this massive spike to 600,000 requests. When we're used to getting 500 a day. Oh, is my current math right? Because I did the 4 gig. Look at the math I just did. Oh, yeah. I did forget the times 4. I should plan these things out more before I do them live. Yeah, okay. I'll once again recant. Because it was 4 gigs, that would be the number. But I am going to change something for the sake of being realistic. We're going to make it 1 gig of RAM now. Because realistically speaking, a server handling all of your requests with 4 gigs of RAM is comparable to a server handling individual requests with 1 gig of RAM. It's probably over provisioned to have 1 gig of RAM in those. So I am switching that back. We're assuming 1 gig of RAM here. So it is a slightly less powerful server, but if each user's requests are using 4 gigs of RAM, you can't handle concurrent requests anyways. So cool. My math was right, but yeah. Anyways. So if we have our 1 gig of RAM, 500 requests per day, usually, but then this 1 hour, it spikes to 600,000. Good luck handling that. Yeah. And here's where things start to get fun. If you are building this with servers, and you need to be prepared to handle that massive of a spike, your options are quite limited. If your traffic usually lives down here, and most days it hangs out in this range, but then for just a brief moment, it does that, do you know how miserable it is to provision for this? Because even if your load balancer code is incredible, if the spike is aggressive enough, you can't load balance it out. So your options are now provision based on this potential spike. So you have your servers provisioned way more heavily. But if you just went viral and your servers were not set up to handle that, a significant percentage of your initial users are going to hit a dead page because it cannot resolve. And in order to make it so that that can resolve, in order to handle that spike, you have to account for that by overspeccing your server by like 600x. And that's the issue, is how your traffic is distributed fundamentally changes the way in which these costs operate for you. Of course, a load balancer can handle that. How do you think AWS does it? Do you think a load balancer makes new servers when Amazon runs out of servers? Amazon solves this problem by being the most over-provisioned company of all time. Amazon servers are already fucking there. They already bought them. They're sitting there. So yes, if you want to eat a bunch of cost like Amazon does, you can massively over-provision too. But one of the cool things about Amazon is that they have so many people buying so many servers that it effectively balances out. Because if my service is having a massive spike, there's a bunch of other services that aren't. And as such, they can justify buying a much larger amount of servers because they can handle everyone's spikes for them. It's priced into their model. But if you're not fucking Amazon, you should not be running a massive over-provisioned set of servers for those single spikes. It just doesn't make sense. Writing about a theoretical random viral event seems insane. Look at levels traffic after massive advertising spikes. Everything I've ever worked on has random 5x plus spikes. Literally everything I've ever worked on in my fucking life. Be it UploadThing, having someone randomly decide they want to move all their files over and moving 1 million files in an hour. Be it Twitch chat, where Drake shows up in Ninja's stream and we go from, 500,000 messages a second to like 15 million a second. That's just real production workflows. I would go as far as to say, if your stance is, well, not everyone goes viral, you don't work on real fucking production workflows. This is expected. That was viewers, but one viewer can send a shitload of messages. Yes, Levels has a person whose full-time job is managing the load balancing for his servers. And as people are pointing out, he also over-provisions massively. If your traffic can have multiplicative changes where it can be 5 times higher for an amount of time, and the speed at which it goes from the low traffic to the high traffic is fast. And these are the things that I was trying to figure out how to word. It is starting to come to me. There are certain characteristics that make serverless the cheaper and better option. The big two are gap between highs and lows for traffic, speed or velocity of change between high and low traffic. Because if we have this traffic spike here, and instead of it going straight up, it does that, where it gradually increases, a load balancer can handle that fine. I like that phrasing, high variance. Says generally high variance. I like that phrasing. If the variance of your traffic going up and down is high, and the speed that it goes up and down is high too, serverless makes a lot of sense. And there's a reason Amazon uses Lambda and serverless as heavily as they do. It's the right primitive when your traffic can spike in these random ways. It is so powerful. And a thing I think people fail to understand when they say, well, how do you think Amazon does it? Is that Amazon's services are largely built based on what they needed internally. And as I walked through at the beginning of this hilariously long video, it was very, very common. As I walked through at the beginning of this very long video, they found themselves on serverless in a pretty logical path. We went from here, the old way, to separating out our database so that we could scale our application code independently, to realizing we could move the application code out of the application boxes, but to go back here, it's hard to make theoreticals for like how much resources would 600,000 requests in an hour take. So let's use some real numbers. Basecamp did 5,250 requests per second. 500 cores at max load. That's 3 boxes each running a Z5 192 core AMD chip. For 5,250 requests per second. Okay. So let's figure out what that would cost. I'll even Hetzner it. Not many real production environments are using Hetzner because you never know when they're going to randomly shut your shit down. Is there like a Hetzner pricing page? Site's nice and fast. Cool. We'll do AMD. You can only do the 48 core models for this. 48 cores, 96 threads. He said he needed how many cores? 500 cores at max load. So I'll round down for him. We'll say you need 10 of these. Times 12. It's 28 grand a year. Not looking good so far. But 2,360 euros. Let's translate that to USD. $262 for one. So 2,620 for enough for his traffic. 5,250 requests per second. Cool. So if we assume this is all evenly distributed, DHH numbers, 250 requests per second. He said 500 cores. Let me grab this number. Cool. And that's also for handling the peak traffic. So if it's an 8-hour workday, peak traffic is probably somewhere in the middle. I think it's fair to say that most seconds in the day, it's probably closer to a tenth this, probably even lower. So let's work with that assumption. I'll average it out and say it's as low as a tenth, as high as 5250. And we'll average this to 2625, which is generous to say that is the number of requests per second on average. I'm sure it's way lower, and on the weekends it's almost nothing. So let's multiply that by 60 for minutes, hours, and days. And we'll say that's the number of requests per month. Cool. Now let's blindly assume all of these numbers on the serverless side. Obviously, unfair too. There's a lot of other things we might have or not have here. I will say that 1 gig of RAM is almost certainly not necessary if all this is doing is grabbing values out of database and then rendering HTML. I was going to grab the request count here. Also, 1 second per request is insane. So we'll say it's 0.5 seconds per request. 283 million requests a month. And I want to be clear once again, this is napkin math. We end up with 70 million gigabyte seconds. And we were pricing that on the 4 gig cost. Let's grab this one. Let's do the math quick now. We have all the numbers. I'll round up to 71 million. Look at that. With relatively generous assumptions on both sides that I would consider quite fair, it would be half as cheap or half as expensive to run the same service on serverless. Because remember, those servers still cost money on the weekends when no one is using them. He could set up load balancing, but he can't do that because he's buying his own hardware. It is less than half the price. And I am sure you can make a lot of, you can poke a lot of holes in this, and I'm sure people are going to. I already know it's going to be screenshotted and put on Twitter, and people are going to say I'm really stupid. Whatever. I am trying to napkin math out real production workflows to show you guys that if you're just billing based on that number, and you're presuming that this is the level of traffic you will always have, you're fucked. And yeah, retake on the bit where I said you're fucked there. To be clear, if you are getting sustained traffic at this level, or if in the like average day, you're only going as low as like half that level of traffic, absolutely go spin up a server for it. But if your peak traffic is that much higher than the weekend traffic, using a system like this is hilariously cheap. And if you don't want to have to spend all of the time figuring out the provisioning, cost performance balancing out all of the stuff, which like, by the way, if this way of building was easier for them than this way, they should go with that, because $1,000 a month gap is $12,000 a year. If I could save my engineers a meaningful amount of effort and make them happier by paying 12 grand a year, that's a no-brainer. A company-wide expense for that, both of these numbers are really small relative to the engineers that you have at your company. That's just reality. And like, that said, I would hope most people are starting to see the benefits of building this way. It makes your applications more resilient. It makes it easier to do deployments and rollbacks in preview environments and all of these types of things. It would be hard to convince me that it'd be really hard to convince me the developer experience of doing things the serverless way is worse than doing it the DHH way. And in the vast majority of real application workflows that are facing external sources, be it users, be it external APIs, whatever else, those have enough traffic fluctuation that you have to either set up really complex load balancing or massively over-provision. This is what the over-provisioning looks like. And again, relative to the number of devs, it's still quite cheap. And when I was at Amazon and we were doing and when I was at Twitch and we were doing complex video ingest stuff, this is the route we went. Don't do video ingest on serverless. It makes literally no sense to do that. But we were spinning up servers that cost a lot more than $2,600 a month. And weren't even thinking twice about it because it was still way cheaper than the engineers working on the thing and the time it was saving them. So to close this very long one out, I'm going to reference a video of mine. And it's pretty easy to find. If you go to my channel, you hit videos, you hit popular, it's this guy. The real cost of AWS and how to avoid it. It's about to hit 500,000 plays, which will make it my most popular video ever. The real cost of AWS isn't all of the things we've been talking about today. It's the amount of time you're spending building the shit. And if you can use a service like Lambda or Vercel or Netlify or Cloudflare or UploadThing or PlanetScale or Terso or any of these things, and it saves a meaningful amount of time for your developers, it is probably cheaper than whatever it costs. So as fun as it is for all of us to sit here and nerd out about these gaps, these don't compare to payroll. And if this solution here requires you to have 2 more engineers, not worth it. And if this solution requires you to have 1 more engineer, also not worth it. So be reasonable about how you make these decisions. Stop worrying as much about these numbers because the gap's not that big. In serverless, not only is it not too expensive, it's often cheaper than the alternative for any realistic traffic. And scale to zero results in a much better development environment and experience that lets you do things you can't do with servers. And yeah, that's it. Should probably do a real outro for a video this long, but I don't care. Let me know why I'm wrong in the comments. And until next time, peace, nerds. That was a fucking long one. Thank you, AJ. I'm scared that I invoked the DHH word in that one, but I'm thankful I didn't do it until over an hour in because the ADHD and attention span in his fan base is low enough they won't get that far. So they won't even see that part. Unless somebody links the timestamp on Twitter and that goes viral. But like, very unlikely that the $5 VPS people will even get that far in the video because their attention span doesn't let them. How do you think it will increase if you factor in DB, API gateway, and other additional infra? If you have more than one server, you need all of those things. If you have 3 servers, how do the other 2 connect to the database? How does a request get routed to the right box? You already need those things if you're spinning up multiple servers. These aren't costs that exist in serverless that don't exist in server environments. As soon as you have a load balancer or you're splitting traffic or you have multiple boxes, these costs are real in all of those environments. Yep, look at that. AJ and I agreeing. This has to be an IQ meme, like the midwit meme, where like I'm on the dumb side, AJ's on the smart side, and everybody's raging in the fucking middle. Let me drop that in here as a source. Let me Affinity, why are you taking so long? Affinity's cold starts are looking shit today. Ooh, one thing that's now true and very cool is the ability to run the same container in serverless and on Coolify, EC2, or Fargate. Video coming out about that tomorrow. That's very fun. Yeah, lock-in has been getting way less bad. And I'm at the point where like if people are bitching about lock-in, I just don't trust them anymore. I just remember that this particular template is like the wrong fucking size. This happens every time I use this one. I need to just save a better IQ meme template. I'll crop after. And I want the text to be the same size. Okay. I kind of like it like unfinished like this. How we feeling? Good meme? Here. I don't have it paste. I have it on here. There's no way I would have spelled your handle right. I'm sorry. Posted without context. Good shit. Both page shells. Yep. If you know what the exact traffic patterns are going to be on your brand new service, it can be worthwhile to spin up on a VPS. If you know this service is going to replace one that gets exactly this many requests an hour, and I just want to make it more efficient, so I'm starting from scratch. Cool. If you're making a new application and you have no idea what the traffic is going to look like, and you benefit from the ability to restore from a previous point and have preview deployments and all that shit, and you can reasonably do it on serverless, it is incredibly hard for me to recommend any other way of building. I'm at the point where I break my fucking ass to make things work in serverless because it's so much better. So fear of code, fun thing about my streams, they're not about you. And if your goal is to not feel attacked, being an asshole to me is probably not the best way to do that. The goal of my streams is to create useful resources for other developers so that they can better educate themselves and have a good time learning about all these fun, nerdy things that we all care about. But yeah, if you're going to call out my antics on a thing that I am doing for free to generate useful resources and content for people, and you're not even willing to say the thing, instead you're just going to go at me like that, you are the problem. Let's be very clear. You're the person nobody wants to work with, and you are no longer welcome here. Have fun. And for what it's worth, for everyone else here, if you have a question about a thing you honestly don't understand, awesome. Ask it. If you're concerned, make it clear. Say, hey, I don't really understand this thing. Any reason why this wouldn't make more sense? That's a great type of question. Confidently asserting a thing that is wrong? That's not a question. That's a problem. I can check his chat history. I'll take a look, see what we lost here. Where the fuck is mod actions now? Oh, I removed it because I was playing around with this. Just look at the messages. We're not missing out on much. Having to say when you disagree with me, you're just not a dick about it. Yeah, I love disagreeing with people. I love being wrong. Yeah, really long requests, consistently high traffic, consistent traffic as a whole. This we're definitely not doing today. This we should do today. I should get the tan stack and abort controller thing done. I have a little bit of time. Let me check my phone, make sure I'm not missing anything super critical. Cool. Cool. My only obligation is at 10. I do need to pack for my trip, but whatever. We got some time. I did not do the Cloudflare and V8 tangent. I do not have time to do that right now. I might do an native script video. I have one deep in the trenches there. I love this, Matt. I was wrong before and I'll be wrong again. Good shit. How's my shit post doing? And just to be clear, so you'll seem confused, the $5 VPS people and the cloud exit people are the same people. They might seem like they're different because they're saying different things, but they both have the same goal of feeling like they're better than everyone else. And they're all operating like the exact same way. They're on the same side. And the side isn't even really a side, it's attacking all of the norms. It's like it's the classic hipster thing. Like the person who shits on Rihanna and Katy Perry because they're popular. I hate those people. The people who go after the popular thing, not because they have a problem with it, but because it's popular, those people are problems. And I want to also be clear that there's a fundamental difference between somebody who's like, I don't really care if $5 VPS solves my problems. Like this, or Rune, RVNN, how am I supposed to pronounce your name? You are not a $5 VPS person. Your choice to use the right tools for the right jobs means that you're not identifying with your tech stack. You could argue I'm a serverless person because I talk a lot about serverless. I promote it really heavily, and I think we should be using it way more often. I am much more a serverless person than you are a $5 VPS person with your $5 VPS because you're not making it part of your identity. For better or worse, I have made serverless part of my identity. I am still willing to admit and even build myself external servers where it makes sense to. I'm not saying it's wrong to do that when it makes sense. I'm saying serverless is a really good starting point. And if you have specific needs that exist outside of what Lambdas can do, go adopt those. They are saying serverless is the wrong starting point, and almost everyone using it is wrong. And they have made it part of their identity to attack other people who they don't understand at all. And that's the problem. When your identity prevents you from being able to understand the other perspectives, you aren't trying to do anything other than cause fucking problems and feel righteous about yourself at the time. That's it. And those people, they're fucking useless. And the ones who are all anti-cloud and the ones who are all anti-Vercel and serverless but love their $5 VPS, they get along great because their enemy isn't the cloud or serverless. It's people building in this way they don't like. Yeah, why would you recommend starting with an anything per month server when you can start with a nothing per month serverless? Absolutely. Now, imagine somebody first learning JS and needing to set up a VPS versus Vercel, right? You just init a next project. You either run the Vercel CLI or you push it to GitHub and you just click two buttons in the Vercel dashboard to deploy it. Getting that right without serverless and without Vercel, don't even think about it. That's actually a good question. Not because of the complex compute task, but the real-time data part. Real-time usually implies having a server is beneficial, especially if it's like a fixed amount of data in compute. I don't really think in terms of like the amount of compute for whether or not you should go serverless. A lot of compute heavy tasks are blocking, which means serverless is actually quite nice for it because you could have multiple going on at once without like hurting your users. But real-time data, especially if it's like a fixed amount of data that you're like expecting every day, servers can make a lot of sense for that. I think the length of time it takes to respond to the average event or request is a better metric to measure. I actually have a friend who just did this. Like, doesn't know any code. He just downloaded Cursor, dicked around, and built an actual website. I also wanted to make a video about him and doing that. I probably will when I get back if he keeps going at it. I need to film this compose shoutout thing before I forget. Are you an SF? Do you want to come hang out with me at an event? Because I got a really cool opportunity. Netlify offered to have me not only speak at Netlify Compose, but I'm actually going to be there with my own booth where you can roast me and my takes live. It's going to be a ton of fun. Couldn't be more excited. Come check us out there. Tickets are still on sale. I think they gave me a coupon code. If they did, it'll be directly underneath here. If not, I'm sorry. Almost certain they did, though. Check for that. It's going to be a pretty steep discount from what we were chatting about. Event is on... Let me find the actual Compose site. They had a whole dedicated site for it. Here we are. Cool. It's in SF on October 2nd and October 3rd. There are some really cool speakers. I'm biased, but having Tanner here is going to be very, very fun. We got Matthew Phillips from Astro. We got so many other cool people. I haven't seen Shreya in forever. It's going to be hype. They're sneaking in a talk for me too. I forgot when, but I will be speaking as well. Going to be a fun event. Come hang out. October 2nd and 3rd in San Francisco. Cool. Link. That is a good thing to share. Don't buy tickets until I have a coupon code. If either Ben or Gabriel are here, if you could check email to see if Woody sent the code, I might go refilm quick. That's a priority one for me. I need to get these two out. Like, have to. If I have the energy, I'll do the abort controller. Tell you what. I'm going to film the tan stack one. See how I'm feeling after. And then probably take a very brief break. And if I'm feeling good after that, we'll come back, film a couple more. So it even should be real short, yes, but might not be. I don't want to account for something being short when it might not. Do I have the... Yes, I do have the add-on blog post here too. This is one I've been waiting for quite a while. I've been talking about the cool things Tanner's been building for basically as long as I've had this channel. From React Query to TanStack Router. From React Query to TanStack Table to the virtualized stuff he did way back. the thing I was most, retake on that whole bit. Obviously, I talk about React Query and now TanStack Query quite a bit, but I've been slowly getting more and more hyped around TanStack Router, which is his alternative to React Router. But in order to do a router right, you can't just throw it in the client and hope for the best. You kind of need a server. We've learned that quickly with the React Router team becoming Remix, with Next.js going all in on servers and then eventually becoming Vercel. And now it's time for TanStack Start, which is the newest JavaScript framework for React developers. It's a very interesting project because it was originally meant to be almost like a boilerplate, like a starting point to use the router correctly. And it is very quickly morphed into a framework all of its own. It is different. It is fun. It is powerful. It does not have server components yet, but it has a lot of its own really cool things. It almost feels like the natural evolution of the original T3 stack in a lot of ways. And I cannot wait to start diving in with you. TanStack Router is one of the key points here. It's all built around TanStack Router. So you get a fully type-safe and powerfully unmatched routing system. You also get SSR, streaming, and server RPCs. TRPC effectively built in. Apparently there's an example of server components that kind of work, but I know it's not the top priority for Tanner at the time. Client-side first, 100% server capable. While other frameworks continue to compromise on the client-side application experience we've cultivated as a front-end community over the years, TanStack Start stays true to the client-side first developer experience while providing a fully featured server-side capable system that won't make you compromise on user experiences. It's also built on top of VigC and Vite, which makes it relatively easy to deploy basically anywhere that you run JavaScript, which is really cool. It's even ready for you to use today. I want to see some examples and dig in, but I also saw Adam Rakis made a blog post on Frontend Masters. Actually, before we go there, here. Trying to find where to put the transition for the sponsor. We'll put it down here. Do you know what else is capable? Today's sponsor. So let's hear from them really quick. Sorry about that. Let's go back to nerding out. Also, shout out to all the people who are sponsoring this and partnering with them. Cool set of companies. Can't complain. And a bunch of additional sponsors as well. There's some really cool companies in here, by the way. AG Grid is literally a competitor to TanStack Table, and they funded him and were the biggest sponsor supporting Tanner for a while, and a huge part of why he was able to quit his job to work full-time on this. And we got all the big partners here as well. It's cool. I'm really pumped to see funding going towards Tanner and his team so that stuff like this can happen and ship for real. So good to see. AG Grid is not built on TanStack Table. It is a very, very powerful table thing. I'll spoil this for y'all now. Don't include this in the video phase. We are very likely going to be collaborating with AG Grid a lot in the future, which is a very heartwarming thing for me because the creator of AG Grid recently tragically passed away in a helicopter accident. And I was scared of how much they would be pushing forward. They're pushing harder than ever. They're going to carry the fucking legacy. They're going to do incredible things. And I am so lucky that they hit me up, not only to thank me for my kind words, but to work with me and also prove that they're going to take this seriously and go really far with it. R.I.P. Niall, legendary dev, had so much impact. And I am really hyped to be working with them in the future. Anyways. Clark plus TanStack Start, also really cool. You know what? I'll have this in the queue to go to. So I could sit here and go through all the documentation with y'all and try to spin up a project. I'd much rather read something from somebody I trust who already did, especially because I know this is going to be a funny read. Shout out to Adam Rackus for writing this one up and throwing it on Front End Masters. Let's give it a read. TANStack Router is an incredible project. Oh, is this just TANStack Router? This is a lot longer. And this isn't TANStack Start. Rip. Fuck. I was excited to read this one. Yeah. Rip. Never mind. Might still come back to this because I know there are some very good quips in here. I want to chat about it more. But I'm here for TANStack Start. So we're going to go here. What? That was annoying. I was actually probably going to have StackBlitz sponsor this episode. But that's fine. Would it be better or worse to have my, because I just agreed with StackBlitz, we're going to do some ads. Would it be better or worse to have a StackBlitz ad on a video where I actually happen to be using StackBlitz? My gut feel is worse because conflict of interest and whatnot, but also cool because I'm actually showcasing the thing that I did in my ad. Worse? Fine. We'll do a different ad for this one. Cool. Here is the demo. This is a StackBlitz project, which is really convenient because you can just run it in the browser without setting up the whole environment locally. We have the welcome. We have all the code here. Documentation for all TANStack projects except for React charts is hosted here. Oh, that's the README for all of TANStack.com. Fuck. Oh. Is the example literally the TANStack start repo? That's hilarious if so. I want this in my editor though. I can't do this. I do love StackBlitz for like PRs and shit. But I want to give this an actual go. We'll go through the actual starting point. Cool. Editor's note, cut basically everything up into this point. That was a bit of a mess. And it's my fault. But yeah. I'm going to pull in chat to make the layout a little bit better. Cool. A lot of little things on the page. That's fine. Thank you, Reese. TANStack Start overview. TANStack Start is a full-stack React framework powered by the TANStack Router. Provides a full document SSR, streaming, server functions, bundling, and more. Powered by TANStack Router, Vinxi, and Vite. It's ready to deploy now on your favorite hosting provider. Router or Start. Also, I'm going to hide this top nav because it is big and in my way. SAP. Perfect. Router or Start? Great question. I almost just went down the path of doing a TANStack Router tutorial because I thought this was TANStack Start. It's not. Still looks very good. Shout out to Adam Rackus for making it. But we're here to learn about TANStack Start. TANStack Router is a powerful, type-safe, and fully featured routing system for React applications. It is designed to handle the beefiest of full-stack routing requirements with ease. TANStack Start builds on top of Router's type system to provide type-safe, full-stack APIs that keep you in the fast lane. So this is what you get with TANStack Router. So to be clear, this is what you get without TANStack Start at all. This is just the router, which you can throw into an existing React app today. 100% inferred TypeScript support. Type-safe navigation is a big deal. Having a link tag that you can never send somebody to the wrong link with, Really nice. Nested routing and layout routes, built-in route loaders with stale while validate caching, designed for client-side data caches using things like TANSTAC query, SWR, etc., automatic route prefetching, asynchronous route elements and error boundaries. Oh, that's really nice. Having asynchronous parts of your route with the ability to error and like hoist that to a good spot. So good. File-based route generation. They do this in a very interesting way, which I'm sure we'll touch on in a bit. Type-safe JSON first, search params, state management APIs, path and search parameter schema validation, search param navigation APIs, custom search param parser and serializer support, search param middleware, route matching and loading middleware, and then TANSTAC start. It's a shorter list, but these are the things it adds on top of the router. You get full document SSR, streaming, server functions and RPCs, bundling, deployment, and full stack type safety. In summary, use TANSTAC router for client-side routing and TANSTAC start for full stack routing. This thing on the side is getting in my way too. I'm sorry, Tanner, for just killing all of the things on your site. I'm sure you understand that they're in my way. Why did this page get smaller when I did that? Oh, shit. TANSTAC start plus RSCs is going to be awesome. You convince more people. Cool. I'll keep this open to come back to. Cut me doing everything I just did. Cool. So that's the summary. Why did the fucking top nav come back? I zapped that. Why does that happen whenever I do this? Oh, is it because it's targeting based on Tailwind classes? That's annoying. Either way, fixed all of that now. Cool. So how does it work? TANSTAC Start uses a tool called Vinxi to bundle and deploy your apps. In fact, this is the same tool that powers Solid Start. With Vinxi, we can do a few things that we couldn't do before. We can provide a unified API for SSR streaming and hydration. We can extract server-only code from your client-side code, and we can bundle your application for deployments to any hosting provider. Very fun stuff. Also, quick thing on Solid Start, if you're not already familiar, Solid Start is the Solid.js equivalent of Next.js, and originally it was a close collaboration between Ryan Carniato from the Solid side, Tanner Lindsley from TANSTAC fame, and a good bit of help from Fred Schott, the creator of Astro, trying to use Astro as the base for all of these. Eventually, Vinxi happened as like a better way to build full stack applications and specifically frameworks on top of Vite. And they moved to that as the base point instead of Astro, which I think makes a lot of sense going forward, but was interesting to see Astro as the like starting point for a ton of these things. So when should you actually use TANSTAC Start? Yeah, RIP Bling, good reference. So when should you actually use TANSTAC Start? TANSTAC Start is perfect for you if you want to build a full stack React application with the following requirements: full document SSR and hydration, streaming, server functions and RPCs, full stack type safety, robust routing, and a rich client-side interactivity and experience. As I said before, this is like T3 Stack++. The full document SSR and hydration is an important detail, though, because all of the JavaScript code you write to render your components, that gets sent to the server and to the client. So any React code you write in this code base runs on both server and client, which is an important detail because server components don't work that way. I can have a file with like 5,000 inline SVGs in it, and as long as it's only run on the server as a server component, that doesn't bloat the JS bundle at all. This doesn't solve that problem, which means there are certain issues like if you have a terms of service page, you have to send down the data on both the client and the server in order for that to render and hydrate correctly, because all of the code that was necessary to load that page and render it on the server has to also exist on the client. So it is not great for a lot of things, but it is fine for almost everything. Shipping the code twice, it's whatever. Most people do it for a reason. But it is cool that server components moved off, and it does make me sad to work on a solution that requires the whole document be hydratable. I've kind of gotten pilled on the islands thing. So yeah. Oh, the dev tools part is another very important thing to call out too. So when might you not want to use it? TanStack starts not for you if your site's 100% static, if your goal is a server-rendered site with zero JS or minimal client-side interactivity, or you're looking for a React server component first framework. We will support RSC soon, though, in their own awesome flavor. Yeah, it's not their priority, but it will be coming. So how is it funded? I like that they call this out. So a lot of people are very concerned when they see new frameworks, like, how is this going to exist? Like, how are they making money? How does this work? And Tanner's taking this seriously. TanStack works closely with our partners to provide the best possible developer experience while also providing solutions that work anywhere and are vetted by industry experts. Each of our partners plays a unique role in the TanStack ecosystem. Vercel, which is the leading hosting platform for web applications that provide a fast, secure, and reliable environment. You guys know what Vercel is. They're working close to make sure TanStack Start works there. Clerk might surprise you guys. Again, channel sponsor. Fun thing with them, though, they already announced that they have an SDK for TanStack Start. That's pretty cool to see actual companies shipping actual tools and solutions before the framework's even out of alpha. Whew, so cool. Convex is in here as well. They're a database data management solution. There's a lot of different things. You'll probably hear me talking about Convex a little more in the future. And Sentry, the thing that you should be using to keep track of your errors. I tried a lot of other alternatives. If you want to figure out from the client to the server why something failed, I have caved and I use Sentry for everything, and they've sponsored things as a result. Cool company. Had a good time working with them. Also, Zieg, the founder, and then CEO, then CTO. Now I think he's just head of marketing or something, or product. Regardless, great dude, good friend, interesting crew. Let's get started. You have my interest. We can do this. Make dear TanStack Start demo. And close all these other things I have open. Cool. So what are we doing first? We start by creating a TS config. Then we install the deps. Best part about PNPM, ready for it? Instead of pasting directly when you have an npm command, put P in front, then paste. It's really nice. You don't have to require all the different options here. Same deal with that. Same deal with that. Let's update our package JSON. Yeah. What happened there? I am so confused. And hopefully now that worked. Cool. I don't know why PNPM will just blindly install things somewhere when it doesn't have a package JSON. That was confusing. Anyways, that step is done. Let's get Vinxi working. Make sure types module. Cool. I need to configure the app config. Oh, he did say npm init at the start. I just missed that step. That was my bad. app.config.ts. Four required files for TanStack start usage: the router config, the server entry point, the client entry point, and the root of your app. This is an important detail. Remix was one of the first ones to really take this seriously, where you specifically like write different starting points for the server side and the client side, because they are that different. When you live in Next.js, like a lot of us do, you stop thinking that way. But realistically speaking, they do have to start differently, and a lot of frameworks embrace that. Once config is done, the file tree should look like this. Cool. This goes in app/router. This is the file that will dictate the behavior of TanStack router when used with start. Here you can configure everything from the default preloading functionality to caching staleness. Let's do it. App/router. File app/router.ts. Is TS or TSX? TSX, so just components. Cool. I'm slowly becoming more and more sympathetic to the people who use TSX for everything in their code base. Oh, good. They called this out. I was about to say. Route tree gen TS is not a file you're expected to have at this point. It will be generated when you run the tanstack start command via npm run dev or npm run start. Let's go to app SSR TSX. Paste. This guy is what defines the server side handler, as I mentioned before. Now I need the separate client entry point, because again, client and server start separately. They're not pretending otherwise. Client.tsx, paste. So it enables us to kick off client-side routing once the user's initial server request has been fulfilled. Now, the root of the application. This is the entry point for all other routes. The code in this file will wrap all other routes in the app. Let's make it and then take a look. App routes _root. Yeah. Here's our root. Create root route, TanStack React Router. Outlet scroll restoration, also from TanStack React Router. Body head, HTML meta scripts. Those are all the fun meta tags that I mentioned briefly in another video I filmed today. Const routes equals create root route. All looks good to me. We have the root component. It has an outlet component. The outlet component is where subroutes will be rendered. In this case, every route. Children, scroll restoration scripts. This might look like a lot of code to get started, but the difference between this and something like Next is that Next has all these things, but they're hidden in the Next configurations, where with TanStack Start, all the code lives in your code base. It's a little more similar to something like, I don't know, if you were using ShadCN, where this code, if you were using something like, I don't know, MUI, it might look less bad in your code base, but it's the same code that they have written in their packages. You just don't own it or have any control of it. Like if you wanted to turn off scroll restoration, it's off now. I just deleted it. That easy. So let's make our first route. Index.tsx, paste, save. That's it. Let's run it. Bets on if this runs first try. Let's over under it quick. What's the... I want to do the stupid betting thing. I think it'll be fun. predictions. That's what it's called. Start prediction. Will this run first try? Will Theo leak environment variables again? That's a classic. Did I just lose the ability to see the prediction if I'm not in that view? Oh, Twitch. You got 30 seconds to vote. Saw that an ad's running while that's happening. Sorry about that. I don't have much control. Oh shit, we're at 1,000 subs again. While this is going on, I'm going to thank all the subs that I missed. Dark Slap with the Prime, thank you. Get psyched with the tier 1 for 2 months. Happy that you're subbing into work. I know it's hard to do. Robo Edit, 2 months in. Appreciate that. Magenta Fall with the Prime. Hug More Trees. Hit the 1 year mark. Happy you've been able to learn so much. Lithium, 4,900. 15 months in. Legend, always good to see you, man. Hope all is well. We got Joey with the Prime as well. Can I not pull up the prediction anymore? What was that, Twitch? How do I even fucking see it? Cool. Prediction is closed. Let's see. Who said I was going to run first try? Oh, is it I should do dev? That's okay. I think it counts. I ran the wrong command. 1, as long as this loads, I think 1 wins. Looks like the easy choice ultimately won. You lucked out there, y'all. Cool. Back to it. Now that we've seen it working, I do want to actually read the code in this because I'm curious. Oh, is it actually writing to a file? Oh, yeah, count.txt. It's actually writing that to a file. That's server code then. Oh. Oh. He snuck bling into here. That's what that is. Interesting. For those who aren't as nerdy and tuned in as me, this is a very interesting thing. I'm going to put something a little extra in here to see if you guys can catch on to why this is cool. Const. Look at that. Cursor already knows where I'm going. Cool. Also, set the default 0. That is, wow. Okay. So I didn't expect that to make it in. Let me contextualize this for y'all so you understand why this is so cool, because I did not expect that. So this file is obviously running on client. If I console.log, this is running on client up here. We open this. Console, this is running on client. Since this is server rendered, it also has to run on server. But here's where things get interesting. I'll leave that there. But if I go to this update count, create server function, console log, updating count. No log here. Updating count there, though. The thing that is interesting here is it is true co-location. You cannot write this same code in Next.js with server components. Because here we have defined server functions. These are endpoints. Theoretically, and I bet I could even demo this. If we go here, I click this, copy as curl, open a new tab, paste, enter. If I refresh, that should have worked. I thought that was going to increase the number. Is there anything in here worth breaking down? It's going to have a bunch of shit that I probably want to clear for my local storage. I'll do that first. Application, storage, clear site data. Cool. Copy as curl. That's much better. Cool. So this is the request that's actually being made. We can see it's calling server function name, $$ function 0. That's how it knows which function to call. Theoretically, I should be able to run that and have the number go up, which is not working. So we'll do this slightly differently. Copy as a Node.js fetch. Save this as demonstration.js. Put that in TanStack start. Bun run it's bun demonstration. I'm in the wrong directory there. Sorry. Bun demonstration.js. Oh, I need to have the server running. I am so stupid. I'm doing good today. npm run dev, bun demonstration.js. And now if I go back and refresh the page, the number's gone up. I'll run this 3 times. Oh, is that just the get code? Did I copy the wrong code? Yeah, I've been copying the wrong code this whole fucking time. I'm so dumb. I've been copying the server-side fetch, not the server-side post. So I copy this one as a curl. Now it's updating. And if I refresh the page, it goes up to 33. Okay. I am dumb. Just ran this a bunch of times. And now if I refresh, the number's gone up. Because again, it is just making a post request to the endpoint. The reason I fell for that is there aren't single flight mutations, which means once the client has done the post, it then has to do another get to get the new data. With new server component stuff, that isn't necessarily true, where the post request can send back the update. They don't have that yet. It's not that big a deal, but that's cool. And the thing that I was trying to showcase is the intermingling here, because this file is a client JavaScript file. So if you're doing things in here like calling fs.promises, we can't bundle fs. So the bundler has to be smart enough to figure out which of these deps are being used on the page, on the client side, and which ones aren't. Like something you wouldn't be able to do would be like const start count equals await read count. I'm curious what happens if I try to do that. And if I console.log, cannot read properties of undefined, reading read file, because it will not import fs on the client side. So me attempting to call something that uses fs here fails. I can go a step further. Do that. Same deal. It cannot call read file because fs.promises does not exist on the client side, which can be unintuitive because there's things imported in this file that I could try to write code to access that it will just not work. I personally prefer to have my backend code and front end code in different files. And server components have gotten me really hyped on the separation and the intermingling there. I do quite like it now that the model is clicked. But not having to think about it is powerful too. If you want server code, your app a function and create server function. Now you have server code. That's really cool. This was the original promise of Bling, which was the attempt to make a generic RPC that your bundler could handle. But what this is actually doing under the hood is these get compiled into an endpoint or multiple endpoints. And then when the user tries to go to a page or hit one of these functions, it does a fetch call and then gives you back the result. And of course, it's type safe. So if we look at get count, it returns a fetcher, undefined number. But then once we await get count, which I'm sure we do down here, it's really coming from the router. So we actually use get count. Oh, the route. So const route, create file route, component home, loader, async, await, get count. And now this will hand back the count. I bet I could even do this. Make it nice and simple. Type variable declarator. That is interesting, because this should be the exact same thing. Weird, but fine. That feels strange, because awaiting a function that returns a promise should be the exact same thing there. Whatever. Small things. Cool. I'm seeing the light. One more thing I want to check because of how I am as being a nerd. I want to look at the JavaScript that is being shipped to me. Routes, index. That's the VHut refresh bullshit. I don't care. What is in here? Let's open this in a real editor. Split load importers, importing underscore build app routes. The TSR split, that's their URL param to know that these things have been split by the bundler. Split component importer, component, split component importer, loader. Okay, the actual code must be in here then. Cool. Here's the transpiled code. Children, server counter, JSX dev button, yada yada. But notice that FS is imported here. Build at ID, Vite browser externals. Interesting. So they actually have these functions get stubbed out to let you know if you try to call them that you can't call that. Interesting. So they're not just like blindly bundling server code. They're overriding things that can only run on server by creating a getter that just throws an error instead. Very interesting. Very interesting. This is my first time digging into Vinxi. Cool way of handling that, because that's the reason that a lot of these things are so hard, is once you start putting server-side code and client-side files, and you need to make sure that the right stuff goes to the right sides, now you're writing a crazy compiler. And as silly as it might sound, the server component compiler with React is actually quite a bit simpler, because there's files that only run on the server and files that don't. Let's go back to the tutorial, because there's a lot more here. Server functions. The thing I just spent all this time on. Apparently there's a new server function shipping soon, which will be even more fun. Let me know if I should do another video on those ship. Server functions allow you to specify specific functions to only run on the server. They are used to perform tasks that should never be directly exposed to the client. So how do they work? Server functions can be defined anywhere in your application, but they must be defined at the top level of a file. Interesting. Very interesting. They can be called from anywhere in your application, including loaders, hooks, etc. Traditionally, this pattern is known as a remote procedure call, but due to the isomorphic nature of these functions, we refer to them as server functions. On the server bundle, server functions are left alone. Nothing needs to be done since they're already in the correct place. On the client, however, server functions are removed out of the client bundle and replaced with a function that, when called, makes a fetch request to the server, instructing it to execute the server function in the server bundle, and then send the response back to the client. I am going to pretend I'm smart for a second. Oh, is it right there? No, that is not it. Quick, fun history lesson. I can find... Here it is. Quick history lesson of why people know who the fuck I am. I showed up in a Tanner Lindsley Twitter space 3 years ago, back when those were still cool, as a little nobody with like 30 followers. One of them was Fred Schott and one of them was Ryan Carniato, because I had reached out to both about helping with copy on their blog posts. But I didn't have videos. I was a nobody still. I was getting really into React Query though. And I was starting to get into building stronger relationships with my server and client code. Also of note, I had never heard of TRPC. This was a while ago. I had an idea. I was writing all of these endpoints in the API folder in my Vercel project, not even Next.js. I was just using raw Vercel and Vite and writing out my TypeScript functions as its own file. I was tired of having to guess and check for type definitions and inputs and outputs from that API directory to my React query calls. I was trying to build something to compile it out and give me correct type definitions, but I kept thinking about it. And I was like, maybe I'm going the wrong way here. Maybe rather than trying to export from the server code to get the things I actually want in the client code, I could inverse this. What if I just write the server code in the client code and a compiler rips it out? This was a proposal that I wrote to showcase this. I called it the use backend hook. You gave it a key just like you would an old React query. Then you would write an async function that does something that you can only do on the server. In this case, I was getting a profile from database and returning the result. And then when it's compiled, it would create for you a use query call with the same key, but it would call fetch to this generated endpoint. And then stub out. Wait, did I even say like where it gets subbed out here? I didn't. Okay, user info. Here it is. Yeah. Request response, const data is await get profile data, and it returns it JSON-ified. I was ahead, okay? I thought I was real clever with this proposal. Now, most frameworks have this or something like it. At the time, nothing did. This was an actually new-ish idea. I'm sure others had the idea, but nobody had this shit implemented. And I saw Tanner Lindsley, a person who I quite looked up to, was doing a Twitter space. So I joined. We're talking a bit about server stuff, and I was like, yeah, I'll do the scary thing and hit request to speak. He saw that I was followed by these other people we mutually respected, let me up to chat, and I brought up this proposal. He thought it was really cool, but he had an interesting response. He said, that sounds really cool. I've heard of 2 other projects working with something similar. One I think's called Blitz.js, and I think the other's TRPC, but I can't quite remember. I don't know anything about them. I just know they're using React Query for backend stuff. Are you down to look into it more and let me know what you find? So he gave me a homework assignment to go figure out TRPC and Blitz. And then a week or 2 later, I came back and couldn't stop ranting about how cool TRPC was. But the journey that led to T3 Stack and this whole goddamn channel and the chaos started with this little gist. And me bringing it up with Tanner in a Twitter space. And him giving me the excitement that I've been seeking since COVID destroyed my experience at Twitch. All of a sudden, I had this person I looked up to giving me like homework, but not in the like annoying sense, in the fun sense where I had something to go look into with the promise that in the end, my reward would be nerding out with somebody about it again, which is all I wanted to do. I just wanted to fucking nerd out about these things I liked. And he gave me an incredible opportunity to do it and a platform to justify like the effort and to share it with others. And now we're here 3-ish years later. It's unbelievable to think. And I owe Tanner so goddamn much, I can't even put it into words. And I didn't realize we would be chasing what I showed here for the next 3 years, but we have been. Bling, which somebody linked it earlier, but I think I can guess the URL. Cool, I can. Bling was another attempt to do this with the syntax server $. So you'd write something, server $, write server code in it. And now when you call this in client code, it just turns it into a fetch call. This is the building blocks for what I was showing there. Then React server components happened and sent us all down weird paths for a while. But now we're back. Now we have create server function. And this is the primitive that you would have used here instead of used back into the top level. It's the same thing. And it's really cool to see my dumb little proposal from 3 years ago becoming an actual solution. And I'm not saying I have any responsibility for its creation. I absolutely don't. This was like the obvious, inevitable thing. It's just nice to know that I guessed that's where we were going as an industry, purely because I wanted it so badly. So yeah, this whole thing here, I was real close on. Oh yeah, I was also way ahead with Zact. I had a validation wrapper for server actions before server actions were fucking public. I found it on GitHub and pushed it early. And now there's a whole ecosystem of tools wrapping server actions with validation, authentication, all those things. Like I built the first V0 version of that because I wanted it. And everyone else would have realized anyways that this was the right way to go. But it's cool to be validated, seeing these people I look up to and respect immensely, building the things I was trying to prove could exist 3 to 4 years ago, but now they're real. It's so cool. As I was showing in the code, it's pretty easy to define them. Create server function, you give it the method, give it an async function, and you're done. What's cool is you can call them anywhere, from server code, from client code, from other servers, from basically anywhere. So it's a single parameter, which can be a variety of types. String, number, boolean, null, array, or object, form data, readable stream. It can take in a readable stream. That's pretty cool. Gee, if a project using Zact in production, you should move to next type safe action. It's a much better thing. It's in a much better state. I didn't even ship Zact. No, wait, we shipped Zact in production for the earliest version of UploadThing, and we gutted it immediately because I didn't feel like fixing it. And I think I ended up just moving back to TanStack query. Yeah, also good call out dev here. Get and post needs to be specified because you can cache get, you can't cache post. And they also behave quite differently. Like you can attach metadata and a body on a post. You can't have a body on a get. Which means that when you're getting with parameters, so if I'm like passing a string or an object as parameters to a get call, it has to be done in a query parameter. Yeah, posts have it in the body, exactly. Oops, didn't mean to click that. Nice and simple. Here's where things get fun. Type safety. Server functions are fully typed, and the type of the parameters inferred from the function's signature. So here, we specify this needs to take in a person, and then it returns person.name. Now it can infer the correct types for all of these things. Really cool stuff. JSON parameters. Server functions can accept JSON serializable objects as parameters. This is useful for passing complex data structures to the server. Pretty cool that it will automatically serialize for you too. Apparently, it can also accept a form data object, so you can bind this in a form, which is huge because TanStack forms coming in hot. Going to be a fun one. Server function context. In addition to the single parameters, I won't answer this. So I will think my project with the most users depends on if you consider Create T3 app to be my project or not, or the T3 stack to be a project or not. But yeah, that would be biggest. Otherwise, UploadThing is the biggest thing I am the owner of, so to speak. Cool. Server function context. In addition to the signal parameter that server functions accept, you can also access server request context from within any server function using the many utilities from Vinxi HTTP. Under the hood, Vinxi is using UnJS's H3 package to perform cross-platform HTTP requests. That's actually cool. I didn't think about like how many weird different ways there are to get things out of like your head or out of your like headers and stuff with HTTP across different services. So having Vinxi HTTP abstract that between Cloudflare workers, Node in different places, Vercel's weird fetch stuff, all of that abstracted is actually really nice. They also handle multi-part form data, which is fucking obnoxious. So that's really cool. And you get the request context by calling getWebRequest. What happened to web standards? This is fine. Personally, I would want to put these server function files in a different file and not allow them to be in the same file where the JSX code exists, just to make it easier to reason about what is and isn't server code. Still really cool. I also would have liked the $ in front to indicate like this is different. Using Vinxi's getHeaders function to access all headers from within a server function. Yeah. And we can return values. Here's where things get fun. With something like TRPC, your return types by default are quite limited because those return types have to come from, or it's something like TRPC by default, your return types are quite limited because they have to be serializable as JSON. Fun fact, you can't serialize and deserialize a date in JavaScript. So if you turn a date into JSON and you turn it back, you get back a string. That sucks. So usually you'll introduce a thing called super JSON, which will allow you to do a little more than you usually can in JSON. Seems like Tanstack is doing even crazier stuff here. What was your question about context? Yeah, where does this come from? Yeah, I have no idea where context came from. This might be a mistake. This might be one of the things web request returns and they forgot to stub that out there. Dev, I think you're deep enough that you can get that likely typo fixed. Cool. As I hear, you can do primitives, JSON serializable objects, redirect errors, not found errors, and raw response objects. Apparently, they don't handle date time. Let's try that quick. I'm going to make a new file in here. Let's just have this post call. Demo post. I want the get to. Input date console.log date love all of that. Put dot. I'm gonna see if I can call that. Then we can return new date, or I'll do an object responded at new date. Failed to save. I don't know what's going on there. Anyways. I'll try the loader quick too. Let's do that. Get loader. Kill all this. Kill that too. Update. Oh, is it smart enough to... Look at that. They're no longer functions. Let's see what happens when I actually load this. Yeah, you just get the string here. That was the concern. It doesn't handle things that you can't JSON serialize. Sad. Rip. What happens if I hit that, though? Uncaught. Request failed with status 500. And what does the server say here? Server says it is mad at me, is what it says. Yeah, payload. That's the payload for that. Server function error. Input.getDate is not a function. Yep. If you pass a date time from the client to the server, it also gets converted into a string. I know that Maple created some crazy hacks on type definitions to make sure you couldn't have input types or return types that weren't JSON serializable. It might be worth ripping that so that you don't get into these use cases in these weird error cases as easily. Yeah, I'm sure it would be straightforward to inject super JSON through middleware, but the default should be type safe because, like, as far as TypeScript's concerned, like, there's no type error in this file. But it still throws errors because you can't actually post a date or you can't actually post a date and have it behave. Yeah, either the types should correctly indicate the behavior or super JSON should be the default. I don't like the in-between. You can also set custom headers, custom status codes, calling server functions from within the route lifecycle. Also really cool that the loader can just call random server functions and it's fine. People got really tripped up with this with TRPC where they were trying to call TRPC from TRPC. Oh, Tanner's in YouTube chat. I am so sorry for not checking that. I am sorry, Tanner. You'll handle dates soon. Handle dates soon. It's customizable. Okay, cool. I can have the credit. Oh shit, I can have the credit for starting this wave. High honor. Thank you, Tanner. I had no idea you were here on YouTube. Sorry, I'll keep an eye on the YouTube chat now. Yeah. Shout out to G Sporto for the chat thing, making it a lot easier for me to swap that over. Cool. What else do we have here? Functions within lifecycle. Calling server functions from hooks and components. Interesting. Use server function. Interesting. Very interesting. So if you want to just get the data in the route, you throw it in the loader. But if you want to load it client side more traditionally, use server function to generate the function call that's safe and then use query to actually call it. Very interesting. So it's all chat so I don't miss things. You have my interest. Really only to handle redirects and not founds. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. The thing I was going to question. Use server function. I felt like that was an unnecessary abstraction. But knowing that by putting it here as a hook, handling things like redirects is much easier now because you can hoist the throw. Because if you throw inside of use query will catch it and give you the error. But when you're doing a redirect or a not found, usually that's hoisted through throwing an error. And use server function can throw the error high enough to trigger things. So you wouldn't need the use server function at all if you don't have a redirect case in the function. So I could literally just pass get server time to the query function here instead, and it would be fine. Good stuff. And if you want to call these anywhere else, you can. You won't have the problem that many had with TRPC where they were calling TRPC from TRPC. It just handles that built in. Really cool. As mentioned, server functions can throw a redirect error to redirect users to a different URL. So if you throw redirect to URL, that'll handle the redirect, as long as you're not catching this error before it can go up. I had a fun issue recently. I think I demoed this in a video with TwitchCon, where I returned a redirect in a try catch. And because I was using the redirect in Next.js in the try, it got caught. So the redirect would never happen. Redirects can utilize all of the same options as router.navigate, use navigate, and link components. So feel free to also pass path params, search params, and hashes. Again, TanStack router's the only router that intelligently handles path params, search params, and hash. If you're not familiar with each of these, path params are the things between the slashes, search params are the things after the question mark, and hash the things after the hash. Doing these correctly with your router is so annoying that most routers gave up. TanStack router was built around them. So if you have like really complex query parameters or you want to store more state in your URLs, there isn't another option right now. You can also set a status code in the redirect. That's cool. Every router gave up, not most. Yeah, every router gave up on these things. Some of them even redefined what certain terms mean. We can't use query params instead of search params anymore because a certain router repurposed the term to mean path params. Yeah. What do you have for me, Gabriel? Type safe search param state management for next. Yeah. Someone made one. And I'm going to go give this a star because I actually need this for a few projects. But there's like a whole ecosystem of people trying to make better query parameter and search parameter access in Next.js because it doesn't handle it for you. I have like 2 or 3 projects I'm going to be using that for soon, including TwitchCon. That's going to be in TwitchCon by next week. Thank you, Gabriel. Good call out here that send redirect will send a location header, which will force the client to hard refresh and navigate there instead of doing it on the server side. Good callouts. You can also set custom headers on a redirect by passing a headers option. Headers, custom header value. Makes sense. Not found. While calling a server function from a loader or before load route lifecycle, a special not found error can be thrown to indicate the user the requested resource was not found. Again, throw not found. All makes sense. Handling errors. Here's where it's going to get fun. Create file route, loader, try, await, do stuff, catch error. Then you can decide what you want to do from there. So a server function throws a error. It will be serialized into the client as a JSON response along with a 500 status code. It's useful for debugging, but you may want to handle these errors in a more user-friendly way. You can do this by catching the error and handling it in your route lifecycle component or hook as you normally would. So here you could return something different in the error case. And by doing that, you've now allowed yourself to handle the error differently, and you'll actually get a type-safe loader data in the components now. Yeah, good call out too, that you have to call throw redirect. So you actually see in the code what you're doing. So if I had to do that in Next, it would have been much clearer that my redirect bug was going to happen. No JS server functions. Without JavaScript enabled, there's only one way to execute server functions, by submitting a form. I'm surprised you even added this, Tanner. It's cool that you did. I just didn't expect it. Oh. Oh. I see. That was a big click moment for me. Check this out, guys. Demoloader.url. That will console log the URL that gets hit when you call that endpoint. So if I copy that address, here's the demo loader. If I open that, we get back the empty object that loader returns. I do more stuff here, more data. Hi, chat. What is missing there? Interesting. Oh shit, Wesley, I made more errors with my video earlier. Very good to know. There are some errors. Try it with a form action. That's no fun. I'm just going to copy it. But fine, I'll do it with a form action. I'll change it from demo loader to demo form post. Kill the input. Form action demo form post.url. Now if I test, hit submit. Server error. Not found error was encountered on the route with ID _root. Am I hitting a weird edge case, Tanner? I should do method as post. That's actually probably the issue. No? Small bug or skill issue. I don't feel like figuring out which, so we're going to continue. Yeah. Tanner shrugged. I will find every single dumb way your code can break. That is my skill from the heavens. I break things every single possible way. To pass arguments to a server function when submitting a form, you can use the input element with the name attribute to attach arguments to form data past your server functions. That all makes sense. Interesting, to return data through that. I'm not going to dig too deep into that. Y'all get the idea. There's another thing this includes that I'm excited about, API routes, because a lot of projects don't have this. I was surprised to learn that, what's the name of Daishi's React framework? I know he's building a server component framework. I forgot the name of it. Waku. Yeah, Waku doesn't have support for API routes, which I was really surprised by. Cool to see it already included here. I need to turn the AC back on. I'm dying in here. Give me one sec, guys. Apparently Waku now has API routes, but it did not when I tried, and it wasn't even that long. It was just a few months ago. But cool to see it here in the early alpha. This is a lot of things to cover. I'm just happy this exists. Routes API.users.ts will create an API route for API users. all different syntaxes for it. I like you can do the API dot syntax instead of slashes. Pretty cool. Interesting. If you have API routes in a folder that's for a layout, it will include that in the URL. I'm just pumped this exists and that I can define routes. Totally fine. This means an UploadThing binding is going to be trivial to build as well. So that can be a fun thing for me to hack on when I'm back for my next trip. Pumped that's there. SSR all works too. File exports a function that creates a server-side rendering handler. The handler is created using the create start handler function from tanstack start server, which takes an object with the following properties. I like how short the SSR page is. Beautiful. Wonderful. And then hosting. It should work with any hosting provider. They recommend Vercel. Sure, it works with other places too. And auth, it's going to say clerk, which already provides stuff. Databases, works with Convex. You can use other solutions as well. Observability, Tanstack, or Sentry. Static pre-rendering, powered by Nitro. Also really cool to have static pages as a starting point. There's a lot of cool shit in here. I could spend all day digging into the details, but the core thing I wanted to cover here is the actual experience of using it. I didn't even touch on the generated code side, the route tree, which is generated. You don't have to write this code. It just creates it all for you. So you can do file-based routing, and the result is still traditional config-based. So debugging and figuring out what is where is trivial. All of this is just generated for you. Tanner, is there anything big that I have not touched on just yet? Otherwise, I'm wrapping this one up. I already created a new page with the server running. It went great. Nothing that you haven't teased yet. Awesome. Well, I am very excited for what is coming out in the future. I will probably do a follow-up for not just middleware, but for server components as well. This is a very fun project. And I am so excited to see it coming along. This is going to be really fun. Let me know what you guys think. I am so excited for the future for Tanstack Start, and I'm curious if y'all are as well. If I should cover more Tanstack Start stuff going forward, let me know. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Streaming. Oh, I didn't get the streaming. Oh, there are so many more cool things. I wish I had the time to go through all of them. Might make a separate follow-up in the future. Oh, this shit's really cool. Yeah, I did see this. Do I film a correction for that? Apparently I got this one wrong. Yeah. Cool. I'll do it just in case. Marker. I did not do the abort controller one yet. I might have to delay that one because it's late as fucking balls. I've been streaming for 7 hours straight now. Cool. Editor's note for phase. I added some bad math here that I want to correct for this video. Don't know how we will deal with that in post, but let's redo it. So we agreed that the 283,500,000 requests per month is reasonable. This is the mistake I made. Yeah, I did 60 times 60 times 30. It should have been 60 times 24 times 30. So if I did that divided by 60 times 24, the actual number of requests is half. Not even. So let's redo the math. And like I was already being generous to the DHH side. I made a huge error on my part. I wish I could have two numbers in my clipboard at the same time. $2,835. That wasn't the right one. It's the 113. No, it is the 2,835. $472. But serverless is so expensive. Ugh, God, no. I'm just annoyed at this point. Jesus fuck. God. Oh, peace, Tanner. Thanks again for stopping by and for the help for that. Really, really useful. Also, shout out to Wesley for catching that one. Yeah, appreciate it a ton. And also telling Gabriel to add it to the editor's notes. FaZe, I'm so sorry. I'm making your job way too hard. I'll add that in the notes. Yeah, cloud GPU costs are kind of insane, but also GPU costs right now are kind of insane too. There's a gold rush there. Sell shovels. How do we do for video count today? Got that out. Real video. 3, 4, 5. We got 6. This should be short. Is there even a whole video's worth of content here? I can make a short but real video for this. The battle to make the best AI-focused IDE has... Crazy to think this battle is getting more... How do I want to start this one? Remember how I just did a video on VS Code trying to catch up with Cursor, which was a fork of VS Code, but had better AI features, and I kind of missed Super Maven and Copilot's where it all started. You know how chaotic this mess has been. The war to build the best AI-first editor for us coders has been intense, to say the absolute least. And my favorite little moment where I went from liking these tools to loving them was when I discovered a really nice Copilot alternative for VS Code called Super Maven. Super Maven was created by the same person who made Tab 9 originally, which was like the first ever autocomplete code tool. He has since left and started building much better tools to take advantage of this new AI wave. And the result was the fastest AI autocomplete model for devs. And it still is. And I find myself missing it when I'm using Cursor. Do you know what I don't miss, though? Today's sponsor. I don't want to cut to the sponsor just yet. All of that said, Super Maven's been kind of limited. Not by their skills or their team or anything there, but by the thing that they're building around, VS Code. VS Code is a bit rough to work with, which is why Cursor decided to fork. And now that Super Maven has seen where they have gone with that, they're not going to sit around and just watch. They're taking this seriously. They just raised a whole bunch of money, and they're now going to start building a real editor. I want to dive into what this means, but first, I need to make some money, so let's hear a word from our sponsors. Anyways, also, before I forget, quick disclosures. I am an investor in Microsoft, who creates VS Code. I'm an investor in SuperMaven, which we're talking about today, and I'm an investor in Cursor. So I'm equally distributed with my biases here. I hope that cancels out, but I know you guys are going to complain anyway, so figured I'd put it out there. I don't have to disclose this, but I'm choosing. I try to be transparent with all of these things because I think it's important, so now you know. Anyways, we've raised $12 million from Bessemer Venture Partners to build an AI-focused text editor that integrates tightly with our models. We started SuperMaven because we wanted to create a copilot that was faster, more intelligent, easier to use, and accessible to everyone. We delivered that goal by creating the SuperMaven editor extensions that are actively used by over 40,000 developers today. A decent number of which came from me shilling it, because it's still kind of insane just how fast SuperMaven is. It's literally like every character, it generates a new output, and I miss it. It was faster than IntelliSense with TypeScript. And as great as the Cursor DX is, I miss the speed. In Cursor, if you guys don't already know this, let's probably have it open for that. Cursor doesn't even really have their own model. I think that they're training some things, but they're largely relying on existing models. I almost want to Excalibur draw this out to like highlight the differences between these. Cool. So let me just grab the title from here. So you see I'm typing it again. Cursor versus VS Code versus SuperMaven. Kind of annoying having versus in VS. You guys get the idea. So let's start with VS Code, because it's the thing that we all understand the most, hopefully. VS Code's parts are quite simple. VS Code built on top of Electron, powerful-ish extensions model, open source, uses Copilot for AI code. I am pretty sure Copilot is using ChatGPT as its model. Anyone happy to know what model they're using? I'm going to search Bing. Apparently, a Copilot is based on the Codex model, which came from OpenAI. It's a descendant of the GPT models. This is Copilot. Codex based from GPT. So apparently, Copilot's model is Codex, which comes from GPT from OpenAI. Probably a big part of why OpenAI and Microsoft got so close. So that's VS Code. Now let's talk about Cursor. Cursor is a closed source fork of VS Code, fully compatible with all VS Code tools. So if you want to use VS Code extensions, not only can you use all of them, you can actually import in by default will import your exact config from VS Code. It's almost weird when you first open Cursor because it just looks like VS Code. Levels had a banger tweet where he said he changed the icon and name of Cursor to VS Code so his brain autocomplete would go to the right place. I have a fun problem where I recently started using Cursor and I was using a different terminal that had a black like main color. So my editor was blue because it was VS Code and my terminal was black. Around the same time, I switched to Cursor as my IDE, and I switched to Ghosty as my terminal. So when I'm trying to get to my code, I keep going to Ghosty because it's the blue one. When I'm trying to get to my terminal, I keep going to Cursor because it's the black one, and it's driving me fucking insane. I'm almost at the point where my brain's autocomplete is there, but I might just give up on Command Tab and finally bind specific keys to specific programs because I'm going insane. Chat found a useful thing. GitHub Copilot Enterprise is running GPT-4o. Very interesting. So most of the models for Copilot are special, but they're special just based on OpenAI stuff. Back to Cursor, though. Cursor's closed source fork of VS Code, fully compatible with VS Code tools, and notably, it has every model. So they're not building their own model. It just gives you access to all of them. And they broke out of the VS Code extension model to allow better UX, or I should say DX. There's a lot of little things that Cursor does well. Like if I pull up TwitchCon, I'm going to kill this demo component because I don't need that. So here's TwitchCon, which is like a real project. Let's say I want this page to be responsive, and right now it is not. Command A, Command K, make this page responsive on mobile. Submit. And now it's going to propose all these changes. I can select them all by doing Command Enter, and it applies them. But here's a thing none of the other editors do. Command Z doesn't undo what it applied. It brings back the application state. So I can now go through and manually for each of these apply or not apply it, or Command Shift Z to go back. Command Z in the history isn't just the exact text in my editor. It also handles their AI steps, which I have found to be quite nice to be able to undo, but undo isn't undoing everything I just did. It's undoing the step that I just applied. I found that much more intuitive to work with. And you cannot do that with a VS Code extension, like at all. VS Code extensions are super limited when it comes to like the user experience things you can add, unless you're just putting in the sidebar. Speaking of limitations, VS Code in the sidebar, let's talk about Super Maven right now. It's a VS Code extension. I think it has NeoVim bindings. No, actually, I know it does. VS Code extension or NeoVim plugin. It's mostly just a dope model. And it's a dope model. It is fast. It is trained on your diffs instead of your whole repo. It flies. And it also learns as you're doing things much better. So if I make a change like 3 times, it will apply that correctly going forward. It's like responsive. Feels better than any of the other models in that sense. They also have a chat. I don't like built-in chats. I just don't use them. It's cool it has it, but I don't care. I'd rather just go open up Claude. But Super Maven is very limited because it is just a VS Code extension at the moment. So to TLDR this, VS Code is its own project, obviously, and it's using Copilot, which is OpenAI GPT based. Cursor is building a whole new UX on top of VS Code with the ability to use a lot of different models. And Super Maven is just a better model for developers that has pretty good integrations with existing editors. But what's weird is when you put these two next to each other. They're like obviously competitors, right? But they're so different. This lives outside of VS Code. It has wrapped VS Code in better UX and DX, but not really innovated much on the model side, if at all. Whereas Super Maven went the opposite direction. They're building into VS Code and other things, and their focus has been on the model. They built a great model. But this touches on, I think I've been saying for a while. Not necessarily in my videos, but like in person. I took a long time to try alternatives to Copilot because the friction of installing it was enough that I didn't care. I don't care if the responses are 17% more accurate or 25% faster if it's not a massive win for me. Super Maven's speed was interesting enough to me that I gave it a shot, and I was really impressed. But most people aren't going to switch their workflows from that. Whereas Cursor, being a fully different editor experience, providing fundamentally different and better UX in the editor, made it much more appealing. And that's why Cursor's adoption is as insane as it is. Zero Mavens is still really good for a new project, just not quite the same level, because it's harder to look at it and be like, I need that right now. And both are competing with the thing that's already built into your editor, which is Copilot, which is made by VS Code and by Microsoft, which makes it hard to compete with. And I don't think just having a better model is enough. And I've been concerned about that for a while. Seems like I'm not the only one who's concerned, because they're going all in on making an editor now. Back to this. Our goal of making our product accessible to everyone raises a natural question. Why make a text editor? If possible, we would prefer to meet people where they are now and provide the best possible product without making users learn new tools. We're building an editor because with our most recent update that predicts jumps and deletions, we've reached the limit of what's possible with an editor extension. Yeah, I know they worked really hard to get this working. VS Code's extensions do not want you to jump around when you're writing code. It fights you hard when you introduce features like that. If I recall, this is also the killer feature that got Cursor going as hard as they're going. So, yeah, they got it working. They had to fight to get it working, but they did. I think that's super interesting. As we develop new models that support more features, the only way to take full advantage of those features is by having full control over the user interface. This requires us to build our own editor because extensions can't display their own UI elements in line with the code. They can only use the UI elements made available to them by the editor. I brought this up in another video, but Pretty TS Errors is a great example of this. This is the plugin I use to make my TypeScript editors look, or this is the plugin I use in VS Code to make my TypeScript errors look way less awful. It's great. There's even a video where I showcase it that they have embedded on the page now. A lot of others did videos on it too, which is really cool. It's a great extension. And you can see very clearly why someone would use this. Don't know why that just, I clicked accidentally. Like, obviously better. So if you're curious, keep clicking accidentally. So if you're curious how this works, it's actually embedded as an SVG icon because it was the only way to build this type of UI inside of VS Code. There's no way to make an alternative view that renders its own HTML. So instead, he's rendering an SVG icon and then breaking out of that in order to do this better actual UI. So like if I close that and make a demo function quick, just have a type error. Function takes user. I'm sure I'll grab DB types. Love that. I don't have a user type, actually. Never mind. I'm going to user name string. Cool. So this takes user function. If I function, or it just takes user, not a name, whatever. We'll get this type error. And on top, we get the normal TypeScript error, but below I get the fancier one. In this case, it's a simple one. If it's a more complex one, which, how do I want to demo a more complex type error? Cool. There we go. Now I got a more complex one. But notice that I have to scroll because it can't change the size to make it the right size, and it can't even hide the original error. I have to scroll to see it. And this is in Cursor, by the way. Like theoretically, they could fix these things and open up extensions to be able to do more. Don't know if they're going to. Probably not going to. But VS Code did not make it easy for poor Yoav here to make this extension possible. So if it's that much hacking, like literally every commit's document the custom CSS hack. Like the things they have to do to make this work are insane. And that's just for giving you a better error on hover. Now imagine building all these fancy features where things are like showing this UI on top right there, where I can tab to get rid of the thing and all of that. Like, you can't just do that. If VS Code explicitly doesn't want you to just do that. So yeah, sympathy to anyone trying to build those things. It's not viable. Yeah, requires us to build our own editor because, yeah, the inline stuff is impossible. This is a unique time in history of software development. With AI, new tools are possible that were unthinkable just 5 years ago. These new tools require new interfaces, and having an editor allows us to build those. We're a small team of 5 engineers. If this sounds exciting, join us. That sounds exciting. I can't really imagine a cooler place to work than either of those companies right now. Like, if you're a nerd about code, you're watching all these videos, you know what you're doing? It's a cool place to be. I think that's all I got on this one. I'm excited to see where all this stuff goes. Until next time, peace, nerds. Kill. I have not looked at ZAI yet, no. Personally, now that I've written a bit of Laravel, I think it is going to be fucking terrible for AI stuff because every single thing you want to do requires you touch like 100 files. It is quite annoying to add new, like I would be surprised if here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually curious. I want to see on GitHub, on the Coolify GitHub, how many files are being touched by the average PR. Because I'll be surprised if it's like less than 5. Fix file browser. This might just be a CSS fix, to be fair. As a YAML template. Also, this is going to be templates. I want to see like an actual feature being added. Get outline service. It's all YAML. I want to see actual code changing. Here's one. Random PR implements SSH multiplexing. 1 file, 2 files, 3 files. I'm going to close them all to see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not quite as bad as I would have expected, but the thing is, to do anything, to add new endpoints, to expose new data, basically anything, you have to touch like 17 fucking things. I am not the place for this man. It says 4 at the end of the tab. Okay, look, I'm dumb. 0, 4, yeah, cool. This isn't the video. I can be stupid, okay? That's 8 videos in a day. It's almost fucking 9 o'clock. Jesus Christ. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I've gotten up to turn on the AC and nothing else. I haven't even had a bathroom break. Hope you all know how hard I work for this shit. I know I need to do NixOS. I'm very aware I need to do Nix. I know I'm going to become a Nix, like, fanboy as soon as it clicks for me, but I have to put the time in. Yo, Lerma with the 50 minutes ago resub. PS next TypeScript action, especially their latest version, is such an underrated. I totally agree. I need to promote more. It's a really cool library. I have to pack because I'm flying out tomorrow morning for TwitchCon. I just wanted to make sure we had enough of a backlog. I don't feel bad flying out. I want to do all of these ones next week. I am done. Let's figure out who we're rating before I get out of here. Piss got unsuspended. There we gotta raid Miko. Yeah, we're raiding Miko. Thank you guys as always. I'll see you next week. Keep an eye on my Twitter for TwitchCon stuff. It's gonna be fun. Where is the... There's the raid thing. Why is that not coming up in this chat? What the hell? Let's do it. Have fun with Miko. See you guys next week. Goodbye. And goodbye to YouTube as well.